Hello and welcome everyone. How is
Ladies
everyone
and
doing
gentlemen,
today?
welcome back to the North American segment today of Brawlhalla Summer 2s. Live from Atlanta, Georgia, we're here at the Brawlhalla studio, and we have some insane action prepped up for you guys today. My name is Walt, turned down for Walt. I'm joined by Slow-Mo and PJ on the mic here for the pre-show. Boys, look at the meat on the grill. How we doing? What's going on? Tell me about it,
bro. That's the best hype thing I've ever seen. You know, a little piece of meat on the grill. No better way to kick off the summers. I'm really happy to be here again. It's been a blast so far.
Slow-Mo, thoughts?
I'm vibing.
Thoughts?
I mean, it's
How
North
are you
American
doing?
Day.
How's everything?
Everything is great. I am fantastic. No, it's I've talked about it on the desk the past 2 weekends. It's been an amazing summer championship. I cannot ask for anything more. And it is, in my opinion, the cream of the crop. It is time for North America, and it's good Sunday. Good
Absolutely, absolutely. Cream of the crop.
Cream of the
Maybe
crop.
it rises to the top.
Yeah. Something
Who's
like
to
that.
say? Who's to say? But guys, EU has been amazing. South America has been amazing. North America is sure to be amazing as well. We want to welcome you guys to the show. We got a bit of a hype video for you in just a second as well.
What are we hyping up?
I don't know. I think we should find
Tell
out
me all about
what we're
it.
hyping up. Guys, can we see it?
Let's go.
No KO options, does get the side light, but Hughes still in the orange. There's the GC side sync. It's instantly punished from Hughes, and he is your two-time Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion.
Bending corners, fill to the top, gotta get to the top. If I fall down the hill, grip my bucket tight. Whatever the path, gotta figure it out.
On stage, the ground pound, no, there's not gonna be one, but Gosling could not connect to the wall. He GC taunted him.
That's a battle pass challenge. That's one for it. That's crazy. He did it.
Unlocked.
Don't know what somebody told you. It's probably best if you don't move.
If that doesn't get you hype, I don't know what will. You guys see that coming in the end of November, and take a look. The tickets are so cheap. Event access, $15. That is literally half the price of a Labubu.
Correct. We
Half
looked
the
it
price,
up.
half the price of a Labubu.
We looked it up today.
It's craziness. 55 will obviously get you competitor sign up, and then that VIP access. I talked about it a little bit last weekend. I think this is so cool that they are going to bring people backstage and show just the Goliath that production is for Brawlhalla. I think it's very interesting. I think people are going to enjoy that a lot more than they think they will.
Yeah, we said it yesterday. I think, PJ, if you have any additional thoughts as well, like hammering home how affordable is $15, right? Like to be able to go to an event as extravagant as BCX.
It's crazy. You know, I've been working in esports for about 4 years now, and I've been to many different events in video gaming. And $15 at some places is like a water bottle. And this is a 3-day event, $15 access. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff at BCX. It's so much more than just a tournament. It's a celebration of Brawlhalla, and it's year 10 of Brawlhalla at that. I got the graphic novel in front of me here. There's going to be cool stuff for all types of Brawlhalla content, so you're not going to want to miss it. Really excited. And the backstage access thing, maybe they'll learn what the red button does. That'll be exciting.
That is just so cool. I mean, everybody's, they sit at home or they sit out in the audience and they see the product, but they don't see all of the wheels that are turning in the background, making it work. From the semi that sits out back that is full of production equipment that makes everything work. It is such a treat that they are going to bring you guys backstage and let you take a look at that. It's very cool.
That's right. And you see it on the bottom of your screen, folks. Brawlhalla.com/BCX. I believe BCX .live also works too. BCX.live. Does it not work? Okay, ignore that. Look at this one right here. Brawlhalla.com/BCX. Ignore everything I'm saying. Just go sign up. It's cheap. It's basically free. You might as well just do it. Hey, by the way, I also made that trailer. I really want to hype myself up. Today's my birthday for the people at home. It's TK's birthday as well. Shout outs to him.
Are we telling them now?
Yeah.
Are we telling them right now?
Yeah, we can tell them now.
Yes.
I told them yesterday as well. So,
It is a happy birthday Walt today. It is a happy birthday TK day.
Thank you.
And we're going to make them work. So,
I mean, there's no place I'd rather be, right? You know what I mean? But guys, yeah, check it out over here at brawlhalla.com/BCX. Get the $15 pass, would you? I mean, you might as well. If you're not going to compete, it is a great event to watch. Again, I can tell you from my own experience, like doing this starting last year, BCX was amazing. Yep. I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited for this weekend that we have because it all plays in to what will eventually unfold at BCX.
All roads lead to BCX.
Let's talk about some of our teams to look out for because holy moly, this North American bracket is stacked. Boys, what do you think about our first team here, Experience and Fakey?
It is stacked. And I love seeing Experience name come up. I feel like, you know, ever since he had that showing at BCX, had that showing during the midseason, we haven't really seen a breakout performance from him since then. So seeing him doing so well today, if you take a look at the bracket, I mean, they are doing absolutely amazingly today. And I think Experience and Fakey are definitely one of the contenders to take this home.
PJ, thoughts?
You know, I'm a big gossiper. I think all commentators at some extent are. And I'm always about the drama of Brawlhalla. And Twos has no better juicy drama. And the big storyline is that Experience and Hideaway broke up after, or sorry, Experience and Zen broke up after Hideaway, you know, especially after that midseason interview Experience, having a lot of strong emotions, teaming with Fakey now. They won spring championships. And it's just so deeply rooted between all the teams. Hideaway, Balloon Boy's former teammate, which we're going to talk about later on as well. Zen, the former teammate with Experience, one of the best Twos teams to ever do it. They have one event under their belt, Spring Championship North America. They have won their one event. They are undefeated in tournaments. Experience was unable to make midseason, but I want to give a congratulations to Experience. He got Twitch partner as well.
Hey,
so I'm not sure if he's going to be streaming
his
run, but it's been a great experience watching Experience on his streams, kind of picking his brain about what he sees in the Twos meta. Going to be very exciting, and they pilot Kaya Teros. They're at the pinnacle of the meta right now, and they're trying to show that they are there for a reason.
I feel like we need to have, this is like a season of Brawlhalla Island. Like all of the teammates are just going around, hanging out with new people, you know, finding these new horizons. And look, I mean, like you said, it culminates in Experience and Fakey. Their only tournament on their resume together, finding the win at the Spring Championships. That's unbelievable. Yeah. I'm really excited to see them compete as well. I'm sure they're probably in some of your guys' predictions that we'll get to in a little bit. But talking about our second team here on this list, Marky Moo and Future Bubble. What do you think?
Marky Future, I have them on my predictions today. Marky Moo, he has done so well in ones, but he has got Future Bubble by his side today. And I think that is going to be a great motivation for him. I think that is a great teammate for him. And just like the team before, I mean, definitely I'm ready to get in this top 8. Because every team we're talking about so far is top 8 potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking at Marky Moo and a Future Bubble, I think what the most interesting thing about it is like we talked a lot about and the gossip that goes around the Brawlhalla community. This is the most wholesome team by far, Marky Moo and Future Bubble. If you don't already know already, I'm going to keep telling this story because it makes me tear up a little bit every time I tell it. Yeah. Future Bubble giving a PC to Marky Moo saying, I need a Twos teammate. I know you can do it. And ever since then, Marky Moo has been on an upwards trajectory to be one of the best Brawlhalla players to ever exist. Future Bubble, Marky Moo, the dream team, the friendship duo. There's no better team in Brawlhalla to look forward to if you want a good time feeling. And it's the time of summer, you know, it's the time of friendship, camaraderie. And of course, in the Twos bracket, I expect them to do very well as well. Marky Moo, of course, having so much dominance in the one space, has gotten a bronze with Future Bubble and getting into that top 3 of things at BCX. So this is a team that is very, very good. I look forward to seeing them always. Hopefully they're able to do well as well.
Yeah, I always love the shot. Like this is why I mentioned that I made the trailer, because I always use the shot of Marky Moo and Future Bubble just being like super homies after they won. And I think it's such an interesting dynamic as it pertains to Twos, right? Like you had said, PJ, Marky Moo has kind of established himself as this top dog of Brawlhalla in the singles bracket. Future Bubble, good friend of his, and it always leads to the question of, well, does good synergy and friendship, does that prevail over, you know, teams that might have been doing it with a little more of a resume, with a little bit more experience under their belt? And I think they have what it takes.
I think in a lot of ways it does. Brawlhalla is such a mental game, and especially when you get that into 2v2s, synergy is key. I mean, we actually talked about a set yesterday where it was just kind of chaotic. There was no synergy. It was a fun set, but that's not going to win tournaments. I really think that having that friendship, having that bond, having that camaraderie between them is definitely a defining factor of their team.
For sure. Moving on to a team up next that quite certainly can win this tournament. Zen and Hideaway.
Zen's a 2v2 GOAT, bro. Like, he's so good. He doesn't care. Like, I've seen him show up to tournaments, and he's like, nah, I'm just playing 2s. I don't even want to play 1s, man. I don't even want to do it. He's nasty in 2v2s. That is his main game mode. That is what he knows. That is what he does. And having Hideaway on his team, bro, absolutely scary.
PJ, give me your thoughts before I talk about how I think Hideaway's the GOAT.
I cannot think about Zen and Hideaway without the plethora of tweets that came after when Zen said, you know, ever since Hideaway was 2v1ing me in Experience, I wanted to team with him. And after that moment where Balloon Boy and Radish were able to beat them in that set and seeing Experience's reaction, this team, if Marky Moo and Future Bubble represent the wholesome vibes of Brawlhalla, this is a team that is purely business. They're coming into here saying, I handpicked Hideaway to win with me. Experience is not as good as Hideaway is. They play the same legend, but I pick Hideaway for a reason. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of energy between these top 3 seeds of the bracket because this team is so good. Zen is one of the GOATs of 2s. Hideaway is also very good as well, but they've yet to get that first place medal after falling to Experience and there's Experience and Fakey. So yeah, this should be a very fun team, I think.
Yeah, I think it leads to almost a similar story of when Balloon Boy and Hideaway were teaming together, right? It was that first place evaded them for so long, and then when they finally got it sometime last year, we interviewed the both of them, and Hideaway said, you know, it was like, man, we knew we had what it took. We finally got there. To PJ's point, it does feel like strictly business between these teams, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them are just kind of mixing and matching, trying to find these new pairings in the absence of Zen and Experience not being together for these tournaments. So it's leading to really interesting 2s brackets, in my opinion. And our last team, I think, tees it off pretty perfectly. Slow-mo, I'm just going to let you take it away. Who do we have for our 4th team?
They're the GOATs. It's Radish and Balloon Boy. Come on. Radish, I've been a big fan for a long time. He is the orb professional. He is the maestro. So good at piloting that Red Raptor. Of course, he was on the Petra for a long time until this legend dropped. And somehow, some way, he found himself with a triple B. And I love this team so much. I think Radish's boots and that Red Raptor paired with Balloon Boy's blasters, that Mega Man, is so much fun to watch. He is so fluid on blasters. The way he is able to move around the stage, the way he is able, I mean, even the way he touches the side of the stage to make sure he touches, it's like, I don't know, we have to point it out during our block. It's just, he brushes against the side. He knows where he's at all times, and they are a very dangerous team.
PJ, thoughts?
Yeah, I think that this team is one of the higher execution team comps in general with the Zariel. And I know players like Experience and as well as Kaina talk a lot about the strength of Zariel in the 2 space. And this is Balloon Boy playing Zariel not only as his 2's legend of choice, but also the 1's legend of choice. This is going to be kind of a great solidifier for Zariel's spot in the meta, at least in my opinion. I'm sure everybody, all the pro players are probably like, PJ doesn't know what he's talking about. But I do think I still need to be proven that Zariel's as broken as everyone is saying Zariel is. After their appearance at Max Mode, getting a 3rd place, and then 5th at Spring Championship, and then 2nd at our most recent LAN at Midseason CEO. I feel like this team is really fun to watch. I'm an orb player at heart, so I'm always going to root for Radish and Balloon Boy, but all things considered, a team that has a lot of trust between them, also being a product of the breakup of Experience and Zen, because Hideaway teamed with Zen, Balloon Boy without a teammate, picks up Radish and does better than he's ever done without Hideaway. So this is always a fun thing where, like, the team that was the pinnacle of NA's 2v2, which Experience and Zen, them fracturing created 3 different teams now that have become the top dogs of the region. What an interesting storyline, kind of the breakup leading to these many great teams. But Radish and Balloon Boy, one of my favorite teams to do it. We'll see how they do this weekend.
It's really become such like a blossoming of all of these other teams that have made the format so much more competitive in my mind, right? And also to add, that 2nd place at the midseason a couple months ago, highest performing North American team. They only lost to Kaina Loris in grand finals for that event. Crazy stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing them play, and I know you got your personal biases here as well, Slow-mo, but we're looking forward to seeing them as well. Let's get into some predictions from the both of you. Who do we have winning these tournaments?
Okay, I'll go first, yeah. In 3rd place, I have Hideaway and Zen. Hate to break it to you, but they lost both versus Experience and Fakey at Springs, and then they did lose to Balloon Boy and Radish at LAN. So to me, they haven't proven that they're able to win North America. They need to show me right this weekend that they're able to do it. I'm happy to be wrong. I want to see Hideaway and Zen make the deep run and prove all the haters wrong, especially the 2 other teams that I have in their predictions, which is Balloon Boy and Radish at 2nd place. I think that this team is good enough to beat Hideaway and Zen, but I think Experience and Fakey are at the pinnacle of the Kaya Terrace, especially because Kaina and Loris swapped off that team comp. I think these 2 are going to be playing the best version of the best meta comp right now. And Experience and Experience and Fakey look unstoppable. I have them taking the tournament.
You guys already know Radish Balloon Boy, of course, #1. We're going to put that right up there. I'm with you. I think Zen Hideaway are going to take the silver this weekend. And then I think Marky and Future, I think the power of the friendship is going to get them a bronze. Today.
All right. I think you and I have identical predictions.
I think we do.
Yeah.
I think we do.
So I also have Marky Future Bubble at 3rd, Zen Hideaway at 2nd. Radish Balloon Boy taking home that gold medal.
Swear.
At least
it's
in
happening.
my mind.
It's happening. You hear me right now, chat? You hear me, everyone? Brawlhalla Universe, Radish Balloon Boy.
Radish Balloon Boy.
Radish
it could
Balloon
be.
Boy.
It could be. Or maybe PJ's right. Or maybe someone at home has a better prediction than the three of us at this table. But before we get going and get right into all the action, we got to talk about some viewership rewards.
Let's do it.
No viewership rewards. We're going to just wrap it up.
We're going to go. We got to go.
He told you not to listen to him. He told everyone, don't listen to me, and it's proved true. I love it.
It's proved true. It's proved true. Listen, here's the thing. Experience and Zen, sometimes when you break up, you come back as better
That's
people.
True. That's
right?
true.
At the end of the day, you do a little soul search and you find out a little bit more about yourself. You enter into a new relationship. And there you have it, the best placement some of these teams have ever had. Guys, we're going to be in for some amazing Brawlhalla action in this North American bracket. You are not going to want to miss it. We will be right back after a short break to get right into it. See you soon.
Yeah, I saw the discussion in the chat about the doll. That's pretty crazy. You're paying $500. Wow, that's a lot. And yeah, I've never actually heard of those dolls before, but I guess there is a strong demand for those if it's worth $500. Yeah, lots of folks joining in on both on all the channels actually. So hi everyone. I'm not going to name all the names because there are lots of folks, but yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah, this stream today is going to be shorter, I think. I think it's 5 hours and a half in total.
Welcome back, everybody, to your coverage of Summer Championships. It's Sunday, which means it's North America Day. This is the last event for Summers. It comes down to this 2v2 bracket where we got a lot of crazy storylines, a lot of drama here in Brawlhalla Esports. I'm very excited to be here. I'm PJ, joined by Slow Motion. How are you doing today, Slow Motion?
I'm fantastic. It's North American Sunday. It's going to be good. It's going to be fire. I do want to take a look before we get into anything. I want to take a look at the schedule just real quick, see what has happened so far, see what we have coming up on our block here. And we are starting off with a good one. Hexo and Guichibu. I mean, that is one team I want to see do well. I couldn't quite put them in my predictions, but man, they are been on a run.
Yeah, no, Hexo and Guichibu are a team that, if you haven't had the pleasure of watching recently, is going to be very, very surprising and fun for you to watch. And I'm sure Clem and Volst are going to do their best to stop them from getting 0 to KO'd by any singular Qatar down air. I'm maybe caster cursing them a little bit there, but hopefully they're able to avoid it. But Clem and Volst going to be playing interesting pick. So Clem is known as a VV player, but actually picking up the Tesca here and then the Black Knight as well. But after that, we're going to have Rise Soul and Sweaty Meat and Aquatic. And after that, Zen and Hideaway, we talked about earlier on, versus Hybrid and Seabass, who I believe had to make an upset to make it this far. I'm not sure if these are top 8 qualifiers, but I'm sure production will tell me soon. As well as Marky Moo and Future Bubble will be fighting to be determined. So we'll see who's able to make it through that side of the bracket.
I think maybe TBD is going to get it done.
TBD got it.
Yeah, I think.
You know, TQ wins a lot of tournaments.
I know, it's
you know
crazy.
What I'm saying? He won a lot of sets, so maybe his cousin TBD will be able to do today.
Oh, yes. But, of course, we are going to get in and take a look at our first set, which is, of course, going to be Guichibu and Hexo going up against Clem and Volst. We've talked a lot about Guichibu and Hexo. Guichibu is just known for his guitars. He is so good. We've seen a lot more Queen Nai come out of him as we've gone through 2025. And it's kind of had mixed results for him, I think.
No, I think so too. And Queen Nai in the one space is maybe something that, I and other casters definitely shared like the belief was like, okay, you should just probably play the Lin Fei. But I think in the twos, it makes a lot of sense for seeing Queen Nai. An amazing signature kit. High defense is always good, especially versus the Kayateros meta where you have high strength legends. The counter to high strength is high defense. I'm here to break the news for you. And then you have Hexo who's playing the Nyx, a legend that we don't get to see much, but is in front of my laptop. So I'm really excited to see some Nyx. It's going to be very, very exciting to see this matchup. On the other side, you got Clem and Volst, who's going to be playing some Rocket Lance, some Spear, some Battle Boots and Gauntlets. Really, nothing can go wrong here. The only big question mark is, can Hexo perform? A lot of times, people in the chat will be like, Hexo's in a 1v3 right now. Hexo's fighting for his life. We'll see if he can do it here as we get into top 32, game number 1.
I love the shell pick from Clem. We've seen a lot of Tesco this weekend. I think the Gauntlets and Boots have worked out really, really well, and I'm glad to see that carry over to North America a little bit.
Great pickup there from Guichibu, giving Hexo some space to make it back after getting hit by 2 big downers. A down stick catches Hexo as well, who's slowly taking quite a bit of damage. High defense on this red team. GC side stick trying to get the party started early with an early KO. Have to be so careful versus the Nyx and Queen Nai signature kit. D-Light into recovery onto Clem. The feel out stage is real right now for the blue team, who are struggling to get meaningful hits after that initial Clem startup.
Yeah, they're kind of taking their time. You know, Guichibu just always, you know, you have that high defense on the red team, but we also have that very slow movement speed from Guichibu. He's going to have to be a little more careful, especially when, you know, we've seen him on that Lin Fei. Some legend is known for a lot more speed, being able to adjust to this. But the defense hopefully will get him through. We see the sweat beads come out. He is somehow staying above the stage here as Volst and Clem are both off stage. Clem with the recovery, come back up. Hexo looking for a weapon. Got the D-Light on the blasters, disengages.
Guichibu getting that big recovery there on that soft platform. Clem getting a big side stick, catching a landing once again. Guichibu gets a D-Light and then down airs Clem off stage. Volst going for a big reversal ground pound. Instead he gets a weapon toss unarmed recovery. Guichibu with 2 for 1 on that recovery. And we see Hexo still fighting unarmed, taking a bit of damage though as Clem flips it with his shell pick. We go back to the blue team having such a big jungle. Guichibu losing his first stock there. Hexo in a bad spot now. Sweat beats come out. It's a 2v1 combo. Down stick into GC downlight. It's a big drop from Clem without a weapon. Volst getting a side air there. Sends Hexo back off stage. And Guichibu continuing the juggle state. It's hard to see really any control right now, but a big opportunity for Hexo. Big down air there. Guichibu handling Clem high as well. The charge, slide charge, and Sig. It doesn't KO though. We all make it back. D-Light side air will confirm that stock on the Volst though.
Got the recovery on the end of it though. It wasn't quite enough to confirm the knockout. That recovery from Hexo is going to get the job done. And now Volst all alone in this 2v1. Red team trying to gather in here and get some damage put on quick. Volst though with the neutral sig is going to go ahead and confirm the stock off of Hexo. He is down here on his very last stock on this Nyx. Desperately searching for a weapon here. Volst trying to be in his face, but the unarmed attack is going to ring true. Came in with the slide charge. That was a very, very well placed. Okay, sideline across stage. Caught him with the nair.
Oh, and this is Volst getting online with the battle boots and the rocket lance. You see the blue team, as soon as either one of them with the very forward momentum weapons, they kind of swarm on top of each other. Big slide charge and sick from Guichibu. He sends Clem high, and Volst getting caught in the scythe as well with that recovery. Volst having to recover low to the stage. The N-Stick comes out. Hexo with a big side stick. It does scoop, and it scores Clem. In that 2v1 now, this looks all but over. We see a signature come out. The down stick doesn't KO. Going for that big sider. Clem tries to flip it with a downer, but can you make it back? Turn around, haymaker slide charge, finds that KO. What a way to put an exclamation point on that game for Hexo and Guichibu.
Oh my goodness, that was kind of decisive.
Yeah.
Hexo and Guichibu looked amazing. Guichibu working those slide charge neutral sigs off stage, caught a few of them. As we take a look at the stat breakdown here. No, very, very well done. Volst and Clem definitely have some adjustments to make. We're not going to see any legend swaps, but man, Clem had that big burst of offense there at the very beginning, and then it really just kind of fizzled out after that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of the product of the battle boots and the gauntlets. Like, you know, I'll be so brave to say that, like, battle boots, when you're kind of stringing somebody in a 1v1 in a 2s match, it doesn't do a lot of damage, so you have to be very careful. While on the other side, Guichibu having so much lethal potential there. We see the GC side stick come out. And you're thanking your lucky stars. Guichibu doesn't find a way to KO you off the top. They're getting started on the guitars. We know him for it. Hexo with the sidelight, slide charge, N6 to KO off the bottom. A 2v1 combo from the downer. Blaster's recovery doesn't connect. Volst tries to flip it with the side air unarmed. Gets the downer, gets the GC downlight into the downer. But Guichibu with the slide charge, N6 saves him once again. This team is so locked in right now. It's impossible to find the early gimps.
That was such a crazy save with the neutral sig, bro. What great usage and awareness of your kit. And blue team definitely has their backs against the wall now as red team continues to dial in this pressure. Okay, Hexo taking it a little apprehensive in the air, but the neutral sig is going to go ahead and connect. Get that stock out of here. Volst is on a second. Clem, though, 153 damage. Tactic gets a second stock.
Oh,
that neutral stick again, bro. But the stock is going to fall off of Clem as well. Guichibu going to get a little SD, a little gimp. Not quite sure what that was over there, but it is going to take care of his stock. But still a very, very solid lead for red team right now.
Yeah, Clem having to play so carefully, but also having to play on the edge there, trying to get that big reversal edge guard on the gauntlets. Down air into side air, into down air, into side air. Guichibu with sweat beads. Can you make it back? Big save from Hexo, giving his teammate a chase dodge, but Guichibu with sweat beads once again can make it back. Hexo stuck in a 1v1 now. It creates a 2v1 situation onto Hexo. Hexo D-Light. Clem doesn't pick up on that end light. We don't see a follow-up as well, but somehow Hexo with another N-Sig. The team combo onto Clem. The chase dodge up recovery doesn't connect, and the blue team are swarming to Hexo and swarming back to the stage. They're trying to get away from this offense, but the red team, even after losing stocks, looking to take stocks again.
But we take a look at the stock count, the damage count, it's actually incredibly even, PJ. This is so much closer than what we saw in game number 1. Guichibu and Hexo having a little harder time confirming these stocks here in game number 2. Ooh, Volts, nice recovery. Guichibu's got one of his own, though. That's going to go ahead and take him on his final stock. They need to focus on Clem. 129 damage against him right now. They need to go ahead, focus on him, get him out of here, force a 2v1, and clean up game number 2. Volts and Clem, a nice aerial team combo there to put a little damage on him. Recovery to keep juggling Guichibu. The sweat beads are out for a hot minute there. He still can't get back down the stage. Volts abandons him, switches over to Hexo, and lets Guichibu land on stage.
Guichibu with a big guitar recovery there, closes out that stock and should be the game here. It's obviously not impossible as Volts has both of them on their last stocks. He's looking to get this activation on the spear, but you need to find a very nice way to get a KO. Here the recovery does hit, tries to go for a second when Hexo interrupts it. Nair puts him back off stage, and he just has no more resources, and Guichibu Hexo go up 2-0 in the set count. It is looking quite difficult for the blue team to get in the game once the red team's offense starts rolling.
Hexo, I'll talk about more than the set, but we talked about at the beginning. Like, everybody's kind of wondering if he's going to perform today. He's playing out of his mind so far in this set. Hexo is one of those players that you've watched over 2025, especially since he's teamed up with Guichibu, and you have just progressively watched him get better and better and better as the season has gone on. Apparently, Guichibu is an amazing teacher.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hexo, like, to be honest with you, especially in these games, making a very unconventional pick in the 2 space on the Knicks work out really well, and I feel like it's a product of what both of them want to do, which is kind of split the blue team apart. If you're allowing your teammate to get hit by a full animation Knicks Ensig, the one that, snatches you out of the air, takes forever to fully activate, that means that the red team is successfully splitting you up, keeping it impossible for you to split up the offense. And when the red team gets swarming onto you and they start getting those very cheesy signature KOs, or Hexo goes off stage with a big scythe string, it gets real scary real fast.
We almost got to see one of those cheesy KOs right there starting off this game. Hexo and Guichibu so much aggressive at the beginning. That stock is gone and out of here, and Volst is already over 100 put against him. Hexo 11 damage. He's actually remained pretty much untouched here.
Yeah, Hexo feeling himself there with those dash dances, just trying to keep himself in the game. Volts there with a big flip. We see Hexo trying to flip it as well. Guichibu with a GC down stick, but Hexo gets a low downer. Guichibu saves him again. Volts, what are we cooking off stage versus Scythe and Katars? I will never understand. This is your winner side, life on the line, and we go that deep off stage. He couldn't get the KO in game 2. He couldn't get it in game number 3, and now the red team run away. Volts getting sent off stage once again. The ground pound from Hexo. Big Nair, big ground pound from Volts to get back in this game. GC and Sig, we're getting some control back, but that was ridiculous.
Guichibu deserved every bit of that.
Absolutely.
Like, he was like, oh, it worked for you, let me try. And he was off stage fishing for those neutral 6. He got punished big for it, though, but they're still in a pretty comfortable spot. The stocks are all tied up. The damage differential, though, Clem is 168 damage. He is well into knockout range. That recovery was not quite high enough, did not have enough force, but Guichibu is going to look to follow it up. That is going to get it done, and that is going to put Clem on his final. Now we have a 2v1 opportunity for red team here. Little friendly fire, breaking up their own team combo.
Okay, Volts gets the activation that he needed on that Rocket Lance. We see so much damage there as he hits both red team members with a big string. GC Ensig from Guichibu very high up there. Clem isolating the 1v1 for his teammate, but it ends up being Guichibu who comes out on top with the Ensig, and both the blue team members now on their last stock here, looking to hold on any way they can to get the down air there. If Guichibu gets a down light, it could be a 0 to KO, so it's good that it interrupts. Volts, big read there, but immediately gets punished by the red team. They do not fall for those tricks.
Okay, Clem bringing things back down the stage, but Guichibu with a great ground pound weapon throw is going to hit Clem. Hexo there to clean it up. That is so clean. They're literally sharing one brain, PJ.
Yeah, this team absolutely synergized as much as they can. Be unarmed and scythe combination there with a GC Enlight and an attempt to continue with the down air. We see the Ensig is the final hit that takes it, and Guichibu and Hexo move on with a 3-0. That looked quite difficult as only 101 damage on the slide of Clem on that game. That was really, really tough.
Taking a look at the post stats, and I actually like the usage of the entire kit. Both Hexo and Guichibu, I mean, they did have their weapons they favored a little bit more, but they were definitely using the entire kit. Looks like we had the Scythe on Hexo about 42% of the time with 258 damage. Compare that to 37% equipped on Blasters with 129 damage. So definitely using that entirety of the Knicks kit, and that was a very decisive win for them. Clem and Volst could not really get any momentum going at all. Their best shot was really in that second game. Was about as close as things got during that, but that was so much aggression and so much control, especially there towards the end from Hexo and Guichibu.
Yeah, absolutely. And a team that we couldn't include in our top 3 of predictions, but has consistently placed into the top 8 of things here in North America. I expect to see them in top 8 for sure. And, you know, no matter what, watching their matches is always going to be exciting, whether it's going to be them steamrolling with a 3-0 or, you know, a complete train wreck. We'll have to see with a team comp like that.
You really never know.
You don't know. It's literally like, it's a roll of the dice.
Know.
Like, you really don't know what's going to come from this red team. But it was really, really cool to see that. Hexo and Guichabu. Welcome to North America, ladies and gentlemen. We got Queen Nai, we got Nyx.
It's getting better. Things are getting better.
Yeah, things are getting better.
This has been a roller coaster of a season, man. Things are getting better. Great representation of these legends, seeing things come in. There wasn't a single Taros in our first block. Our first set. That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're going to keep things moving. You see it right there on the bottom of the screen. We got Rise and Soul going up against Sweaty Meat and Aquatic.
Yeah, I know you missed the Taros. You know, you just brought up that we didn't get to see one. We got 2 Axe players here. We got Sweaty Meat locked in on the Roman Reigns and the Stat 2, as well as Soul having the Ogrim. We got Kaya Ogrim, we got Wushong, and Taros. Team comps that are definitely more anticipated for sure in North America. But, I mean, it could be very exciting to see kind of their take on it. But a lot of times it comes down to very set roles, I think, right now, which is really cool. But I really like to see the teams that are also trying to mix it up a little bit. Maybe you got the Kaya on the point, you got a support or Ogrim. Maybe you got like something crazy going on. Maybe you just put a new color on or do something for us that's different. And that gets us excited here for sure. And I'm sure they're going to put on a great show here. I expect to see a very close set.
Yes, I do as well.
In comparison to what we just watched.
Yeah, I think this one is going to be a little closer for sure. It seems the PRs are definitely a little more on par. But we will not know. This is Brawlhalla, and this is Brawlhalla 2v2s. So when we say literally anything can happen, we truly do mean anything can happen.
Yep.
So we really won't know till we can get a look at this game or one and see how these teams are looking. But we did see Rise and Soul. This had a 3-1 victory over seed 27. And Aquatic and Sweaty Meat just had a 3-2 victory over seed 22.
Cool. So it should be kind of somewhat scheduled programming here as we get into the top 32 of things. We got Aquatic, who's going to be banning out those stages. As we got the Kaya Taros, we got the Ogrim Kaya. What we kind of expected here. And this is going to be kind of a beginning, a tasting, an appetizer for what we're going to be seeing later on in the bracket as well. But Ogrim in North America is something we don't get to see a lot. I'll be here to say it. I get kind of excited for an Ogrim, kind of mix it up a little bit, especially with the Axe Legends being very set on the Taros. I know you give me that look every time.
I told you yesterday, I'm going to tell you today.
Like
that is a crazy statement.
We get into game number 1 here on Demon Island. I'm going to move past that as I continue to be the #1 Ogrim fan maybe on the casting desk. We got the nair there from Rise. Rise starting off really, really well on the spear. You like to see that for sure. Taking as much space as he can so his teammate can be comfortable on the ground. Red team looking to stop any sort of control though as they get a big string there. Double end light sent off stage. Both of the red team members. Propeller, the big down stick there. The Vortex comes out.
Trying to put in the washing machine and could not get a home. Arise being sent out. Soul's going to go ahead and stop his force and bring him back over. Now, both of them looking for weapons. Soul's going to go ahead and pick up the axe. Rise, little recovery team damage. They were going to catch a Sair from the bow. Rise in trouble. Where you going? There's no options except a knockout. And that is going to be a very clean stock for Aquatic and Sweaty Meat starting off game #1, PJ.
Scary there too as Rise, gets KO'd. It takes a while for him to actually get KO'd. It sets his teammate up in a bad spot. But the blue team getting a semblance of control there. Nice little sidelight into the immediate end sig. It's good to go for those big reads early on in the set when you can definitely get away with them. Soul getting the big sidelight there. Jumps over with the down air, sends Sweaty Meat back into the stage. The end light sends away. Gets his teammate in the process though. And we got some very big scrambles center stage. Both the red team and blue team members take a 1v1. Rise getting sent low. The side air flies in onto Soul. A sidelight from Rise puts Aquatic now back on the side of the stage. And it's complete chaos in Demon Island right now. They're trading positions a lot.
Yeah, chaos is definitely a very good word. This is actually kind of hard to follow. His Aquatic is being Saired over to the left side of the stage. Sweaty Meat with no weapon to be found. There's the drop. What does he have? He had the Axe Prime. Laying down the down sig, and nobody is going to fall for it. Little team damage again from Soul and Rise. We're going to have to take a look at that stat at the end of this, see what those team damage numbers are. Okay, Soul, they have stage control here. Weapon throw out. He's left with nothing. Sweaty Meat in the middle with the hammer. Get caught with the D-Light into recovery. It was enough to send him to the top of Demon Island.
Rise and Soul looking very, very confident here to hold on to this lead. It's a spike one, though, because Taros can come in with a down sig like that and easily close out of stock. The weapon toss coming out. Aquatic with a big downlight into side air is going to be able to isolate that 2v1 onto Rise as well. as they put everybody back onto last stock here. Very close game is what we predicted and what we see in game number 1. Blue team, though, with a lot of stage control there. I like that nair to downer onto the bow. Aquatic fights right back, though, as we see a big ground pound off the end light from Sweaty Meat. Sweaty Meat juggling with the grapple hammer, and it's looking really, really good for the red team, but the blue team fight right back to the stage. A big recovery onto Rise, though. Rise getting hit by the weapon toss. It's scary.
That could have been bad for Rise. He slid out there. Not something you really normally want to do against a hammer. All right, the Sayer from Sweaty Meat's going to send Rise all the way off to the left side. Caught him with the neutral sig, and that's going to be very, very problematic for Rise right now, especially when you get pogoed on the top of the dome. Back up on stage, though. No weapon to be found. Ooh, hit him with the breakdance. And going to confirm that last stock on Aquatic. It is all up to Sweaty Meat in this 2v1 if he wants to get game number 1 for him and his team.
You know, we've seen this movie before. It showed many times in our hometown. It's easy for Ateros to 2v1. All he needs to do is take that first stock, looking for the nair there. Gets it. It doesn't KO, though. That's a big opportunity. And what a bait from Sweaty Meat.
No.
D-Light into nothing, but it doesn't matter because Rise, GC, D-Light into recovery, unarmed, is able to close out that game and clinch it for the blue team. That was such a smart bait. Hits the D-Light, baits that he's going to go for a side air, doesn't go for the side air, and then Rise actually KOs his own teammate in the process. Really, really, really smart stuff, but it doesn't work out. I don't know if it was a team KO or if Sweaty was able to get a nair there. I'm not too sure. I don't remember, but it was really close. We'll see it here. D-Light into nothing. It was a team KO, and then he gets a nair to trade it out. But man, if he hits that side air, he wins the game. That was so close.
Yeah, that was definitely a gamble. I do want to take a look as we get in here. These team damage numbers: Soul 64 team damage against his teammate, Rise 26, and pretty much the same thing over on Sweaty Meat's team as well, with Aquatic with 78 team damage against his teammate.
Wow. That team damage stat, so important, especially early on in the bracket where teams aren't as experienced or as tenured as the other ones in the top seed. You see how much that team damage can play into effect here. See the down air onto Rise, the end light from Sweaty Meat there, but both blue and red team members getting caught in a cross-team combo. Recovery comes in there. Aquatic with the end light there, D-Light and to end light onto Rise. The damage build really, really great for the red team, but they're forced to put themselves in the corner, and it doesn't work out. Rise is able to fight them back in that corner. The D-Light and the down 6 come out, but Soul swings right back in with that side air and a KO's first KO going over to the blue team with a GC breakdance, double KO to the side of Soul.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see these other two stocks fall off pretty quickly as well. Kind of a deja vu between game number 1, really, as we were keeping things super close, super tight here. Okay, Soul gonna go ahead and work his way back over the right. Aquatic gets underneath him with the recovery. Can he hit him again? No, the neutral sig is gonna go ahead and whiff, but that recovery is gonna be enough. That's gonna be the stock off of Soul. Now Rise, 2v1 situation. Red team not able to get things together enough to set up a 2v1 combo.
They set up a big juggle onto Aquatic, and with
hell.
the assistance of his own teammate, the GC NSIG takes it off the top in another 2v1 combo, and the red team have cracked through the code of the blue team as they now have a stock lead. The D6 comes out, but gets interrupted by Soul. What an unfortunate drop there.
He hit that so high in the air, bro.
It was crazy.
That was
Off of
the
his own
gravity
teammate's
cancel of all
recovery.
gravity cancels. Side light, okay, D-Light, go ahead and connect. Sweaty whiffing on the side, caught Rise in that one.
Hey, landing side air there with the weapon toss as well. GC D-Light into the nair is able to confirm that stock, and now both the blue team members with a very catastrophic team assisted
Catastrophic
KO.
is crazy.
That's a big down connection, though. The blue team happy to figure out a way to close out those stocks quickly. Side air into weapon toss. No weapon toss. Rise looking for that edge guard, but instead Aquatic waits to pick up the weapon because he was stuck between both blue team members. He didn't want to get hit by a team combo there. Very smart.
All right, Sweaty now back on the axe. Side light from the bow is going to send it back off his pointer. Okay, there we go. Weapon throw up. Aquatic trying to get back up on stage. He gets caught with the D-Sig. That Sayer is going to end the spell the end of the second stock for Sweaty. Now Aquatic, he needs to stay conscious. Oof. Okay, sweat beads out from Sweaty.
No. Did he touch? Yeah, he did touch. He gets the recovery back onto the wall. The blue team, though, with all of the stage control, they could want the side air on their own teammate into the opponent's propeller downwards, and that's the down stick to almost KO from off the top. Soul and Rise in a great position here to close out this game.
They certainly are, and that'll put them up a 2-0 if they can get it done here. Rise holding on to that stock, only 84 damage. He is super, super healthy, but now it is a 2v1 against a Sweaty here. Weapon throws out, they both whiffed. Soul gonna hold his ground. We see the down stick come out. Sweaty saw it coming, but that is not gonna be survivable as Rise is gonna go ahead and confirm that final stock. 597 damage coming off of that bow, and that is gonna put them up 2-0.
Absolutely, and that's crazy they were able to win after that very unfortunate forfeit of a stock, I mean, to an extent there. I think we'll see it here in this clip. Yeah, we will. You see the chase dodge up, and your own teammate sets up. That's so unfortunate. And that's a very common thing on the support Kaya. You try to like interrupt the opponent's team combos with Nair. It's a really good option because it sends everybody in opposite directions, especially if you get between two people. But there, it just ended up your teammate getting KO'd. But they still won the game, so it's no harm, no foul. They're going to be moving with stride into game number 3 here on Demon Island. No soft platforms to be seen. And if we're seeing more of what we saw in the last, this should be a quick 3-0 for Ryzen, so they are very dominant here.
They are, and it's getting better as the set goes on for them. And we see, big damn, the ground pound is good! And now the 2v1 opportunity against Sweaty Meat. There's no way he survives this. There's no way. They miss recovery. Oh my god, he has his feet back on the stage, and Rise SDs, I give up. I literally give up.
Maybe a caster's curse there from slow motion. You keep saying no way he survives, and then you find a very unfortunate, very early SD onto the side of Rise. Once again, makes a very early tactical blunder. Slide charge and sick from across the stage, and the propeller hits her own teammate, but it's okay. It finds the KO anyway. The 2v1 combo into the down sick. We don't get the GCD light though, which would have confirmed into a recovery off the top. The ground pound's looking so good so far. D-Light and Decider on the side of Rise, and the recovery there. Soul having to get back to the stage. This is complete pandemonium here. Soul still on his first stock, loses it there, and the red team having a very slight stock advantage. Looking for that edge guard under Rise though. Sweaty Meat gets very aggressive off stage unarmed. Yeah, they were trying to put some damage on him when they had the 2v1 opportunity. Because Rise is the wild card here on blue team. He needs to stay alive here. 70 damage on that stock. Go ahead and make that 96, but the Sayer is going to connect. Weapon throw to the head. Okay. The D-Light connects. Sayer is good. Can he get a pogo? Can he get anything? I think he followed up a Sayer on aquatic, actually. I think he got a little more force. That ground pound is going to get the job done. And we're seeing a bit of a rally here from a blue team as Rise is tanking out this last stock and getting some really good damage off of it. And we see Sweaty Meat just fall down there, trying to give him teammate a little bit of space there, landing right back down, picking up a weapon with the axe online. The side air does find its mark onto Rise. Rise having to play so smart, because as much as it's great your teammate has an extra stock, if you get KO'd, that 2v1 becomes close to impossible. Rise, where are we going? He makes it back to the wall, tries to flip it with the side of there. Aquatic getting a recovery onto his teammate. Soul needs to start creating some space for his teammate right now, because it will look really bad really fast if it's a 2v1.
Yeah, he needs to keep Rise conscious, and he needs, that's really top priority. Rise though, coming out with the bow, trying to make something shake loose here. The weapon throw down. He's gonna retreat to the other side of the stage. He does get their Sweaty Meat. He was there for the edge guard, but swat back over to try and get the 2v1 on Soul.
And now the weapon star, as both blue team members do not have a weapon right there. Sorry, a Nair there, unarmed. The Sider does knock Aquatic away very briefly. The unarmed sidelight sends him away as well. The 2v1 onto Sweaty Meat, the Nair into the Sider. The Sider doesn't connect. Downstick on his own teammate, the Sider as well. Somehow everybody survives. No, I said it too soon. Bryn's able to get the recovery off the top onto Soul, but Soul having one extra stock, but now the 2v1 happens, and okay, this is, you know.
This is actually really doable.
This is very doable. This is not impossible. This would not be the biggest comeback ever, but it would still be a big one for sure.
A little red team damage there off the side of the stage. Soul though reaching with the Nair, can't find anything, comes down, tries to get the fadeaway dare, coming back down the stage. Sweaty Meat gonna step up unarmed. What has he got?
Crazy.
Nothing. The movement is absolutely insane off this Olgrim right now. The fadeaway Sayer misses.
No.
He threw the neutral sig out, and there was not a very big punish off of that, but it could have been nasty. Weapon throw out. Okay, now we have Sweaty Meat completely unarmed. Soul, D-Sig. Oh, the top 45 did not have enough force.
A side air KOs both of the red team members. They know that. They need to avoid that, but here's the big team combo. Can you find the extension into the Fool? The GC NSIG. It doesn't KO off the top. Soul with the weapon toss, getting one more chance at life. Unarmed side air.
He's got to knock one of them out, and he's got to do it right now.
Oh, D-Light recovery.
He almost let him knock themselves out. Can he get a recovery on Sweaty? No, he comes back down. He's looking for that weapon, but he's having a hard time finding one. This looked very doable for him at the beginning of this. That Sayer makes it so much better. Weapon throw out.
Toss. Is it enough GCD light? Into the ground pound! He doesn't even go for the ground pound. Soul clutches the 2v1 and takes the set, moving 3-0 forward, taking the win out of the red team sails. Oh my goodness.
Can I see that final stock today? I looked away because I jumped. Like, did that knock off the top 45?
It did.
Wow.
That was, I don't even know what, that's like the darkest red that maybe anyone's ever been in on stream, and it's able to KO from under the stage.
There's no way that knocked out. As soon as he didn't go for the ground pound, I was like, why? What are you accomplishing here? But somehow, some way, it did have enough force. We're going to take a look at it here. The weapon throw is going to come out. He's going to force his way back down here. We're going to see the D-Light come out, and oh my goodness, send them up, and away. I cannot believe that knocked out, bro.
I think it was smart to not go for ground pound there because he was worried that it kind of sent him into the stage up and diagonal, and there's not enough horizontal on the ground pound. So he went for the nair there, which, I mean, I guess it KO'd. I'm pretty surprised that worked out that perfectly well, and he was able to clutch that 2v1. And I was saying it, like, it's not impossible for an Ogrim here, especially on two weapons that have literal stray hits that are very hard to whiff punish if you're not completely on top of it, that KO outright. It worked out really well. They take it.
I do want to point out, Soul was the MVP that game. We saw Rise. He got down on his final stock there super early, but 719 damage coming off of that Ogrim. That is how you win games right there. Congratulations to Soul and Rise, a very, very good 3-0 victory against Sweaty Meat and Aquatic, and they are going to be moving forward in a Summer Championship.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we're going to be moving forward into the bracket here. But before we get to our next set in Zen Hideaway and Hybrid Seabass, we got to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. The coverage of Summer Championship North America will continue after the break. See you soon.
Hey, my name's Flambo. You're watching Brawlhalla Esports.
Man, we are eating good on Wednesday, PJ.
Oh,
we are eating good. Ascended Wu Shang, I am so excited. He looks so good. Wednesday is going to be an amazing day. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. But you know what else is good? Not Championship Sunday. This is Summer Championship. That's what it is.
On Sunday,
I know how
North
to use
America.
words. I do this from time to time. We've seen two amazing sets. They were pretty decisive. I thought maybe that last one, Sweaty Meat and Aquatic, were going to have maybe a shining moment there, but couldn't quite wrap up and get one on the scoreboard. But we are going to be moving forward. We took a look at the teams before we went to break, but my brain does not remember. Who do we have coming up?
We have, I think it was Seabass's team versus Zen Hideaway.
Yes,
Seabass,
absolutely.
Access.
Hybrid and Access, which is Seabass.
Is it?
Yeah, Access to Seabass.
Oh, okay, cool.
And then Zen and Hideaway, of course, we took a few minutes and talked about them during our pre-show. We had quite a few of us had them on our predictions, but they are going to be going up against seed number 9, which is Hybrid and Access.
Going to be a very exciting one to watch for sure. I'm a big fan of Access personally. It's going to be really, really fun. So it's okay. It's going to be Seabass. So Hybrid and Seabass versus Zen and Hideaway. Should be a good matchup here. I believe it's going to be, I was going to say it's going to be close, but it should be, right? Like what it should happen is Zen and Hideaway completely steamroll. This is PR number 1, PR number 2, seed number 1 of the bracket. This is going to be the best players in North American 2s right now, according to the stat tool. They got 3rd place at LAN. They've been doing really, really well. They haven't made it outside of a top 3, I believe. I believe they have a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd. So this is going to be a very, very strong team. We're going to see how Seabass is going to compete here with a Hybrid as well, I believe. So it should be a good matchup, I think.
It should. Zen, I mean, you got to be nervous being Hybrid and Seabass. This is the best team in the bracket today. And especially Zen is just, he's so scary to me in 2s because he is, pardon me, he is through and through a 2s player.
Yeah.
He does not care about 1s. He just doesn't care. He does play a tournament every now and then, but he is through and through a 2s player. He is in his element. We're going to start it on a Demon Island, Hybrid Seabass, Hideaway Zen. Can we get an upset from seed 11?
There is a long-standing tradition in sports. Any given Sunday, any given team can beat any given team. So it's possible that this could be it for Seabass and Hybrid, but sometimes you'll need a miracle, and I feel like if you're going to cash one in, it's going to be right now. Zen and Hideaway starting off here on the Ogrim and the
weapon
Kaya.
throw
We
out.
don't see the Taros this time. We like the Rocket Lance right now. Nice side air, catching Seabass after hitting a down air onto Zen. Zen, even with Sweat Beats fighting back with the Pogos. We get Hideaway taking control of this match right now. With this axe, the recovery comes high, hits his own teammate, but he's happy to split up the red team once again. Zen playing very well on this Kaya right now, Spear.
Yeah, you already see the rolls coming. Oh, what a knockout. That's actually really good for red team. But you see the rolls already coming out. Hideaway and Zen, you know, when red team is off stage, they're playing the edge, they're playing stacked, and they're going immediately into the position. They are playing 2v2 mindset here. Zen has the bow in hand, gonna catch the neutral light and the Sair coast to coast on Hybrid. Okay, that's gonna send him up. Top 45 is gonna confirm. That's gonna confirm as well. We are all tied up on stocks.
Yeah, quite surprising. The red team was able to take off the first stocks there from the blue team, but the blue team equalized quite quickly here, and with very similar team comps, the biggest difference being the Kaya, which we're seeing play very, very well here, following up as much as possible. I've never seen that, the ground pound, catching both opponents, and then Hideaway following up with the Rocket Lance, maybe seeing that in the cards for a potential setup. You see Zen, as soon as Hideaway gets a sidelight, he starts double jumping high, and he's trying to send people right back down into the Rocket Lance. Really, really smart play from the blue team, racking on so much damage. That recovery already disarming Seabass. Hybrid unable to make it back to the stage, all off the back of some very tricky neutral pickups from Zen's Kaya on the bow. That was really unique.
You know, it's kind of interesting watching a team just get warmed up in real time.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Seabass and Hybrid were able to come out and get a pretty good lead carved out for themselves, and blue team just set up in their chairs, and we've seen that lead just get completely dissolved. Zen with the D-Light off stage, staying out of the way of the ground pound off the Lance. Search up in the air, looking for a good opportunity. Hybrid gonna catch everybody in that dare. Come back out, axe in hand, dare against Hideaway. But Hybrid being sent down, weapon thrown to the face. Can he get back up? He does, and he punishes Zen for it, sitting him on his final stock. But Hybrid and Seabass are very, very damaged and very, very close to being knocked out.
Love that from Seabass. Goes for the N6, tries to catch Hideaway falling asleep on the Rocket Lance there, but we see that KO off the top. And the side air from Hideaway, and Zen and Hideaway looking very, very solid. The best team in North America, showing why they are that exactly. I mean, it looked close for a moment, and then it just wasn't close, which is crazy.
Right, like I said, we literally watched them in the first half of that game just like get warmed up, and then they set up on their chair, and then they just shut it down. No, Seabass and Hybrid, I think everybody can conclude that they definitely have the work cut out for them in the rest of the set. I would really like to see them get on the scoreboard here and have us tied up going into game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be a tall task for sure, and I feel like matches like that are very, very difficult to analyze as the team that lost, because it wasn't like a complete wash, but it was still kind of a wash, so it's like some good things were good. What do we keep? What do we replace? Sometimes it's easier to get three stocked and be like, okay, nothing worked, let's completely change it up, but some things did work for the red team. We'll see what they're able to pick apart from their own game plan on the fly, as they didn't even take much of a break getting into this game number 2. We're on Small Fortunes of Lions, and the red team starting off with a little bit of team damage there, but the blue team have so much synergy, so much follow-up. It's so difficult to keep up with the pace of the damage, and that sider will find the first KO on the side of Hideaway, closing it out on Seabass.
I do kind of wonder, though, you know, things were going right as, you know, we see this neutral gameplay break out here. Things are going right, but what happens if you take away the 2 early stocks that they got? I mean, where do we end up in the... Oh, big knockout off the top. Hybrid going to his second stock, but where are we if they didn't get those 2 opening stocks?
Exactly. Down air there from Hideaway, gets a D-Light onto Hybrid there as Seabass. Definitely struggling to get the activation he wants on this hammer. Nice juggle save from Hybrid there. Tries to find a recovery on the Hideaway N-Light into GC N-Light, but DI this time. You can directionally influence when you get hit by the same move 2 times in this game. And we see 2 Axe N-Light sending upwards, get DI.
Okay. Seabass, big whiff on the light attack, coming back down the stage. See the axe, he's keeping his distance, trying to be very careful, trying to get everything he can. He's at 198 damage on his second stock. That's gonna finish it right there. Hideaway, quick cleanup, but that is gonna spell the end for Zen's first stock. Also, Hideaway, 226 damage. Great tank job on this opening stock.
Yeah, absolutely. And
oh, what an interruption from Zen, bro.
Hideaway somehow holding on, and although you find the KO onto Hideaway, that's still his first stock, and Zen, he's able to get some extra damage there to punish you for it. The D-Light comes in there, gets the big down tick, covers the cross through, as Hybrid has been resulting to a lot of dashes to try to get that movement going. The big ground pound there gets immediately punished by recovery. The N-Sig with the slide charge into GC side sig shows Seabass that Hideaway is very on top of his own teammates' actions there. Nice recovery from Zen to save his teammate. Landing sider, down tick from Seabass, nice damage build, but hits his own teammate. The blue team kind of fumbling a little little bit here, though, but Zen is going crazy, even in the 2v1, wants that edge guard.
Yeah, Zen is looking really, really well. Only has 100 damage on his second stock. And we see Hideaway kind of playing the aerial route here. Nice dare to bring everybody back on stage. Zen sending everybody up in the air. Could not catch a Sayer on the way down, but that down air is going to connect. Weapon throw, stop the momentum off of Seabass. Okay, Zen going to catch a landing. Oh, threw that neutral sig up, and Seabass is ready for it.
Side light there from Hideaway. Zen gets a downer. Hideaway with a GC down sig, trying to catch the cross through, but instead it's Zen who finds two perfect targets there, the down air and the ground pound, to close out that game on the left side of Small Fortress of Lions. Looking very, very confident here. 2 quick games, 2 quick 2 stocks for the blue team. Looked really, really good.
Yeah, man, what a position Hybrid and Seabass have found themselves in. We are down 0-2 against the #1 seeded team in North America, and now you are in a position where you need 3 wins in a row to stay on the winner's side.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a task.
Is it impossible? No, technically not. Any given Sunday, anything can happen. You definitely never want to give up. You know, you want to play it out. Anything is possible. But, you know, do you believe in miracles, slow motion? Because you're going to need to if you're looking for Hybrid and Seabass looking to reverse 3-0, the #1 seed of this bracket. We'll see it here now. As Seabass swaps over to the Tesca here off of the Taros pick.
Something needed to change. That's for sure. But see if these boots and these gauntlets are going to mix things up a little bit. See how it pairs with that Algrim. We've seen it work out for many, many teams this weekend, the Tesca Algrim pick. Oh, but now blue team sitting red team all the way down. Hybrid might have a route to get back up. He nares his teammate. He gets punished for it anyway, though. Seabass back up on stage, has the boots on his feet, going to catch a neutral light there, but also sit out. And we see an SD off a Hideaway. Stocks are just falling apart.
Absolutely, but that was really unfortunate. Hideaway, he confirms the stock with the side air, but didn't have any more resources, so he couldn't jump side air the other direction. I think maybe he was trying to jump or dodge, but didn't have it. Weird interaction there, but that's exactly what you need if you're the red team here trying to get back in this game. But Hideaway completely piecing up Seabass there with the axe. Look at that axe, looks like a string weapon, reading the dodges, getting the big hit. Seabass gets a KO onto Zendo, so it's not necessarily over yet. It's as close as it's going to be here.
Yeah. I do like the fact though that it seems at least the Tesca is mixing things up enough that they are keeping things pretty even. This is as close as they have been, except for that lead they had at the beginning of game #1. This is as tight as it's been this entire set. Seeing Hideaway with no weapon in his hand get sent all the way up to the top of the blast zone. He's able to come back down. He's desperately trying to get to that weapon drop, and he has the lance. See if he's going to be able to take somebody for a ride. The D-Light is going to whiff. Hybrid's going to take the route up, stay out of the way, but he's going to get caught with the weapon throw, stops his momentum. Caught him on the soft platform. Zen going to target in. No, Seabass going to get his feet on him, put a little damage up against Zen.
Hybrid able to touch with that very deep down air there, and the blue team scrambling over to Seabass, trying to get that damage built up on his last stock there. And Hybrid is holding on to the stock very, very well. The blue team almost falling in the trap of trying to KO that Olgrim, but that sider will close out, and Hideaway won't lose his stock this time for hitting that one. They look for that 2v1 onto Seabass. Nice reversal there with that sider, and the Endlight's able to close it out into a last stock situation. The closest this game has been. This is potential for the red team to definitely come back in this set. They have to win this one, though.
Do you believe in miracles, PJ?
Most of the time, no. I've been heartbroken too many times to believe in those.
But so far, whatever the change has been, I want to go ahead and credit it to this Tesca swap, but they are definitely keeping things very interesting in game #3. We're seeing another team combo, the team synergy come out from Zen a little bit, but red team got their hands all over it, but Seabass falls for it, no PJ!
Another heartbreaker moment there for the red team as they tried their best to come back in this game, but Hideaway puts the exclamation point with that very unnecessary edge guard, the ground pound, showing the dominance as they waltz their way into a very easy top 8 placement. Oh my goodness.
So as we're taking a look at these replays, you know, you think of like sports like baseball, and they have errors in the game.
Yeah.
How many errors you think we saw in game number 3 there?
We have a stat called accidents, and it looks like, well, okay, never mind. The accidents don't matter. I guess that's only when you like fall off the stage, but yeah, that was a very, very error-heavy game, as we like to say. The flags are flying.
The flags are flying, absolutely. But the predictions are true. We called it. I think everybody at home called it. Zen Hideaway 3-0 against Hybrid and Seabass. But Seabass, especially as you guys make your way down the elimination side, don't give up on that Tesca. It looked so good in game #3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough, right?
I hate to say that he only did 260 damage, but I feel like he did a lot more. I feel like he did a lot more with that Tesca.
It's this weird spot where it's like, okay, you lost in like a pretty bad way, but it's like I lost to the best team. It's like,
right.
like you have to take that momentum. You got to take it from what it is. Like, all right, motivation. We see what we can be. We see what we can do. We're going to take that set. We're going to move forward here in the elimination side of things. And you'll definitely want to keep watching out for them. Shout out Seabass. Shout out West Coast. He's from my region. We took the same flight to midseason. So shout out to him. He's one of the homies for sure. So hopefully he's able to do it.
Heck yeah. Taking a look, you guys see they're coming up next at the bottom of the screen, and this is going to be a good one. You know, we saw Hexo and Guccibo earlier. They were so favored in that set, but now they are going up against Marky Moo and Future Bubble.
This is happening so early, it feels like. I feel like this is a team comp that we see, or at least a matchup of two teams that we see in the top 8, like for 5th place or something. So this is quite interesting. It's happening before top 8.
We see both these teams, everybody on the board right now has a 1 podium finish to their name in 2v2s, and they are all bronze medals. Both these teams fighting for a gold or silver today, trying to get another podium. And honestly, especially the way that I just saw Hexo play in that set a little bit ago, this could literally go either way.
Yeah, I think so. This is two teams that, like, I think are some of my favorites to watch for sure. So I'm not really sure who I'm rooting for to take this one, but you know, by the numbers, Marky Moo and Future Bubble have slightly better placements overall, especially with their land placement at BCX, making it into Final Sunday in the 2v2 side of things, getting a top 4 placement. On the other side, you got Hexo and Guichibu, who consistently do very well, but haven't really like broken into the upper echelon where they're being considered with the likes of Zen and Hideaway and Experience and Fakey and Radish and Balloon Boy. Maybe a very interesting moment in the bracket where we'll see what of those dark horse teams, if you will be able to move forward here in the winner side of things. I believe this is a top 8 qualifier, so the winner of this will be moving into another top 8. The other team will have to fight through elimination side, which is not a fun place to be right now. There's a lot of really, really great players down there.
Absolutely. Just taking a look at the bracket here, man. Oh, okay. I'm kind of just looking at the runs of some of the people. Of course, we have matches going on over on the side stream. I like to stay caught up and in the know. But of course, like we said, Hexo and Guccibu, Marky Moo and Future Bubble. I had Marky Moo and Future Bubble coming in 3rd today. I do believe in the power of friendship, and I know PJ loves the story. I love it too. So happy to see them doing well today. We just need to get all the players in here so we can get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is always an interesting dynamic for sure, because you see Balloon Boy, you see Marky Moo and Future Bubble.
That was my
fault.
And
you're like, okay, well, Future Bubble, like, you know, oh, everyone's like, oh yeah, Marky Moo's just carrying Future Bubble, right? And like, as a player that is getting carried in 2s a lot, it doesn't feel good to be getting carried. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want the public perception to be like, yo, you're getting carried by your teammate. But in reality, Future Bubble like plays a really, really solid Kaya, and in a lot of games is carrying Marky Moo, the MVP in a lot of situations there as well. So no matter how much it's easy to say, okay, Marky Moo's like one of the best players in 1s. He's like the king right now. He won the most recent Royale. He does really, really well at LAN in the 1 space. It's all the Marky Moo show, but you really have to watch in on Future Bubble, and I think a lot of teams can fall in that trap as well, where they're constantly thinking, okay, we're gonna go hunt after Marky Moo. Future Bubble's really not that big of a deal. Then Future Bubble drops 700 damage on Kaya, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, this is a real player too.
Exactly. I mean, it called me crazy. That might be a hot take, but I talked about it a little bit on the pre-show. I mean, Marky Moo is known for 1s. He's amazing, but I really think in this comp, in this team, I really think Future Bubble is a stronger 2s player, and Marky Moo is learning from him and keeping up and progressing with him. But as long as this team stays together, I do not feel that they are going to plateau anytime soon. Yeah. They are going to continue to improve. But the stage has been set. Everyone has arrived, and it is time to get in here. And of course, we're going to have some picks with Guichibu and Hexo on the Queen Knight and the Nyx, but we're going to see an Onyx take the stage with Marky Moo and Future Bubble on that Kaya sitting in attack stance.
Yeah, attack stance, quite interesting. I believe you lose some dexterity there, which a lot of people don't really appreciate as a stat, but it can help in some things. We'll see here, though, as we go to Suzaku Castle. And once again, welcome to North America. We got Queen Knight, we got Nyx, we got some gauntlets. Once again, very NA team comp on the side of the red team, but the blue team will do their best at their very unique team comp here.
Yes. I'm very interested to see how the download goes for both these teams here, and getting everyone a little friendly fire there with Future Bubble and Marky Moo, but it is going to go ahead and confirm the stock off of Hexo nonetheless. Guichibu working that outside right edge, trying to get back up on stage. We see the recoveries coming out, comes down with a kind of a dropping nair on Future Bubble. See if he's trying to fish out that guitar string, can't find it. Future Bubble with a neutral sig in his face, weapon throw to the back. Can they get a 2v1 over here on the side? Guichibu with a neutral sig is going to catch Future Bubble with it again. He's fishing for it. Oh, you saw him? He got it too. Yeah. That is going to go ahead and confirm on Future Bubble is Marky Moo having the pressure put against him over on the right side. Recovery going to take him all the way to the top, and Guichi Moo getting one on Future Bubble as well.
Okay. See Marky Moo in Future Bubble. Marky Moo, I feel like Marky Moo goes on side quests in twos like off stage. Like he's just flying around the map with cannon. He really gets to be unlocked, and sometimes it leads Future Bubble to be in a bad spot. Guichi Moo forfeiting his stock there. Marky Moo actually has enough time to respawn and then save his teammate. I think Future Bubble would have made it back anyway, but we equalize the stock counts there. Marky Moo going for Guichi Moo here as Guichi Moo has yet to pick up a weapon. He picks up the guitars, immediately fights back onto Marky Moo with that side light, and then Ensig comes out. Nice whip punish from Marky Moo, but Guichi Moo rides the momentum and finds the KO onto Future Bubble. And the blue team, after a very early stock off of Hexo, now sees the lead in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we talked about this a little bit before the game started. I kind of thought it might go this way, especially in game number 1. Hexo, somehow that recovery like halfway dropped. I'm not quite sure. It didn't knock out. That is unfortunate though. Guichi Moo hitting his teammate. Ground pound from Marky Moo is going to end that stock, sending Hexo on his final 1. Stock count is all evened up. I take it back. Guichi Moo has been knocked down his final 1, but Hexo putting big pressure on Marky Moo. No one able to go over there and pick up the edge guard though. Future Bubble sent out with the side sig. Hexo throwing him out, trying to get lucky and catch a member of the red team in it.
Good communication there. Marky was able to make it back and confirm himself. So Future Bubble, instead of going off stage and hitting his teammate, just looks to create some space so the edge guard can't continue. And the exhausted recovery from Marky Moo knocks Hexo out of here. Guichi Moo looking for a way to make this a 1v1 by taking that stock off of Future Bubble. The chase dodge high with the recovery, tries to go into the stage there, but Marky Moo finds the signature, the sweat beads as well, and Guichi Moo has no chance of making it back, and Marky Moo hitting his own teammate there, realizing they had it in the bag. That's a 1-0 lead to the side of Marky Moo and Future Bubble. That got real weird though in a lot of spots.
It did. I'm kind of trying to like analyze it in my brain, and that was just a lot of really strange interactions, a lot of really weird synergy.
It was a fiesta.
It was a cornucopia of Brawlhalla 2s, I think. But Marky Moo and Future Bubble are going to come out on top on that one. Hexo, unfortunately, only locking in 259 damage off of that Nyx in game number 1. That makes things pretty rough indeed. I do want to take a look. He was definitely favoring the Scythe a lot more than the Blasters. We had 68% equipage, 208 damage on the Scythe with only 15% on Blasters with 51 damage.
Man, it sucks because I feel like Hexo, the attention always goes to him, right? Like when the blue team doesn't get going, when Guichi Moo and Hexo don't win a game, the first thing is always like, yo, what is Hexo doing? Hexo's throwing. Hexo, it's not working. It's a gimmick. It's not real. Get off of Nyx. Play a real legend. Blasters aren't good, right? But then it's like, then Hexo comes out of the gate with a different type of game and gets 6 KOs and 600 damage and stock tanks for the blue team and completely carries. So it's difficult, right? I wonder, you know, I didn't get to ask them this, but I do have the question, like, how do you keep your mental when you're one of those players like Hexo that is constantly under the pressure of the spotlight where everyone's like, man, it's like, dude, they're good players. They make top 8 all the time. Hexo, Guichi Moo, this isn't a gimmick anymore.
No.
This isn't a team comp that's an accident. This is a team that is tried and true, and they're going to look to find a way to seize some sort of control in this set into this game number 2. Hopefully not on Suzaku Castle, because I feel like that was like a Marky Moo stage and a half. Like he just completely went off on the Onyx.
I agree.
We'll see for sure.
Marky Moo giving some of the rare cannon representation that we've seen this weekend. We did see a little amethyst or 2, I do believe. But obviously in game number 1, working out pretty well for him. See if they're going to be able to carry that momentum through a game number 2, or if Guichi Moo and Hexo are going to be able to put a stop to it here. So far, things are just kind of falling out neutral. Nothing really breaking loose for either one of these teams here.
Okay, Future Bubble looking to create some space for Marky Moo there. I mean, you know, honestly, if Future Bubble can just keep Marky Moo in a 1v1 as long as possible, it's definitely a good, you know, a winning strategy so far, because Marky Moo, of course, the best 1 player in North America right now. And we see that he isolates a 1v1, and that's Guichi Moo's stock completely gone. Future Bubble just keeping Hexo busy and leaves Marky Moo to his own devices, and that is not a safe place to be. Hexo getting mind-gamed by nothing. Where are we going, Hexo? The red team both hold on to the stock, and this team is falling apart at the wayside. The blue team need to come back in this game quickly.
I mean, I hate to be the one that said I said it, but Marky Moo is a once player. Do not allow him to separate you and get those 1v1s in, because he won't.
Look on the Hexo. Hexo, the weapon toss there as well. Marky Moo going for it all with the unarmed down
there. See it again. It was just a 1v1, and it was the Marky Moo show. You've got to play as a team. You cannot let him isolate your teammate, because it is going to turn out devastating for you every time. But we're looking at the stock count here, and things are even, because it's is chaos.
Yeah, Markimu just goes so far off stage sometimes, gets Future Bubble caught reaping what he sowed. Now the blue team looking to, I mean, this is a very tricky like weapon combination too. They got the guitars and blasters, and it's really unorthodox. They have to find their neutral openings very weirdly here, and the red team could just find a D-Light into a KO outright. The strength of a team comp that is very consistent comparatively to the Queen Nai and the Nyx pick.
Okay, Guichibu getting tossed over. He's still got that second stock. The red team's in a fantastic position. They're definitely looking for that extra credit, though. Okay, Markimu gonna find his way back over. Guichibu dropped low for that Sair and got punished so badly for it. You cannot give this red team an inch because they will punish it. Guichibu reached up with a neutral sig. Markimu saw it coming from a mile away. Goes over the side of the stage, stays out of the way of the neutral sig, and gets a little bit of a punish on Guichibu. Wait a second, this might turn into a big punishment. No, Guichibu slaps him off and gets back on the stage.
Hexo goes for a big extension off the top onto Future Bubble, but Future Bubble lives, then lands back down with a weapon toss, unarmed recovery, even tries to flip it there. D-Light into side air will send Markimu off stage, but that Onyx is quite a tanky legend. That recovery into the wall will give Markimu a little bit more time on this stock.
Bro, they've been on this stock for 20 minutes. Are you kidding me?
It's crazy.
These second stocks have lasted forever.
He taps it in with the weapon toss. He baits out all the options. GC down like ground pound. Guichibu trades out that stock there, but we leave a 1v1 with a 3 stock to 1, and Markimu is, let me handle this.
Yeah, Future Bubble immediately goes back. Markimu takes the lead, and we're going to see how that works out. This should be just a couple taps away. There it is. Bye-bye, exactly. Send him a packet out of here. And just like that, Markimu Future Bubble up a 2-0 against a very confused and lost blue team
here.
I'm
trying my best to pull for Hexo and Guichibu here. I want them to do well. I want them to prove the doubters wrong, but man, Future Bubble and Markimu are completely tearing through this team. And any opportunity for Markimu to go off stage, whether it's the cannon, whether it's the gauntlets, it's complete and utter death for the blue team. They cannot go off stage. It is not a safe place to be, and they have yet to seize control on Suzaku Castle, yet to seize control on Small Fortress of Lions, and we'll see the bands go through here as they are both struggling. We see Future Bubble doing a majority of the damage that game even. He's able to confirm stocks, able to continue damage, and isolate 1v1s from Markimu. No better way to win. I mean, if I got Markimu as my teammate, I'm just giving him ones as well.
That's the game plan. That's literally the game plan.
Just edge guard,
yes,
and it works.
Literally a game plan. We're going to lock in, though, no legend swaps, which does make a lot of sense from Guichibu and Hexo. They are pretty... they don't have variety, per se.
This is what they play.
They have their picks, and that is what they lock in on. Could this be the end of the winner side run for Hexo and Guichibu? We'll be sending some Goliaths down there to mix elimination up a little bit.
You know what they say, slow motion, you're one Demon Island counter pick away from winning BCX. So this is them doing it here. We go all the way to Demon Island, a stage that can be very scary, but they're going to look for it here as we go for a side sig onto Future Bubble. Future Bubble getting a big Togo. Markimu setting up a 1v1. Guichibu looking to edgeguard Markimu, but he makes it back with all those resources. Nice. D-Light into recovery does punish him, landing back on the stage, but Hexo sends Markimu off stage once again. Future Bubble jumps the side sig, and the red team and the blue team continue trading positioning on this left side. Markimu avoiding the downer, going for a downer of his own. Hexo looking to confirm the stock, but Future Bubble on the other side disarms Guichibu, and the red team come out on top of the damage equation. The trades go in the favor of the red team, and they look to run away with the first stocks here.
What is happening? They were literally playing musical chairs on the edge of the map, bro. But we see the stocks fall off. Hexo and Markimu were the first to go. Future Bubble sit way out to the blast zone, able to stay out of the way of the neutral sig, but the Sair from Hexo's blasters is going to send him out of here. Guichibu, now the healthiest on the map, 197 damage on that first stock, but he's getting extra credit. He is connecting with those guitars. Okay, Hexo with the dare, gonna go ahead and go against Markimu. That's gonna send Guichibu up and out of here. Hexo being pushed into knockout range. That might do it. No, 145 damage is not gonna be enough. He's gonna get back to the stage. Markimu gonna shut it down with a neutral light though.
Nice snare there. It sends off stage. Hexo with the dodge upwards. It doesn't find its way back to the stage. We're looking for the ground pound there. The weapon toss as well, going for the unarmed downer. Guichibu getting hit by the pogo from Future Bubble as the red team trade positions as they continue to try to fight Guichibu off stage. Hexo in a really bad spot, has to dip underneath. The slide charge NSYNC gets interrupted by Markimu. Guichibu with a 1v1 on Future Bubble. Markimu struggling to get that cannon going. Hexo playing very elusively on the blasters, but at the same time hasn't been getting the hits he needs. Nice landing side air into the side light there, but no meaningful strikes from the blue team.
No, not at all. They're not really finding too much here, and we're seeing Hexo. It's kind of been the same thing.
Like
Just deja vu from last game, bro. Hexo out of here. Guichibu, though, has 2 stocks to work with, and he is a slippery one. He might be able to make something break loose here, but no, the team combo is going to go ahead and shut down all possibility of a rally on that stock. But he's got a fresh one in the tank. 4 stocks in front of him. That neutral sig is going to go ahead and confirm one. That is step 1 of a 1,000-step journey, though.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Guitars in a nutshell, too. The death by 1,000 cuts, looking for those big strings extensions. Is this possible? Yeah. Is it likely? Probably
that's
not.
It right there,
see the team combo here. Cider in, the D-Sig into the side sig, weapon toss there. Doesn't KO, but Guichibu without any resources gets caught with another side sig. Markimu looking to confirm it with the cannon as Guichibu is holding on to any hope. The down sig sends away once again. Guichibu makes it back to the stage once again, fights back with an unarmed sidelight. Sidelight looks for the dodge through. Another sidelight from Future Bubble swaps back to the spear, but the end light will be able to do it. And Markimu and Future Bubble, with the power of friendship on their side, move forward with a 3-0.
It is. It really is the power of friendship. Getting the job done yet again. Another very decisive victory during our block. Guichibu and Hexo, I hate it. There were some synergy issues. That got a little chaotic, got a little crazy. There was parts of that set where they looked confused. They didn't know how to act. They didn't know where to be. Yeah. And Markimu and Future Bubble took advantage of that every step of the way. Their synergy proved true, and they are going to be moving forward in a summer championship, and they are going to be moving on to winners semis.
Yeah, that's the top 8 placement for them. And you know, it's like the thing about the blue team, I feel like they're so positioning heavy, where they need to like always be in the perfect spot so they can follow up with signatures. It needs a lot of prep, but when you're playing against Markimu and Future Bubble, 2 players that, like, Markimu on one hand brings the high offense, really great edge guarding, but Future Bubble's really good at breaking up what you're trying to do with the spear, with the Kaya. He plays the supportive Kaya exceptionally well, and it's the reason they were able to top 4 at BCX. You know, not just because of Markimu, because sometimes, I mean, Markimu does do 633 damage and completely runs the game over. He is Markimu. But on the other side of it, Future Bubble stops a lot of those tricky game plans that a lot of teams struggle with, where, you know, Hexo's able to position in a way to get those recoveries off the N-Sigs. But when you don't get to position the way you want to, you don't get the big team combos you want to get there. But yeah, that's going to be Guichibu and Hexo falling into the elimination side. They'll have one more set to make it into top 8 through the elim side of things. Hoping to see them for sure. I do like that team a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. I hope you guys enjoyed your the beginning of your mainstream coverage of North America 2v2 Summer Championship. You guys see there at the bottom, you guys are going to have a very nice treat when we come back. Balloon Boy Radish going up against a Meg D and Flower. That is going to do it for my buddy PJ and I, but don't worry, we will be back later today to finish up North America. You guys get you a drink, enjoy the break, and we will be right back with more Summer Championship coverage here in just a second.
Hey, I'm CJ. You're watching Brawlhalla Esports.
간식 시간이다.
문어 좀 먹을래? 없어. 잘 먹을게. 크게 불태워보자. 배고파! 빨리 해보자고! Time to unleash the dragon! Rear Powers의 맛은 바로 이거다! 디저트도 먹어! I'm working up an appetite! 밖에는 거북이, 안에는 드래곤! 이기는 건 디저트만큼 달콤한 거야. 뭐 거의. Welcome to Brawlhalla!
期待を裏切られた仲間よ。誓うよ、死ぬまでこの世界を守ってみせる。失われた魂を見つけてやる。魂を貸してくれ、ガルダー。仲間が倒れたが俺は負けない。手を貸そうか。かなわない相手なんていない。仲間よ、力を貸してくれ。多勢に無勢だが俺にはかなわないぞ。ラプターフォースの真の力を見せつけろ。お前の攻撃は強いが俺の意志にかなわない。まだまだ仲間のために戦う。残ってるのは俺だけだ。最後の防衛。ブラルハラへようこそ。
Water. Earth. Fire. Air.
Welcome back. Summer Championship, North America 2v2. I'm Taz. I'm going to be coming on the desk here for the next round of matches, joined with Flambeau once again, and we're going to be bringing you all into top 8 winner side. We've got some heaters coming up. Meg D and Flower versus Bloom Boy and Radish. That'll be interesting.
I think that one's particularly fun, right? Because, you know, everyone remembers the good old Meg D Raiders team. And so now that we have Meg D with Flower and Balloon Boy has been doing great work with Radish over the past few tournaments. It's kind of a bit of that continued storyline of, well, okay, sometimes people split apart and find, I guess, new...
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to me. Actually, I guess it's not a bit of a surprise to me. I started saying that, and I thought, because Radish and Meg D's results have been declining over the past few events, I feel like, at least rather to what I was holding them up to, right?
Okay.
So that experimentation that's going on right now is actually fun to see. Not to mention that Balloon Boy, I think, has never really had a static before. Radish strikes me as the kind of person that wants to team with somebody for a while to feel things out. So this might be a new team for the rest of the year, if not the next season.
Because that would be what? That would be max mode into mid-seasons and then now summers as well, that they would have been together.
Yeah. And it's always fun to see how Boots is pushed in meta. I know we had a little bit of Tesca earlier on today as well, but seeing Balloon Boy being able to play with Radish is really, really fun. We got Red Raptor and Deviljin going up against Onyx and Kaya. I will say, it feels like as time goes on, I'm realizing more and more that Europe has solved 2v2s maybe a little bit sooner than everybody else, because it feels like a lot of the ideas that came from over there are starting to get into the other regions as we're seeing more Ulgrim and Kaya, even after Kaya kind of falling out of popularity from most competitions.
Yeah, and I mean, we're starting off with game one here, and I think, you know, kind of the fun part about watching this for me is actually seeing the Megd Onyx, right? Just not something you get to see all the time, realistically, right?
Yeah.
But Flower, on the other hand, I think no one's too surprised to see Flower on the Kaya. Always probably going to be on a bow legend.
Yeah,
so.
I wish, I kind of like look at it and go like, I wish he had the Jakey mentality of like, I'm going to play my main until it gets really bad, and then I'll pick the meta character. But no, he's starting off with the Kaya. I think that makes sense. Yumiko, very, very different in terms of like, I mean, we talked about like with Azoth signatures yesterday,
yeah,
right? It's
exactly.
like, what are your signatures doing for the team? You're kind of just cornering yourself. Azoth kind of does the same thing. Flower gets into the right side. Megd gets hit by the neutral sig from Balloon Boy.
Nice.
Went for the recovery there to get the finishing blow, and goes for another recovery here on Megd.
Yeah, Balloon Boy's pressure is pretty relentless. Does a really good job of just getting under his opponents and then throwing out that recovery on the gauntlets to go ahead and pop them up, maybe potentially get a knockout. But really just has the discipline to just pull the trigger. It's just really hard to get punished, especially in twos, for just kind of going for that option. But there we go. I mean, a slight lead for Balloon Boy and Radish, and they're looking to extend it. A nice D-like ground pound from Megd that was going to bring things a little bit closer to even, but they still need to get this first dog off Balloon Boy.
Yeah, I was enjoying how Radish and Balloon Boy were looking for those small hits, Saren and air, into another side air.
Nice.
Little things like that, right? Where like Balloon Boy passes with a bow side air, Radish gets the unarmed air. And it's like, that's as much as they're going to get, but that's more damage than they would have gotten otherwise if he wasn't looking for it. And Balloon Boy's still on one stock, or on his first stock here, gets that recovery, disarms Flower. Flower hurting quite badly here in this game one.
Yeah, this is kind of sad to see. I mean, Balloon Boy is hanging on. This neutral light's going to bounce off the stage, so Balloon Boy still going to have this first stock. Gets back on with an aggressive side air. Radish comes in with that neutral sig of his own. Balloon Boy gets maybe another stock here. Gets the turnaround with the sig as well on the neutral sig. And looks like Radish is going to clean up that stock on the right side. Balloon Boy still has all three stocks.
I can't highlight how awesome that play from Balloon Boy was, because he feinted going out for the edge guard.
Yes.
And then pivoted the end sig to keep his teammate away from the save. And like, what's better than the Zariel end sig where you're like grabbed in the air before getting spiked? Finally, Balloon Boy goes down. But Radish is fighting the 1v2 and he gets the down sig on the dodge in.
Yeah, this is starting to look, I mean, not starting to look, it's been looking really bad here. I mean, the saving grace that Radish is also pretty beat up here. So this game is actually closer than it seems. Balloon Boy has just had a lot of vitality, but there we go. Radish gets sent down to his final stock. And really, I think it's going to be a story of how quickly can Flower and Megd tear through Radish's final stock, because otherwise I think getting Balloon Boy down will take too long.
Oh, both players on the left side of the stage. Nair into...
Nice.
Okay, neutral into recovery from Radish. I like that, just to be able to keep him away from Flower, or from Megd, who was on the bottom of the stage.
Yeah, and you can see Balloon Boy is playing much more aggressively now, right? Radish is on the back, kind of waiting for these passes from Balloon Boy. Hasn't taken too much damage. Flower is in the danger zone, and that might be it, and it is. The light side air, the weapon throw is going to go ahead and push Megd a little bit further, and he tries to stomp him, but I don't even know if he got hit by the down sig, and then scooped by the neutral sig from Balloon Boy.
I think it's exactly what happened. I think the down sig hit, and he got grabbed up by the end sig, and then spiked underneath the map, but then bounced off the bottom of the map.
That's brutal.
That's like the one way you can actually get spiked by Zariel end sig. Let's see if that happens.
Yeah, gets smacked into the corner, right?
Yeah, let's fully get that replay. That was
And then here.
Wow, what was that? So they got, and Meg D actually did a pretty good job recovering despite all of the things that happened. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, down sig into end sig, bounced off the end sig into the bottom of the stage to get spiked by Zariel end sig the first time that ever happened.
Good coverage, right?
Wow.
You know, and I think the timing there you got to give some respect to, because Balloon Boy doesn't get hit by the Red Raptor stomp, right?
Oh,
to go ahead and go for that. So that means the timing had to be like pretty tight there.
That's insane, actually. Wow. Yeah, because
that's crazy.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think about how it didn't happen. It was because if he was going to actually scoop him out of the knockback, it was because he was too low to get hit.
Right.
And then Zara jumps up. Wow. Really cool highlight. All right, well, game 2. See if Flower and Meg D can show some signs of life, because that was pretty dominant. Balloon Boy is playing on another level than everybody else on the screen, not trying to take things away from Radish either. He's playing well as a teammate, but Balloon Boy was looking untouchable last game, so Meg D is trying to put some damage onto him to compensate.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, this time around it's looking much better for Meg D and Flower, at least as far as damage goes. They're able to keep things relatively even here. I think Radish and Balloon Boys do such a good job playing off of each other. That's going to be a pass that gets interrupted by downer from Meg D. Meg D on this Onyx, which, you know, I kind of mentioned a little bit earlier before, but haven't really given much time to actually see, like, how he's able to kind of hang with the rest of the players with this Onyx, and so far I think he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I got a good combo to start with Balloon Boy. Could get an edge guard here on a Radish. Gets the down air, no jumps back, so he's gone. Weapon throw, doesn't get the pick up ground pound afterwards, and the falling Nair gets punished by the down signature, catching him on either side, seeing them both flying. Flower goes down. Meg D doesn't because Onyx's defense, but it was still great damage and great response to, I think, what was supposed to be a landing end light.
Yes.
Ended up being a Nair that was used too soon.
Exactly, and that kind of is unfortunate, right? And you end up losing one of your stocks for it. And at this point, we're getting a bit of the same tale where it's like, they really can't seem to get Balloon Boy. That's going to be a couple hits. Can they get the stock? Oh, what a turnaround. So close to the left.
That was a
zone.
fresh Onyx
That
stock.
was like yellow, like bright yellow. Oh, man.
Flower went down right afterwards.
Wow.
Oh. How did that happen? This game was looking so much better. And then Balloon Boy off stage. I mean, that's Radish and Balloon Boy's combos, I guess. It's one of the scary things about Boots is that I like to say that Boots is the active input that says, do you want to go far or further?
Yeah.
And so like you saw that as they just carried Meg D up the stage. It doesn't matter if you have 0 damage if you have to travel with your opponent. And Balloon Boy finally gets shut down.
Everyone's getting
Radish,
cooked.
no way.
Oh, I love the extension for the Nair there from Radish, recognizing that if he just went for the side there, wasn't going to KO. The save's going to happen there, and now it's a 2v1 for Meg D. This isn't happening. We're going to a game 3, but so far, I don't know how Meg D and Flower come back from this. I mean, I feel like this game 2 in particular pretty much was lost as a result of losing some early stocks, right? But that's the power of legends like Red Raptor and he hit him too.
He got the knockout credit. Wow, Balloon Boy's incredible. I'm watching him play and I'm going, this is
Balloon Boy's cooking,
really
but also
good.
Radish is comboing 2 people of the enemy team at the same time. You know, it's like it's tough, and like, you know, both Zariel and Red Raptor have these side sigs that just like scoop you all the way to the side, right? And so it's like, even if you are
here.
and
was that dare? That's great.
Jesus Christ, yeah, that's. Whew.
Some cool highlights to be able to end these stocks. They're going for it.
Yeah, they're kind of clip farming Flower and Meg D.
I mean, Onyx lost their stock in yellow, so whatever that means.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to put some more attention on the Radish because Balloon Boy keeps stealing the show from me. But you are right. Radish is playing pretty phenomenally. It's just like Balloon Boy is getting shut down on 1 stock a game, 2 games in a row. And it's just kind of stealing the show for me.
Which, you know, it's nice, right? Because it means they're putting a lot of focus onto Radish, I think, and then Balloon Boy's there to go ahead and pick up the passes. And he's so good at it, right? And then moments like that, Radish will pop right in once Balloon Boy's getting hit to kind of mitigate the amount of damage you take. So they kind of extend the length of both of their lives pretty efficiently here. And there's Balloon Boy with another punch with that end light. Meg D getting a turnaround here. They need to have a lead in this game number 3 to be able to have any sort of semblance of coming back in this set, I think. They've not had that chance, and a miscommunication error there between Flower and Meg D kind of robbed them of potentially getting a double knockout. Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it looks like that was like a commitment after that side light. Like Flower's like, I'm always going to neutral sig here.
Yeah.
And Meg D just ended up getting caught in the crossfire. Nice team combo into Flower, neutral into the down sig. And the down sig covered Megd trying to save. Nice job going for the nair there. Balloon Boy tried to catch the landing, but Megd does a falling side air.
Yeah, that one was hard for me because I think Balloon Boy was positioning for a pivot side air, right? Because normally that's what Radish would go for there, but instead he pushed him further off the side, so Balloon Boy's kind of like, oh, okay, I guess I could like try to convert this to an edge guard. But either way, I mean, still pretty hefty lead for the red team here. Megd and Flower can't get the knockouts,
They're
right?
still winning these neutral exchanges despite being so damaged. Look at that side air to down air. Balloon Boy almost getting the ground pound. Radish finally goes down. Neutral will clear the board. Closest it's been so far, but that's not saying much.
I think the problem is that I'm not feeling from the blue team the level of explosiveness that is required, right? We are in the top 8, and this is what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Megd, because that is the power of Cannon in both singles and 2v2, but is that going to be enough? Megd's going to lose a stock here, going to fall, and now we have a tied stock count. This is probably the closest that it's going to be for them here. Ooh, oh no, Flower, no!
Misses the jump on the Sair and got stuck in the animation and just hits the blast zone, right? Because that was a jump Sair to hit him for the missed ground pound.
Man.
And so right there, red team steals the lead away.
Just when you think you're getting some momentum.
I mean, Megd could do it again. Balloon Boy used his dodge there. Megd doesn't catch him, but Radish look vulnerable. Balloon Boy getting the juggles.
Megd's all the way over there. You got cut in, brother. Yeah, they're separated.
Down sig here.
And Balloon Boy is gonna get the recovery. Nice side light from Flower to interrupt that. No, I think that made sense.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, he had to stop the potential pass from the recovery. So he had to throw out the first move, and then he just went for a read afterwards to try to maximize damage.
Oh, and Balloon Boy gets the weapon throw. I mean, that might be it for Megd's stock.
All right, that was not the best ground pound. Oh, but he gets stage spiked off the corner.
Wait,
now
what
Flower
did he
has to
stage spike
2v1
him with? What set him to the right there so hard? Was that side sig? I had to see that replay.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Jeez.
Dang. GG.
Okay.
Oof.
676 damage from Balloon Boy.
Not gonna lie, that one looked tough. I mean, Megd had that one little highlight moment that Cannon does sometimes.
Yeah, keep in mind, Radish didn't play for a stock that game, and it still didn't really matter. I want to see what Balloon Boy got the knockout with on Megd, because it looked too quick to be a gravity cancel side sig.
He comes out, misses
yeah,
it.
see, there was the missing jump
Yeah.
there. So Megd's down here, Balloon Boy goes down. Oh, he just saves him.
Just jump siders.
Okay.
Yeah, he's unarmed. Wow. Man, that's tough.
And then the side sig, and then Radish being like, I want to jump in too. And
yeah, no, this team, I really love this Red Raptor Devilgen team.
It looks good.
Just because of how, like, annoying it is as far as, like, you know, I think a lot of about what makes Taros so strong is just how hard he hits, and also when he does his gravity cancel side sig on Axe, he takes a couple steps forward before you get hit by that final hit of knockback. But Red Raptor and Zariel just they do the exact same thing, arguably a little bit quicker, right? You go all the way to the side, then you kick. You fly all the way to the side, then you shoot them from the bow. So it means you're able to get knockouts in like
Red Raptor
light orange.
Gets that Tesca effect that we talked about yesterday, where it's like he's rewarded when he hits Boots neutral sig, because the blast on the impact will also hit the other person trying to get into the save. So there's some incentive to go into a scrap, get stacked, and then send several people flying with the result of you successfully hitting your move, which Taros kind of gets too, right? We were talking about that. Like, you tend to look at characters as like, well, what happens when you hit your signature? I hit everybody. and that's what happens there for Red Raptor too, and we saw him use it to great effect. So well played from Red Team. Balloon Boy and Radish look scary today. That's I mean, has it literally been all 3 O's today on stream? I think it has.
I believe it, because even on what do you call it, mid-seasons, right? Didn't they come like they got like top 3, top 2, top 3? They ended up losing, I think, to like Kinda Lores, which like, okay, cool. And then after that, like, I just remember that being the team that for the past like 3 tournaments now, I'm like, they're definitely going to win this LAN. And then they just come a little bit short. One of them, they lost to Double Chakram, and they were like, well, Chakra's broken, guys, so I don't know. I'm just trying to get 3rd. And then they did, or whatever.
Never been seen again.
So.
Well, that's going to be a fantastic victory for Balloon Boy and Radish. We got the next match coming up. It's going to be Experience and Fakey against Rise and Soul. Rise and Soul had a funny set before this one. I think Soul winning the 1v2 against 2 players in red to be able to win game 3.
Yeah, with that nair knocking out.
No, D-Light nair, my favorite unarmed knockout combo, off the right side of the stage. But yeah, Experience and Fakey. are just looking fantastic. Fakey's been one of my favorite twos players of all time ever since he started off his career with Java, and since then he's shown that he can play that support role with anybody. Has been mostly playing the Spear, I think, since the inception. Was a Hattori at first, and then went over to Kaya. I feel like all Spear players in 2v2s eventually went to Kaya.
Yeah, more or less,
Or Bryn. It's like Kaya or Bryn if you want the axe, and that's really all you see.
I think the tough part too is I think about experience as just a player, right? I mean, at this point, it's been a while since we've seen any real results in singles from experience. I think last weekend ended up getting like just shy of top 8, maybe like 9th or 13th or something like that. So still has the chops clearly. But when it comes to 2v2, I think that's when experience becomes activated, right? Like completely different player. He tweets about it a lot that he's just like, I wish I could care as much about singles as I do about 2v2. 2v2 is just like, there's something about not wanting to let the other person down, which is something that I relate to heavily. I'm the kid who, when I was in high school, I did not do like any of my homework. I was trying to get 60s on the dot so that I could pass. But then whenever there was a group project, I always showed up, did the best job that I could do, got an A on that project. I didn't want to make other people suffer.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think the aspect of a team game could also just be more fun for some people.
I think that's true as well.
And when it comes down to that, like regardless of whether you can lock into one or the other, in one case you're just kind of like, oh, it's a 1v1. I don't care about my performance, but I do care about my team's performance, especially with my teammate, and then that can make everything a whole lot different, right? Makes it a little bit easier to focus, makes it easier to lock in, maybe makes you want to complain a little bit less if something goes wrong because you've got your teammate relying on you, right? Those things happen.
I mean, at the end of the day,
it's a lot easier for some folks to tilt when you're doing 1v1, you've got no one to blame for yourself, so you just start blaming yourself a lot, right? Like
and it's hard to swallow, right?
Yeah.
Like I think that's the reason why a lot of the most popular games, sports, whatever, tend to be team-oriented things, right? I also think it's kind of the thing where it's like, there's nothing that feels better. Like if winning feels good, it only feels better when you get to win together with your homies, right? I think that's like, for a lot of people, that's what the experience is. And so that's why they like playing twos. And so with this team, I look at experience in Fakey and I think this is a team that if they win a tournament, I will never be surprised. But I think in North America in particular, there's kind of like 3 teams that I think about. I think about Balloon Boy Radish, who we just saw, because, I mean, you guys saw it for yourself.
I think Zen Hideaway.
Right? Zen Hideaway, always in contention. I think Marky Moo in Future Bubble is one that I always want to see do extremely well.
They're not on my list,
but they're
though.
not, like, I don't think they have the consistency to be in the, they're going to make top 3 every time.
Right.
You know,
in fact, I would never put them in my top 3 at the moment.
Never.
Never. Yeah. Even though they can do it. I know they can. I wouldn't predict that. That's how I feel compared to the 3 teams that we talked about before.
I agree.
Right? And that's,
I agree. That's fair.
But that's why it's like a 4 seed can beat a 3 seed on a good day, right? Like those seeds are really just there based off of past results. And we're getting into game number 1 between Experience Fakey and Rise and Soul, seeds 3 and 6. Rise and Soul looking a little shakier earlier today, so I'm curious how that's going to play out here against the Kaya Taros team, Experience and Fakey.
Yeah, and of course, Rise and Soul, you know, not nearly as many results like Experience and Fakey, but I mean, the results they do have are pretty good together, so we'll see how far they're able to push.
I'd put them in that Marky Moo Future Bubble tier.
Okay.
That's where I would put them. Not saying that, like, if it was like a comparison, it'd be like 4 and 8. But they still have that upset potential, right? And that's how I feel going into this set here, even though Rise just take an early knockout here at the beginning. Oh, good save with the nair. Amazing. You got a lot of time off of Kaya down sig after the freeze effects, right? So,
wow. Perfectly timed. Dodge coming out from Fakey there and then punishing with a ground pound of his own. That is one of the risks you have when you go for that Rocket Lance ground pound. And now we have a very small lead, maybe more substantial lead for the blue team here, as Fakey still has 3 stocks. But as I say that, loses the first one.
Ooh, I like that setup. A little slow on the gravity cancel side light.
Yeah.
I think he had to start using it before the axe nair hit.
It's just interesting to me because I think like what do you get after that, right? Yeah, that's the hard part.
I guess you get Sair maybe.
But
if they don't move.
I get just trying to maximize any damage you can get. You got to make split-second decisions. That's just the name of the game sometimes.
Oh, we're forgetting about the axe player that's underneath him that could hit like a recovery or something.
That is true.
That's what, like, he was just carrying him off the left side of the stage. Like, Sarah recovery could have followed up there. Experience and Fakey falling decently behind here after an early stock on Rise. Soul barely damaged. They're looking for stray hits, good recovery from Rise to be able to stop anything from happening there. Experience looking for a landing. Does not get hit by the Sair, hits the Nair himself, and now it's very close. Rise could go down first, and he does. Soul right afterwards? No.
Okay, all things considered, pretty close match. Yeah, we got tight, completely clean slate across the board. Everyone at 0 damage.
Even on weapon spawns, right? Like they're still fighting for those.
And it looks like Experience just gets that axe. Now everybody has something here to work with. Rise and Soul really doing their best to keep up with some of the most experienced 2v2 players in all of Brawlhalla North American history. But do they have that ability to close, right? We were talking about how in the previous set, Soul really had to lock in to secure that 2v1. I hope they don't end up in a situation like that here.
Ooh, Nair hits some friendly fire, but he gets that side on Experience. Does go all the way back up, wants to play around Fakey. Fakey on the left side of the stage gets hit by that side light and the side. Nice job.
Wow, great spacing from Rise around that down sig.
Yeah.
No follow-up from Soul. There's a Nair that's going to get punished, and then Soul almost gets caught in the middle.
It's a one-hit game. No, Fakey with the dare. No, that
wasn't a save?
That was not. I mean, that was a save, but the pogo was in favor of the red team.
Oh, no.
They still managed to get it.
Dang, yeah. I mean, close, right? Close.
Very, very close. It was a one-hit game at the end of the day. And it almost went over to red team's favor after that pogo save on accident from Fakey, right? Because that stomp Sair was coming in from Experience to get the knockout, and then it ended up getting stopped. I mean, they get it right afterwards, but that whole game was like everybody was equal damage the entire time. Boar was being cleared. It came down to the last stock, and Experience and Fakey just barely clutch it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's similar, right? We keep saying it's like a game of Leapfrog, or like maybe more accurate is like Bloody Knuckles, right?
Yeah.
And like it's hard in these scenarios where in that last stock situation, we can kind of see that they were playing that game, but then trying to figure out when do you break the sequence to try to go for the knockout, right? Like there's some point in there where you think you can squeeze in an attack that'll just knock someone out and give you the 2v1, and they couldn't find that moment.
Ooh, right now though, Rise and Soul have complete control over the blue team. Neutral light comes through. Rise gets the D-light side air punish. Fakey does not get the save. Downsig does not catch Experience dodging in.
Ooh.
Recovery catches Rise off guard. He gets the Nair into the side air. Not going for the chase dodge. Experience completely outplaying on the right side of the stage. Rise gets saved by by Soul's Nair.
Whoa.
I think he got caught by the side sig. And that time the side sig finally finishes him off. Dash forward, dash back, doesn't catch the landing from Soul, stares him away, and now he has no recovery. He's got to dodge back, and Rise has got to help him, and he does successfully do so, and then a side sig gets punished.
Okay, that down sig actually connected off. That was crazy, dude.
And it did hit the stage. I guess it didn't matter.
That's insane, but hey, I mean, that's the power of Kaya for you. And once again, clean slate. These teams are very evenly matched, it seems. I mean, multiple times already, they end up in situations where, you know, they just all end up respawning at the exact same time with the same number of stocks.
Ooh, that's a lot of axe nairs that Rise just took. I think it was like 4 over the course of that exchange. Experience looking for the landing side light. What else has he got? Weapon throw, jumps forward. I don't know. Down light, anti-air. Both Experience and Rise are waiting for the other one to jump first. And he doesn't get that side air afterwards. Fakey. That's a deja vu from the last game on the punish.
Nice
the weapon throw. But then Soul with the save on the ground pound.
Yeah, just Experience not in position there to go ahead and save Fakey, and then a haymaker off the platform from Rise, and now they have a lead here. Let's see how much damage they can get before they get sent down to their final stocks. Downsig almost snags that stock from Rise. That Kaya defense coming in clutch.
Doesn't get the Sair right afterwards. Could have evened things up pretty quickly. This is the biggest lead we've had so far. That's saying something. Like the fact that stocks have not flown in the other direction yet means blue team might be in trouble, especially after that ground pound hits.
Wow, what a conversion from the red team here.
Fakey.
Rise is going absolutely insane with these follow-ups, but now we're going to see Soul go down. Rise has to bide his time for a little bit here. He's going to run right through Experience, then almost turns around and gets hit on Fakey. He gets that recovery out just in the nick of time, turns around, gets the down sig. Rise is absolutely popping. Look at this movement from this Kaya right now. I don't know how that down light didn't hit Experience, but his superior spacing allows him to get a knockout there.
I feel like Rise ascended on that stock. That was incredible play, how he was moving around, hitting everything, not getting punished for it. Downlight recovery, not going to knock Experience out, but it's a one-hit game, and Soul takes out one. Silent and the Sair not going to combo, but Fakey is just a hit away from losing this game. Neutral light into recovery will take it, and now it's evened up 1-1. We finally got a set, Flambeau, and this set is super, super close. I know the damage was low on the low end for the blue team, but it didn't really become a disparity until after the second round of stocks were exchanged. And Soul on the Rise on the bow, the entire last stock was amazing.
on the bow, without the bow. We got haymakers. We got. I think the target swapping was also really good, right? Like you go in, you hit someone, your teammate's gonna combo off of that. You turn around, you hit the other guy, you combo him into your teammate turns around. They were just playing together as a unit extremely well there. And then when it came down to the final stocks, they played a decent amount more reserved. I mean, I guess I'll say that, like, you know, Rise was going in, but there was a degree of kind of like floatiness and campiness that they were exuding beforehand because they didn't just want to give up their lead for free. So I'm glad that they were able to kind of change the tempo like that.
Experience with the falling snare at the left side. Nice backswing on the down air. Ground pound punished by Rise. Both teams have shown some very good skill in reversaling ground pounds off the sides of the stage there. Both Fakie and Rise have done it. Just happened to experience right there when he went for a ground pound, got pogoed for it. Sider is going to whiff, and both players are looking for their starter here. And both Kayas seem to be the targets that are taking the most damage so far as Rise goes flying. And Fakie gets stopped by that weapon throw.
Okay, Experience gets the first stock with that down air, and now they have a chance to collapse on a Soul. Fakie can't get it. Soul gets a punch with the down sig, and the end lag on it is so low. He goes for the spike, but it's not going to work. The pogo somehow wasn't enough to knock out right. He gets another wall touch, and they give up on the edge guard. Fakie gets in position, but does not receive the pass from Experience. Rise does that side air in the middle of that side air from Soul, and somehow that ends up being some stacked knockback. But geez, the blue team hasn't had a moment to recover.
Yeah, Soul really doing well around that. I think Fakie, when he got that second pogo, thought he didn't get his jumps back.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
He touched the wall right before it happened. Sider will take Experience down. Downsig will take Fakie down. No. Perfect angle just to survive as long as possible.
Okay, this is a close match. All of them have been. That Sider's going to get rid of Soul's first stock. Fakie's the only one remaining with 3. And look at that patience on the side. Tries to go for a dash jump pogo. It's not going to work. Smacking Rise. The Kaias are dancing around each other. Soul comes in to break up the fight.
Oh, gravity cancel sidelight means no dodge. Just gets another sidelight in air, and Fakie right there with the recovery.
Okay, Fakie once again drawing Rise's aggro. Experience is on a Soul, and I think Experience wins that 1v1. Rise trying to get the 1v1 on Fakie. Fakie turns it around with the downer, says, I am the better Kaya in this moment in time, and now Soul has a chance to get 2v1 edge guarded, but they just let him slide right back onto the stage.
Yeah, he really did. There's several moments where it's like, you're against hammer off stage unarmed, what are you going to do? And he just gets right past everyone who experiences pressure options, and that's going to take down Soul. Going for a recovery here.
Wow! Brave man.
Bold of Rise to challenge that, right? Last stock.
Against the hammer, man. You really, sometimes you just really got to trust, but Rise seems to have that, that fury in him to just go for those plays. But here we go, an opportunity for Fakie. Soul gets that pass into the downer from Rise. They take the chance to try to collapse onto Experience, but Experience just too good at fighting in the scramble. Now another opportunity. Experience yet again in the scramble, coming out on top and almost gets the pass, but Rise with the perfect timing on the side to stop that combo. The weapon throw is going to come out here, and now while Fakie's on the respawn, this is their chance to get Experience. This is going to be good damage. That recovery doesn't hit. I don't think it would have knocked out, but there was the potential.
There was the potential, right? And it's the fact that we don't know, it means a lot. And we've got Rise getting hit by that side air. All right, match point. Fakie and Experience reversing the lead that time going into game 3. It's still too close to call, Flambeau. This has been a crazy set. What do you think? I can't even really call out what changed, because I feel like it's coming down to the small outplays here and there.
I agree.
In the moment.
I agree.
Both teams are playing too well as supports to really get these team combos to happen to an extent where it's like, oh, their teammate didn't save. We're not seeing somebody survive very long in a red stock and have their teammate get beat up.
Because I feel like what I'm seeing is a lot of, like, when stocks fall, it's generally in a situation where someone is trying to save their teammate from losing their stock, and they just barely don't get there in time.
And generally, both teams lose their stocks at the same time.
Yeah.
It's actually just been a very high-disciplined match that has resulted in 3 very close games that have gone back and forth, and now it's 2-1. Game 5 is possibly on the table here as Fakie takes the most damage here opening up into the game and gets hit by that sidelight D-light.
Just really good decision-making all around, both on the side of Fakie and also on the side of Rise. There are moments where their teammates are getting comboed, and you see them exude patience, like right there. You see the punch come in with the neutral sig, but Rise was already thinking about, man, I can't go for a D-light after this. He already knew, but it didn't matter.
I can't get the save. Gets the spike with the slide charge down sig. I mean, where could have Experience gone?
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess he could have jumped straight up, but I don't in my mind actually know what the Ulgrim down sig hurt box looks like stacked on Ulgrim himself. I know right above him it's safe.
Yeah, you know, I think the hard part about that to me is that it looked like Olgren was basically in the blast zone when that down tick came out. I didn't think he was going to be able to jump back up after that, to be honest. But with that said, I mean, now the first time we've seen a semblance of a massive lead here, beautiful ground pound, but it gets punished, and then the weapon throw from Fakey, not going to connect, but the hit on its own is enough to knock out.
And the first sign of crumbling here from the red team, right? This is the biggest stock disparity we've seen the entire set, and it's on Fakey of all players, who's taking even more damage as he gets hit away by that X neutral light. Down air from Experience puts even more damage on here as Fakey gets 3 end lights in a row, goes for a 4th, falling side air, does get stopped by Rise.
But they're playing so good as a unit. That side, so he's going to be able to clear him out. Goes for the ground pound. It's going to connect, but it's not going to knock out. Weapon throw up. We're starving, perhaps? Or what's the deal here? I think queued up another spear is maybe what Rise has done there. And, oh, okay. Not going to lose the stock for that one, but things are getting close here. Rise has to hang on to the final stock. There goes his partner. Dodges through that ground pound. Still gets tagged on the way up.
Nice dodge. Jump dodge to get away from the weapon throw. Disarming Experience just for a second.
Yeah, Soul has to be the one to create space here for Rise. Rise keeps hitting Soul. They're stepping on each other's toes a bit. This is probably the most we've seen them hit each other trying to regain some space on the stage.
Experience is playing like he's on a fresh stock too, so credit to that. Downline finally hits him away, but he was not getting touched during all of that.
Oh, nice.
Chase dodge forward, chain dodge up, pogo down. Takes Experience down. Fakey gets the down sig on Soul. Rise gets a good punish onto Fakey though. Neutral light. Experience fakes him out, goes all the way to the other side, gets the down sig. Rise now in the 1v2.
And another one, yep. I love it from Experience. Experience and Fakey securing the 3-1 victory over Rise and Soul. I love the way that Experience played the final stocks in that match. Because he just kind of got to a point where he's like, 1, I have a pretty decent health lead, and 2, we keep playing this game where our timings are extremely similar. I'm just going to dash forward and charge Taros down sig, and I'm going to wait. And I'm going to do it again, and you're going to get blinded by the fact that I haven't been playing on this tempo the entire set.
Very well played from Experience and Fakey. We're seeing this last stock here. Down sig was just coming out galore from Experience. Highest damage in game from him, I think, 611. Very well played. Rise and Soul, like we were talking about before, I really do feel like they've got the potential to break in.
They're so good.
They're very, very, very close. I mean, those were 3 games where it was like they sneezed in the wrong direction and the result was different, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how close it was. And then by the time we got to game 4, Fakey ended up getting isolated. And even though they brought it back, Fakey was the first one to go down.
It's kind of interesting because I think like Rise and Soul, a fantastic team. It just feels as if, especially in this match that we just saw, a difference of maybe reps. You know, like it just seems like Experience and Fakey have been in this position so many times that they're just kind of steeled in being this far. We're looking at the top 8s of Rise and Soul, very minimal, right? You end up in a situation where you're up against, previous 2's champions, and you're getting this close, but you're unable to eke it out. And I'm just like, I think you just have to keep going to the gym for a couple more months, keep getting into a routine, and the strength will just come. I just think they have a few more tournaments.
Yeah, and Rise and Soul have been doing that, right? They've had their breakout performances already. That's why they're up here in the top 8 seeds, being projected to make it into top
3,
maybe? Yeah, where they had a miracle elimination bracket run where they just upset everybody, right? And so like that's why I'm really looking forward to how they're prepping on the way to BCX. Now, a lot of players and a lot of teams have that mentality too, where it's like, hey, all these championships are great, but the goal, the one that we want to win, is
to
BCX, and that's the one that they're looking for. So if they've got a few more months for those reps, well, this is just another one of those stepping stones on their way towards the World Championship at the end of the year.
Yeah, no. But with that said, we're going to figure out what's going on with the rest of this top 8 in just a moment. But we're going to go to a quick break. And when we return, more North America doubles 2's action. You don't want to miss it.
Hey, it's PJ. That's Boatbar, and you're watching Brawlhalla Esports.
And we are back with more of the Summer Championship for North America 2v2 edition. I'm Flambeau, this is Taz, and we're here. We're going to go ahead and dive into the rest of this top 8. How you feeling, Taz?
Feeling pretty good. We got Zen Hideaway versus Marky Moon Future Bubble, who are here on the winner side of top 8 as the 5 seed, making that upset over the 4 seed. So having a great run today, trying to see if they can squash my argument of not being a team that would ever get into my top 3 predictions, right? Like, we've got the rest of the year to go. They obviously first started being on everyone's radar as a what the heck. These guys were best friends, and now they're one of the best 2s teams in NA from BCX of 2024. Last year, right? And now this year, been competing in all the onlines and doing fantastic. I'm excited to see how they go up against Zen and Hideaway, but it is Zen and Hideaway, right? Zen has shown that he's like the best 2s player with whoever he plays with. When the time comes to win a world championship, he'll do it, and he'll be like, I guess I'm just the best 2s player ever, right? Like, that's just how he is. So I'm excited to see how this these 2 teams pair against each other.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever really forget some of the interviews from mid-seasons this year, right? I think that really great moment to kind of get an eye into the mind of some of these players, and also just their personalities and their feelings and how cocky some of them are, and how, you know, how much they have that lust to win, I suppose. And I think Zen, one of those players, just really going for the gold, wants to be the best, known as the best, and isn't trying to settle for anything less than greatness. And he has another opportunity to do it here today with Hideaway, but will he be successful? I don't know. I feel like it's a team I want the dub so bad versus team friendship. So I'm like,
Yeah. By contrast, right? You think of a Zen interview versus a Marky Moo interview. you've got the most polar opposite styles of mentality that you could ever think of, right? Because Marky Moo is just the most humble person on the mic. And we're going to be going into game 1 here, where it looks like we've got Onyx Kaya going up against Kaya Olgrim. So it is really just like Kaya plus your Olgrim, Teros, or Onyx, isn't it? That's like what we're feeling.
North America, I guess. Or I guess your Zerial too, I suppose. But really, no one's really doing it like that, though, in North America.
Besides Bloom Boy.
Yeah, but even then, he's doing it with Red Raptor, you know?
That's
not really
right.
in this
That's
team
right.
comp.
Yeah. When you play doubles with the one guy that's like, you know, I'm not going to play what's meta. I am going to play my main. Although in his defense, he's made Red Raptor meta, in my opinion.
I agree.
Like, I'm like, why aren't more players picking the character? But back to this match. Marky Moo, the least damage so far. Hideaway trying to get some more damage in. And we got ourselves a really close opening here once again. Zen and Hideaway taking center stage, but Marky Moo just breaks that right up.
Oh, nice punish, but Marky Moo punishes the punish with also knocking out combination, and manages to get a dub in the 1v1 in the downtime of the respawn, and he's going to go ahead and pick up this pass from Future Bubble as well. That was just off an N-Light, so much damage they're able to get. And I like that conversion to the down air of all things off a D-Light, right? You don't see that often.
Yeah, I feel like I'm excited to see how Marky Moo's Onyx is playing on the day. He's doing fantastic with the cannon. 2 D-Light airs in a row. Side air is going to send him flying away. Future Bubble, however, does look like he's being focused down and isolated, right? We talked about that in the set earlier today, where it felt like Radish may have been the focus, and that's why Balloon Boy was living for so long.
Yeah.
Here, Future Bubble might be the focus, but Marky Moo, I never viewed Onyx as the rushdown character when you're playing it in 2s. It's hard to keep up if your teammate is getting isolated like that and taken down very quickly.
Yeah, I think that the toughest part about Onyx in 2s is that she's just a legend that doesn't have much range, right? Like
no range,
you got
no
gauntlets,
speed.
no speed, right? You got a side air to get all the way over there. If you're comboing someone, you're basically exiting the premises at the same time. Beautiful down from Future Bubble there. But on the other side, I think when you have a player like Marky Moo piloting the character, he has so much presence on the stage by himself that it really does kind of feel like a bit of a misdirection. And it allows Future Bubble to get openings that you otherwise probably wouldn't be able to get.
Yeah, and Future Bubble's held on to the stock as a result of that presence. Okay, Marky Moo with the recovery, saving Future Bubble once again. Silent Air comes through, though. But through all this saving, Marky Moo's actually caught up in damage with everybody else. It's been hard to get a straight hit for anyone on the screen so far. Neutral Light sends Hideaway flying, but it's not going to knock out just yet.
Yeah, it's actually... Oh, misses the pass. Yeah, I feel like with how much it kind of feels like Marky Moo has the pressure to force the enemy team to do things, I think Future Bubble doesn't have a lot of leniency for missing these passes. But here we go. I mean,
well, they brought it back.
They climbed ahead. Barely, though. This is going to be a clean slate.
I mean, Future Bubble's a unarmed sidelight away from losing that stock. I can't believe he only survived because that was a friendly fire cannons there. Knockback reduction really holding on to him there. Gravity Castle delay neutral. Wow, Future Bubble really made the most out of that stock.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Fantastic damage to get on the way out, and considering how long he was able to survive as well, I think the trade-off was that Markimu ended up kind of losing a stock's worth of damage, but it all pans out in the end here as Hideaway is already red on his final stock. Future Bubble already in the orange, though, so it's kind of a race for Marky here to be like, can I get the 2v1 as soon as possible? Future Bubble in a bad spot. Marky needs to save him, manages to draw some aggro there, and then he's going to lose his final stock. Future Bubble needs to hang on. Going to run to the side, dashes through.
Under. That was nice. Zen went for a jump read. With the spear and air, and it would have covered as many options except staying grounded there. Sidelight and air downer. Oh my goodness, Markimu. Wait, he was on a fresh stock, and all of a sudden an orange Hideaway finally goes down. Future Bubble, Zen looking for the edge guard, does not get it, and that sidelight recovery will take him down. They clutch game one. Really, I think it's a Future Bubble MVP that game. I think he was given one of the hardest hands to deal with, which was losing a stock and a half at the very beginning, and then having to play defensive while still being there for his teammate the entire time. Markimu, like you said, sacrificed a portion of his presence to make sure Future Bubble could do that, but because he had so much presence, it actually worked out to where Future Bubble got some hits in there, and then they took the lead back and ended up securing the game. That was really well played.
It's actually very fun to watch a team comp like Markimu and Future Bubble because I don't think the roles change really much. I feel like with some teams, they'll say that like, no, there's not a support player. We just take turns supporting each other, and I may be the support player in this instance, but throughout the game, I'm not.
Yeah, you fight as a team, it's 50-50.
Yeah,
I pass, you pass. It's whoever gets the neutral win.
But with Markimu and Future Bubble, I'm like, no, Markimu is the aggressor, and Future Bubble is the support. I don't think there's really moments where I'm like, man, Future Bubble is going in right now, and like, that's not a feeling that I generally get. But they're able to isolate Future Bubble a lot easier this time around. He's already gone down. Markimu coming back with a lot of damage here. Future Bubble kind of forced to go in a little bit more because he has the stock lead, but even then, still kind of just playing a little bit more passive, weaving in between these hitboxes and, getting the punches where he can. He's not swinging first, but the blue team is just having a tough time hitting them, and I think that's kind of something that's understated about Future Bubble's ability to play defense sometimes, but...
Although, it looks like Zen and Hideaway are doubling down.
Look at it, right?
They're doubling down on their game plan.
It makes sense.
Because they were both in the air after Future Bubble. They are not even like, their characters are not facing the direction that Markimu's on the screen unless he's stacked on Future Bubble. They do not care. It has actually been fascinating to watch. Finally, Marky's able to get through and Hideaway there because of it. And that strategy could be detrimental if they're taking a ton of damage, running around in circles, fighting the one person who doesn't even need to fight back.
Yeah, no, this is really interesting to watch because, I mean, right, they're obviously trying to gang up on Future Bubble here. Future Bubble, obviously not a helpless player by any means, right? Able to hold his own, able to swing back, and able to get passes to Markimu just like that.
Yeah.
And so because of that, even though I think it's the kind of thing that happens when you're playing twos and you have people who are very well acclaimed in ones and there's someone else who isn't, they're usually able to kind of exploit them in some manner that seems or feels at least a little bit easy. But Future Bubble, you can't underestimate what it means to be a good twos player, man.
Ooh,
you got me.
Pivoted it too.
You got me.
That was ambiguous. I thought he was facing forward when he went for that, but he turned it around.
I'm sure he did too.
Future Bubble ends up going down. Markimu goes in for the double side light. Doesn't get punished for it too badly, and Hideaway takes a ton of damage from those Bogos. Ensing will take him down. Can they get the edge guard on his end? Future Bubble joining Markimu. So far, it's just been stairs towards Future Bubble's direction.
Okay, yeah, this is extremely close here. But, I mean, Future Bubble and Markimu are hanging on. Hideaway and Zen. Let's talk about them a little bit. Let's see how they're going to be able to try to pull ahead here as Marky gets a beautiful opening. Zen splits it up. That down take, almost the end of Markimu's second stock.
Yeah, Future Bubble makes it back, trying to get those nairs on the way back through. Does not punish Hideaway there. Zen accidentally side airs Hideaway, putting out the neutral lights. Finally hits Markimu. Yeah, but it's going to take a long time before they'll actually knock out. Recovery will take that Markimu. No, Onyx still surviving. And there goes Zen after hitting that recovery, courtesy of Future Bubble getting the revenge hit.
Okay, Hideaway trying to juggle around.
Oh, the save with the nair right afterwards. And then Markimu got some damage for it. Future Bubble gets the nair on both Zen and Hideaway.
Yeah, people keep sleeping on Future Bubble's ability. All right, here we go. Zen gets an opening. The weapon throw to save Markimu.
Okay. I know we were trying to focus on Hideaway and Zen there, but Future Bubble every single time just seems to have something to save Markimu from these situations. What is he going to do this time, though? Hideaway and Zen, though, they could have this one. Get the edge guard on the Future Bubble, maybe.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough to call. Marky's getting a bit of a juggle toward the top. He's going to get caught on the way down. Future Bubble with the weapon throw to go ahead and buy some space. Oh, goes off stage a little bit. That's a little bit too far here. Yeah, they need to stay a little bit close together.
All the way to the other side. And now, like, the game state's precarious enough to where blue team can't just, like, run gun-ho ahead towards Future Bubble and hope that it works. Like,
nice.
You can see them slowing everything down and the red team taking in favor of this. Marky was going to dodge, but he gets a wake-up Nair. Nair sends him flying.
Oh, and really, Marky needs to find one downlight, gets stuffed out, loses the weapon there as well. This is going to be hard.
Both unarmed. This is so tough.
Now Future has a side air on the bow.
Future Bubble gets through, gets the weapon, and then the knockout goes over to Markimu.
This is extremely close. And now,
oh, that's so bad.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Very unfortunate for Future Bubble there. Tries to go for the D-Light recovery, true combo on a Hideaway. Ends up hitting Markimu somehow. And Marky gets caught by the ground pound, the falling hitbox into the floor. What a clutch from Hideaway.
Dare ground pound as a finisher. Okay. Wow, I really thought Markimu and Future Bubble were going to be able to close that one. They were playing it.
I mean, you know what the difference is?
What's that?
It's the difference between going for Nair instead of recovery. I think in that situation, it would have knocked out anyway, but
let me look.
You know, like it can be hard.
That was really, what an interesting mix-up, because I think it was for the dodge down. It was for a dodge down or the fast fall down, and Markimu just decided, I want to get back to the ground instead of go up into a hit by another Nair, another recovery, whatever have you. Very well played.
Good job, Hideaway. I mean, look at the damage on Zen. 697 damage last match.
I feel the need to justify my focus on Markimu and Future Bubble a little bit, because I know that I'm speaking as a commentator from their perspective a lot during this set.
Right.
And for me, it's because the way I feel about this head-to-head is that Zen and Hideaway are stronger. They're just a stronger team, and Markimu and Future Bubble have to, like, pull out a strategy that takes advantage of, like, a weakness that they have, because if they did, I'm not saying that if they fought an honest 2v2, they would lose every time.
I know what you mean.
That's why, so, like, when I'm looking at this, I'm going, oh my goodness. No, Future Bubble's actually running for his life, but he's not helpless.
Yes.
He keeps saving Markimu when they finally decide to target switch, and then Markimu does just enough damage for Future Bubble to, like, survive long enough. And then they threw the end of that game, but it was in their control, I think.
Yes, I agree.
At the very end. And so that's why I'm looking at this, I'm going, wow, they managed to do that for 2 games. Can they keep this strategy up, or is Zen and Hideaway finally going to just, like, put it to an end and be able to win the game, or is Markimu's presence just that great as a player?
It's an exhausting strategy, right? It puts a lot of pressure.
It's exhausting for both teams.
On Future Bubble, right? Like, I mean, on one side, they're, like, trying really hard to single out this guy, and for Markimu, since he has so much pressure to go ahead and, like, try to get this damage and rack it up, Future Bubble has to be on, right? He has to be pinpoint precision with every situation he tries to help Markimu in.
Like, they are piranhas when it comes to Future Bubble isolated. Like,
yeah, look at this.
They're both jumping after him. It's really been incredible to watch his survivability through all of it. Let's see if he can get back this time. And that's the key word, right? Is that despite all the damage he takes really early on, he does tend to survive. And then they end up cleaning up the stocks. Now he goes down really early on here. Markimu took a ton of damage at the same time. Let's see if Zen and Hideaway are able to really cement an early lead here, or if it ends up coming back into the red team's favor.
Yeah, because I feel like this is the kind of strategy that works really good for a best of 3. But for a best of 5, I think it's just hard to keep up. It's just that exhausting. But we're going to see. I mean, Future Bubble already has taken so much damage on his second stock, so it already seems like maybe they need to find something else here, because otherwise, I don't know. It seems like Zen and Hideaway have kind of started to figure it out, right?
Right, and that's why I was looking at that last game. I was like, I think they needed this to go up 2-0. So that they could have a chance to clutch one of the games that are coming up next, because I felt like it's going to be a little too tough to come back from. This is a lead for the red team, barely. It's one of those deceptive ones. Markimu could go down and Future Bubble to a team combo, could just lose his stock right afterwards. Let's see if he can land. Sidelight Nair into recovery. That's not even a team combo.
That's just a read, right?
Yeah.
It's a 2-hit true combo into a read on your dodge.
And now Future Bubble very vulnerable here going into game number 3. Markimu on the right side of the stage, and they just switch right over to him.
Because the one thing I think about this team as well is that Markimu and Future Bubble do have rehearsed team combos, but they never get a chance to do them, right? I mean, it would be an easy way to be like, if they get a team combo, like right there, they try to start, it gets interrupted by Zen.
Let's see what we got. Markimu goes for the double sidelight. Future Bubble's like lands sweating, gets Sidelight and aired for it. Hits a recovery. He's had so much trouble here on Demon Island in particular. I feel like any platform map would help him with how he's been trying to play, because now they've got him so damaged that like Zen and Hideaway can now comfortably just focus on Markimu.
Yeah.
Future Bubble will basically get hit by a stray attack. Like you could just focus on the guy with 2 stocks at this point.
And it really is difficult too, because you know the onus is on Marky to approach even harder now, because that's the only way Future Bubble is going to survive, and the only way they're going to come back to this match. Future Bubble has been annihilated. Marky goes down.
This is exactly what I was worried about, right? And that's this is justification to the for lack of better words, analysis, I guess, I had of the first 2 games.
Like the commentary perspective,
well,
right?
because when I was looking at this, and I was like, this is what every game should have looked like. But Markimu and Future Bubble played it so well, they got a win, almost went up 2-0. But this is how it felt like it should have been going for me every time. Amazing combo, gets the NSIG up the top. You get the Onyx privilege to survive another team combo. Delight Cider sends him flying, and he gets the gravity cancel pivot Endlight to get the shutdown. Pretty smart.
Yeah.
But it was 1 stocks to 4, so.
And that should be the stock. Delight recovery is going to go ahead and seal the deal. 2-1. For Zen and Hideaway, they're looking incredibly more polished at dealing with this game plan.
I'd say we gotta go somewhere with a platform if you want to be able to have some space for Future Bubble to take refuge.
Yeah.
Demon Island's just not it. I don't know what you're gonna do
but
there.
We're going back. We are going back.
Well, I think we're gonna be getting an equally fast game here, Flambeau. Unless they've changed something with the characters. They have not.
Yeah, no, I'm worried a little bit for them, right?
That being said, first 2 games, really incredible. I think Hideaway and Zen, it just felt like a fight against the timer, like the fuse was coming through.
Yeah.
And now the bomb's gone off, and Zen and Hideaway know exactly what they need to do.
And even in game 2, they were able to get the first stock off Future Bubble relatively quick. He was just able to hang on to his second stock for a really long time. But speaking of, I mean, Future Bubble getting focused out here, almost gets sniped. Markimu coming in, and he has to make them really feel the pain when they don't successfully get Future Bubble, right? He has to really, and look at him. I mean, Marky, that's the thing. Like, he's a tank. I don't know how better else, like a literal tank. Like he's shooting like absolute, like, you know.
You're talking about like a vehicle of war.
Yes, exactly. Not like, oh, we can take so many hits. Like, no, this dude is a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah. Future Bubble does go down, though, to Olgrim's ground pound. Markimu on the right side of the stage, waiting for some pressure to be relieved by his teammate. Future Bubble gets through, some friendly fire. That could be bad. Future Bubble does make it back, though. Down air and an air, not going to combo, and Zen gets hit by that side light.
Oh, and the hard part about this game plan is that Future Bubble has to kind of guess how Markimu is going to attack so that he doesn't get caught by the hitboxes that Markimu is trying to throw out to catch the enemies, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of times where you'll see him try to do that, and everyone gets hit. He's good. Not anymore.
Not
anymore. He's saving nice from Markimu to let him get the nair. But
and the double knockout.
Oh, and he gets the dodge back in time. All right. Future Bubble hangs on.
Crazy teamwork from the red team. Absolutely impeccable. Because I thought that was going to be like a 6 stocks to 2 situation at that rate, right? But they brought it back to an even game. Future Bubble does get by downlight and lights. And Markimu fighting in the 1v2s, and then Hideaway deciding to put some pressure there as they just bat Future Bubble away, trying to keep him out of the scrap.
He has
Gets
a weapon.
a cider afterwards, and Markimu now just as damaged as Future Bubble. Downlight into an endlight, that's going to knock out Markimu on the right side of the stage. Down sig, caught him.
Charged it,
They both committed to a sig. And Markimu charged the gravity cancel and sig as long as he could, but you can't charge a gravity cancel as long as you can a grounded move, and he goes right into the blades of Olgrim's down sig there. The chainsaw taking him down. It's 4 stocks to 2. Markimu could get the combo.
Yeah. Nice try from Marky there. Needs to get the touch. Needs a touch. Needs to save. Future Bubble gets the recovery.
They just keep grabbing.
But they can't come back out.
For the 4th ground pound in a row. Hideaway going for the highlight. Chase dodges up. Pogo into Pogo. Markimu avoids one downlight. Gets the double dare. Could get the double knockout.
Oh, tries to go for the slide, but gets hit by the recovery. If he got a clean slate there, I mean, still would be a really hard 2v1 to come from, but I respect it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much all she wrote, Taza. We'll see if Markimu can do 3 stocks.
Yeah, 3 dodge reads off of cannon while their teammate just sits there and does nothing. Because like you could throw a weapon.
GG. No, doesn't get the side sig.
Yeah, that was pretty poor timing. Goes for the down sig as well. Zen with the celebration there. Well played, 3-1. Yeah, I did feel like they needed that 2-0 lead to have a possible chance to win by game 5. That's how it felt like it was going, because then Hideaway, yes, it's exhausting to play to play with that playstyle, specifically to execute it.
Yes.
It is not as exhausting for Zen and Hideaway to adapt to that. Their energy reserves were going to stay healthy throughout the entirety of that set, whereas like Marky Mew and Future Bubble were going to quickly deplete, as we saw by the end of that Game 4.
Yeah, I'm really sad that they did end up going back to Demon Island. You know,
it felt like the worst
I feel
choice.
Like Fortress Alliance could have done really well.
Just one
Mose Eisley, I think, could have actually done wonders.
No, literally anything other than Susaka Castle, right? Like that, it would have been. I think it would have been a very different game. But they go back to Demon Island and they get taken down. Yeah, Future Bubble with 197 damage done, and his damage was always low over the course of the entire set, right? As we were talking about that clear pressure disparity. Right. But that one was a little too much to come back from, right? You can't be doing as a team total this less damage than what Hideaway did by himself.
Yeah.
that's just not going to work out for a winning strategy. So they go down the elimination side. Zen and Hideaway with a 3-1 go into grand finals, wearing the 1 seed proud. They look very, very good today.
I'm like sitting here thinking about like what you even do to kind of refine that game plan more, right? Because there's 2 ways to look at it. Either you say Future Bubble just needs to like have more offensive presence on the stage, or you spec more into how much you're going to support someone.
You can only get so much out of one person in a 2v2 game. That's my opinion. And I think Marky Moo already is playing at that max capacity. Future Bubble's just got to be able to level up to hang with Zen and Hideaway. That's what I think is happening there. Where they're like, he's good enough to beat every other team in the field, right? That's the thing, right? They're coming in here as the 5th seed. So they're like top 5 teams in North America. But when it came to that 1v1 matchup, I was like, I don't see Future Bubble being able to outplay either of the people in the opposing teams. And then Hideaway just looked phenomenal.
Yeah, no. That's tough, right? Because that does seem like the obvious answer, but like
it's not the fun one.
It's just when I see how close they were able to get in some of those matches, it makes me believe that there is just another approach to 2s that you can succeed with. They almost
went up 2-0. That would have blown my mind. It was like as it was happening in Game 2, I was like, oh my god, they're winning. I did not expect that level of play. So they played really, really well today. But we gotta move on to the next match. We've got fan favorites Balloon Boy and Radish going up against Faking Experience. This is going to be an exciting one. Balloon Boy and Radish, I have in favor of winning.
I do as well.
Right now.
But if anyone could take him out, I think this is one of those teams.
This is like Marky Moo and Future Bubble, but Future Bubble is Radish, right? And Radish is like, well, really, like he's very proven in the single space, so I don't have to ask myself if he's got the ability to hang with like different players in a 2 spot. Where it's like we've talked about how like in the same sense, right? Both Experience and Fakey are not known for their 1s play.
Yes.
They're getting to maybe top 16. Right before top 8. They're not getting into that that echelon where they can even get close to the podium. But as a team, look at that down sig and the side sig. They're saying they're speed running to the podium here in 2v2s.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, they, while maybe not consistent top 8ers, have top 8'd. You know, that is and that is the thing.
Experience has one
tournament in singles. Yeah. And the difference, you can kind of feel it, right? I mean, granted, Radish also the same, right? And that's where the kind of comparison comes in. But the Shred Raptor trying to find some openings here. I mean, Experience so healthy. Fakey also still with 3 stocks, just a little bit more damage. That's going to be an opening from Balloon Boy. It's going to be enough off of that side sig into maybe a chance to get Experience here. The recovery's not going to be enough off the top. Side air, weapon throw.
Yeah, the ground pound. Oh, waited for the recovery. Nice job. Experience is probably going to go down here. No. Just went for a bunch of immediate jumps. Balloon Boy thought he'd mix it up towards the wall, but he doesn't. Makes it back, and now Experience still on 3 stocks, but Fakey taking a good amount of damage while he spent all that time recovering.
Nice catch from Rage for the gravity cancel. Balloon Boy not able to get in position in time to convert into a team combo. But, I mean, the red team is starting to look a little more alive here. Experience almost gets the cheek one with that down sig. Maybe if you charge it for just a little second more, might have been able to get a stock. We're going to get a punish. Rage comes in with the, I love he goes for the sidelight nair.
He did the sidelight nair hoping that Balloon Boy would be able to do something. And also because the nair gives you more drift. If you do sidelight side air, you're stuck in the air.
You're just stuck in that spot for a while.
Easier to get punished.
Yeah.
So they've brought it back after a very early double knockout coming out from the blue team. Down
nice
comes through, that stomp there will punish that. And it's going to take the double knockout once again. All 4 knockouts going over to Experience's Taros so far.
Yeah, I think a bit of a risky play from Balloon Boy considering the fact that Radish was unarmed, right? So you go for a gravity cancel, you missed it, now you're getting punished,
and it wasn't
Radish
in
doesn't have anything
reaction
to save you.
It wasn't in reaction to like Radish getting a hit either, right? So That down sig was just kind of a hard read.
Oh, but they have a chance to get experience here. They need an opening. End light from Radish or something, maybe a D-light. No, it's going to be a silent from Balloon Boy. That's not going to lead to much of anything. Recovery hits the other person.
I think it's still fine. That's good damage. He didn't lose out on anything going for that.
Another narrow knockout as well. Oh, Recovery will do it too.
All right, let's see if Fakey can survive. Recovery's out of there, jumps out of there, has the dodge, doesn't even need to use it. Even game.
And Balloon Boy content to just not even throw out an attack. He'll just wait. Not trying to force the issue here. Extremely close game. That's a pass. I was going to go for an N-sig maybe.
Too slow on the Sair. Gets the down sig though, and Fakey taking a ton of damage. That's 2 combos leading into a signature from the Red Raptor. Goes for the side light, gets carried all the way up. Gravity cancel D-light, could have comboed in a recovery if it hit. And that could have been Experience's stock.
Okay,
Ooh,
nice
silent Nair recovery almost comboed into Taro's recovery, and that could have been the stock as well. Recovery Nair, now everybody taking a bit of damage. Radish looking for some kind of starter. And 6 spikes Experience off the left side of the stage. Nice. Down 6 sends Fakey flying. And even though the blue team started with a double knockout team combo on every set of stocks, it is the red team that finishes them off here at the end of game number 1. And a damage disparity that I didn't expect there was like 270 Fakey, 670 Experience. That was, I didn't think Fakey was doing that little.
You know, it's interesting because, you know, I've been talking about how good Zerial is in 2s for like a bit now, but like even seeing that N-sig connect on Gauntlets, I'm like, man, like if my teammate gets hit by that, like that's a really hard move to interrupt. Zerial just moves so much.
Yeah, and if you slide charge it, you're moving even further. You're usually slide charging it to like get a catch off of like a Sair.
Because you can't really weapon throw that, you know? How do you know where to places?
I mean, it's throwing in the direction and pray, I suppose. We saw a few interrupts on like the signatures that are easier to interrupt are like Tesco side stick, where you're like staying in place. And I say easier to interrupt like with a weapon throw. Zariel's just quick, right? Such a great mixture of signatures. Oh, down sig and a Sair.
Nice
Fakey trying to make it back.
Goes across. Radish hops on the bike. It's not going to work. Sidelight's going to connect, but not going to be the stock there either. Balloon Boy with some great movement on the base platform, and Radish gets caught by an N-Light Experience. Isn't there to receive the pass from Fakey, though.
Ooh, falls down, has the axe, gets the recovery, great follow-up. Radish could go down as well, interrupts the bike. Gets the side air, low on jumps. Balloon Boy with that invincible down sig from the iframes on respawn. Evens up the game, does not get the Nair off the N-Light pass.
Okay, I guess the side air punished, but a little bit too late. Radish does end up taking some knockback there. Oh, tricky weapon throw.
I like the recovery, even though it hits Radish. It's just like give him a better chance to get back down.
Wow, beautiful D-light from Fakey there. That was good spacing.
Okay, not the greatest trade. Got a recovery onto Balloon Boy. I think Experience was trying to go like higher above the recovery to get a combo and just ended up getting caught. So he goes down, but Balloon Boy is super damaged.
Wow, and Experience just, wait, Balloon Boy, now he's chilling.
Experience is going to go for a ground pound right afterwards.
Beautiful dodge timing from Balloon Boy to get through the ground pound. Rich gets caught by the recovery. Doesn't have a dodge here, but that extent, man, the active frame's not recovery. Really coming in clutch. Opportunity for a team combo. The weapon throw is going to maybe force a high recovery from Raiders. Goes for the gravity cancel side sig. And gets Pogo, should have dodge back, and then Experience comes out for the recovery to clean up.
What a series of edge guards coming from them.
That was perfect.
Everywhere from the recoveries to the weapon throws, playing around to the dodge cooldown every 3 seconds. Raiders got absolutely demolished on that stock.
You could just like very clearly see the intentionality between all of the stripping away of every single resource that Raiders had.
And Raiders did good recovering. Like he used Red Raptor's kit to the fullest. Went for the N-sig there on the pivot Sair, coming up from Raiders' combo, D-light side air.
Oh, wow. Timing at the same exact time. Experience. Now kind of bullying Radish a little bit. Balloon Boy also can't seem to get much footing. Gonna go ahead and get that recovery. And a pass off the side air. We need a ground pound or something here. Can't go for it. Radish doesn't cover anything. And there goes Balloon Boy. And Radish soon to fall as well.
I think fine idea from Balloon Boy. They were behind enough to where if they didn't close the stock there's no chance they were winning the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think my only criticism would probably exist in that I think Radish should have tried to help him get that edge guard as well.
Yeah. Gets the recovery and the gravity cancel down. Off the bounce, too. That's really cool. That's a rehearsed setup, right? Because I think I viewed it at first as like, oh, the down heavy missed. No, it didn't. The recovery bounced him into the bottom of the attack. So, like, maybe it's like a timing. It's just something that you put out there so that you don't have to time it. But
that's what I think. Yeah, is that like if it hits on the initial hit, fine. If it doesn't on the bounce, maybe you get a second chance.
Maybe we're gonna get to see that before they lock in the maps here.
Yeah, beautiful team combo here. I love seeing an unarmed team combo
neutral,
as well.
And then the recovery, it bounced off the ground into it. So even if he, it doesn't matter when he hit it. it just lasts that long.
Yeah, if anything, it gives you more leniency.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, really cool. Really cool option. We're going to game 3. Experience and Fakie, even in the game they lost, I think their team combos have been more consistent across the board.
I would agree.
So we're going to go into game 3 and see if that still remains here back on Fortress of Lions. Weapon spawns going over to the bow players on both sides.
Let's see. Who's going to get the first major opening here? Balloon Boy kind of sitting in the side, gets a sidelight, hits Rage with it as well. And there's an opening for the blue team. Gets interrupted by Balloon Boy. And look how much damage he gets for that. Gets a dodge and then converts that to so much damage on experience. That's exactly what we want to see from Balloon Boy. Go ahead and split up some of that damage happening to his teammate here. Radish now in the 1v1 versus Fakie. But Fakie looks like he's collapsing a little bit more on a Balloon Boy here. And Radish is kind of on the side looking for his moment. Maybe a little bit too passive though.
Ooh, ground pound catches the dodge too. Fakie looking for the edge guard, gets the side air. Pivot on the down air. Fakie low on jumps, but does have the recovery left. Manages to disarm Balloon Boy. And blue team continues to run away with this lead into the down tick. I was worried that Fakie wasn't going to be able to get there in time, but man, Axe Neutralite is just the best setup move in the game. It just has to be.
Yeah, right. No, it has to be. It's quick. It's like similar to Sword and Light, but sends a little bit further. Down tick from Balloon Boy. Doesn't have enough juice on to get any knockouts. Gonna make it a little bit rough. That D-Light recovery, just barely enough to get a KO. They need to collapse on a Fakie here. Rage is getting pushed off the side, and then beautiful runaway from Fakie, and then comes back with the ground pound to go ahead and get a little bit of extra damage. Rage is now trying to get back on the stage. And they're fine kind of playing around the corner because Experience doesn't have a hammer in hand right now, but they are getting kind of lapped a little bit in damage. Fakie still has that third stock.
Yeah, Fakie playing very well on the spear here too. Starting to call out more and more of the red team's options. Oh, the ground pound, thanks it.
Oh, he's gone.
He get the double knockout on a Radish here too. Ground pound went out for Experience there. May have accidentally taken out a
KO'd himself.
That's well, Experience and Fakie definitely poised to win this game.
Yeah,
after that.
That's rough. I thought there was going to be maybe a gravity cancel Ensig from Radish at some point on the boots to go ahead to either try to save Balloon Boy or get a turnaround.
I think he thought so too.
But
and then it didn't happen. And sometimes it happens. Ground pound just take Experience down though. And the game state's not as bad as I thought. Fakie's had that high survivability. Ensig could spike him here.
Gotta convert here.
They gotta get this edge guard. No, they switch back over to Experience.
And they don't get much on Experience either, but they still got really good damage. It's not the worst.
Experience. Ooh. Well, if he went down there, that would have been crazy to see red team pull a win out of this.
Nice from Radish to break up Experience, but Fakie already caught the pass. They need to get Experience here. Balloon Boy goes for the double recovery to see if he can get an early knockout.
Weapon throw stops Radish from doing anything more.
Oh, he doesn't get the spacing there.
Oh, Experience wasn't ready for the end light. Okay, that could have been a down sig. Ground pound misses Fakie off of that landing ground pound. Weapon throw hits Balloon Boy in the face on accident. They could take Fakie down. That's brutal.
And that might be it. I don't know how Rage gets out of this. He doesn't is the answer. Gets caught by that. And that's going to be game. Yeah, Experience and Fakie.
Very, very tumultuous game state, right? Like, they got close to being...
Closer than we would have thought, right?
Because Fakie almost went down the right side. And then Experience almost went down an orange to the exhausted gauntlet recovery off the top. And
yeah,
that could have been
that's crazy.
Well.
I just don't think you expect to get spiked there as Balloon Boy. Because Fakie is below you.
Okay, Radish just had jumps. He just went for a ground pound and just hit the blast though. That was...
I don't know. You know, sometimes you go for... Yeah, I think in Radish's head, he's just like, I need to make some kind of play here to try and equalize things or keep them close.
Yeah.
And then just went a little too hard, you know?
Well, we're at match point here. Experience and Fakie about to make the upset. Up 2-1, looking pretty solid. I think all 3 games have looked pretty good. I think game 1, Radish and Balloon Boy were able to clutch the last stocks, but it wasn't like they were winning the whole time.
Yeah.
So still solidly in favor of Experience and Fakie. And Balloon Boy not showing the presence that he had in the set before this.
Oh, nice D-Light, N-Light, double N-Light from Fakie. Just really not hesitating to anti-air with that button. And the game stay always even, right? They make sure that they get their trades. Radish almost gets a stock there, these recoveries. It's like they're getting these hits that are vertical, that are this close to knocking out, but just barely not having the difference. Yeah. And it's adding up.
Yeah. The damage adds up, but you're right. The terms of like what they get in return to not knocking it out, that's adding up even more.
Nice chase dodge down from Balloon Boy. Gets caught by the down air, though. That bow down air is so precarious. And Balloon Boy is actually going to be the first person to lose a stock here. Radish almost gets caught. He just does a side air out of a hit stun and then goes for a side sig.
Side sig into end sig, catches him actually. And while the arrows do blast Radish, it's not as bad as the damage Fakie took.
Yeah, I think Radish unfortunately wanted to be able to dash forward a little bit and get the pass off of that. But either way, I mean, still a pretty decent game state, all things considered, for the red team here, trying to force the game 5.
Doesn't get the alley-oop on that. Balloon Boy was stuck on the platform. Experience gets kicked away by Radish as he picks up the boots. That's going to take Fakie down. Team combo to Experience. Has to land. Gets hit by the Nair and a neutral light. But the side light does not. He doesn't get the dash forward side light.
Yeah.
He just side lights his teammate on accident, and Experience gets out.
Okay, there we go. Fakie gets another stock here. Experience gets tagged by a little bit of friendly.
And Balloon Boy just waiting for Radish to get a weapon. What does he got? Orb on deck. Neutral light. Spot dodges Fakie's attack. Oh, didn't follow up off the
Good wake
Nair.
up from Experience.
Side light, side air.
Catches him. Yep. Can they collapse on a Fakie here? When they've had these 2v1 moments, they haven't really been able to do much with them, truth be told.
Would have liked to see Radish charge that down sig a little bit longer. Maybe could have spiked Fakie, but he makes it back. Down air is going to punish that down sig. Experience playing a little recklessly. Finally picking up a weapon here, but I'm seeing a little lack of focus coming out from the blue team here in game number 4.
Nice. Oh, it doesn't even matter. I mean,
say that, and then they bring it right back.
Yeah. Grab cancel. Ensig was sick from Radish to go ahead and get that wall touch, but great, or even better coverage here from the blue team. And now the game state is fairly even here. Fakie does have that second stock, but he's in the deep red. Experience is also taking some damage to be in the light yellow on his final stock. So all things considered, the swing can happen at a moment's notice here.
Side light siders and get the recovery afterwards. Balloon Boy a little slow in the follow-ups. Puts himself in danger going for that edge guard against Experience. Side light Nair and a recovery will take Fakie down. Can Experience avoid getting caught by the Nair from Balloon Boy?
Oh, and I thought they would at least maybe clear that weapon here because now Fakie just gets a free bow.
I really think they just want to get a combo on Experience. Balloon Boy was looking for those Nairs. They never found him. So you're right. Fakie now on his signature weapon. Ooh, Cider gets punished.
Ooh, okay, I love the jump there from Rage. They're kind of a safe punish option to go for. Can't really combo off of it, though. Things are starting to get a little scary. Rage has a lot of damage here, and Balloon Boy, while not undamaged, can't take too much more either. The side sig does not get interrupted, and it's enough to knock out. 2v1 situation.
Fakie kind of just stared at him.
Yeah, it was deer in headlights for a moment there. I was a little surprised. I was like, weapon throw, something?
I wonder if Fakie's thought process was like, this isn't going to knock Experience out, and then I will hit him afterwards.
Perhaps.
But Experience just ends up going down.
Or even then, I thought, maybe trade.
Yeah, any button press would have been good, but the Ensign catches him, spikes him. They bring it to a game 5. Radish and the Balloon Boy, great job on game number 4. Yeah, that was just like a moment. The Deer in Headlights explains it perfectly, where he just kind of stared at him, and it was just like, maybe not thinking about Experience at the time. Maybe his focus was on Balloon Boy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever the case is, they're bringing it to a game 5. I don't know, sir, if we were supposed to be looking at the replays there, but
no, I mean, they definitely got the replay audio going, but
I would have liked to have seen what his focus was on. But we're gonna go into game 5 here. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Radish, Balloon Boy, Experience, Fakie, winner of this, going up in the Grands to fight against Zen and Hideaway, who have been looking absolutely phenomenal here in the Summer Championship in North America. Let's see what we've got. We've got Zariel and Red Raptor against the Kaya and Terrace. Oh, goodness. First strike is immediately
that hammer side sig. That's the affordance that you get with it, right? We honestly, Experience on this hammer has been doing an immaculate job of getting his hits in when he needs to. We've generally seen, I feel like, a little bit more of the axe outside of these particular situations where we're off stage. But now the red team is going to be playing from a bit of a deficit here. But I don't think for much longer. They're doing a great job of racking up the damage. They just need their conversions to the stock knockout. Beautiful interruption from Radish there.
Ooh. Goes in for the side, so he gets hit by the D-Light Cider, even with the save attempt from Radish. Radish taking a ton of damage here, gets the D-Light recovery, but it's not going to get the knockout just yet. And Balloon Boy looking for unarmed finishers, and maybe being a little too hasty about that because he's getting punished for it. So I thought he was going to go for grab there. Fakie's just waiting for him to try.
Okay,
gets the D-Light recovery, yeah.
Not enough. They can't catch Fakie. He's going to weapon throw him off the stage. At least remove some of his presence so that they can maybe have an easier time, but that's not quite going to work here. Balloon Boy still with restocks, just caught by the recovery from the underside.
Like that, like the weight. He wasn't far enough ahead where he wanted to do the team damage.
Another ground pound.
Double ground pound. Wait, Fakie, what are you going for here? Okay, I see. 3 stocks still left on the table. I thought he had lost a stock recently, but he was like, I'm going to trade this for Radish.
Yeah.
Like that mentality.
Nice catch from Balloon Boy there. Experience has been kind of hovering around the same area in the stage for a little while here. He reads it with a Nair.
That
able to get a KO.
on his
double
own.
side light recovery. Weapon throw up as well.
Pick
and
back.
he catches it.
Goes for the recovery, tries to get the double on experience, doesn't hit it.
Oh,
Nice job with that
city right
dash
now.
back recovery. Using the platform for that movement. Could get a nair here. Goes for ground pound instead. He's got to be careful about Fakey's ground pound. Sidelight, double sidelight recovery. That'll take him down. Nair into no. Radish doesn't catch experience. Ends up getting stuck on the platform. Balloon Boy carrying the team on his back.
Yeah, I was gonna say Game 5 Balloon Boy is kind of a thing. You know, it seems like he like activates.
What? He's hit every single read off of sidelight. All right, experience super damaged. They've taken the lead here.
Trying to find an opening, Balloon Boy. I mean, Radish is just standing there. He's like,
Radish
Balloon Boy,
is like,
go
you
off,
go,
brother.
Balloon Boy. He's like, what is the,
Yeah,
he gets
got
the
that.
side air. It's like, what? Blue team doesn't know what's going on. The team combo, no, he doesn't get the down stick. That could have been Fakey stock.
Yeah, just
down
not
stick
enough damage.
would pick you up from below and send you up towards the sky.
He's really saying go off. Yeah, and Radish, I think, also doing really good on defense here as well.
Dude, Balloon Boy's damage has got to be like 800 this game. I cannot believe it. He is unstoppable. Ensig comes through. Experience and Fakey are terrified by him.
I mean, this is kind of similar to what you were saying before,
recovering
right?
off the side of the stage.
Oh, he tries to go for the grab cancel down again.
Oh.
And they're trying to collapse on a Radish. You were saying before, this is a mirror of the Marky Move Future Bubble team,
It
right?
is, although I wasn't expecting it to be quite so literal. Radish is doing such a great job playing it. How is Balloon Boy's untouchable? I can't believe this. Finally, experience swats away. Endlight, side air, almost gets the spiking hitbox on Radish with the recovery. That's his chance of winning this game at this point. They're so far behind compared to Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy gets disarmed. Radish has just got to survive. He manages to make it through. Balloon Boy picks up the bow, but I think he wants the gauntlets. That's what he's been navigating through so far.
Yeah, Radish has been honestly a little bit lucky. When he got caught by that down sig, experience was already in a side air animation. If he got that, it would have been a 2v1 already. And so now, look at the way he's weaving in and out. And he still has two stocks, by the way, and he gets one.
And then Radish gets the side air into the weapon throw. Can he get the down stick here? Gets the side air. Is that it?
GG. Wow. Balloon Boy. How much damage? 914.
Okay, I thought it was 8.
914.
914. Okay, yeah. See, if anybody's complaining that casters are biased, you cannot say that with this stat line. That is, he was playing out of his freaking mind. I couldn't believe what I was watching. He made the entire playing field terrified. Radish didn't want to get near him. He was like, you are doing too good right now. Just win the game on your own. That's on Gauntlet's bow with a 914 stat. All those knockouts coming out there. And Radish at the very end hit the side air, being like, okay, you did it. Wow. I can't believe it.
And I think the most impressive part to me too as well is that, like, not only was Balloon Boy able to dish out that much damage, he was able to effectively 2v1 experience in Fakey and get the knockout cleanly
while saving Radish the entire time.
Without getting traded for. You know
he
what
wasn't
I mean?
getting hit. He took the least amount of damage in the game. He took 458. That's or 459. Whatever rounds up on that screen. Yeah, that's And he hit over half of his moves. He had a 90 light attack count with 52% accuracy.
That's crazy.
On Gauntlet's bow. Okay. All right, Balloon Boy, you deserved it. You can get over there in the grand final side. I mean, I'm wondering, we just saw Zen and Hideaway pick apart that strategy the set before.
Yeah.
But like I said, Balloon Boy Radish is like on another level by
it's like
comparison.
tier up, right?
So,
yeah.
Wow, incredible win coming out from there. Incredible play from Balloon Boy. Shout out to Radish for getting carried. Hey, being carryable is a skill. It's a skill. It is.
It is. That is true. That is true. That is true. I'll leave that verbiage to you. I did not say that. He did.
I'll take credit for it. All right, we got to go to a short break. We're going to get back with the elimination side of Top 8 here in North America in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Sparky878, and you're watching Brawlhalla Esports.
期待を裏切られた仲間よ。誓うよ、死ぬまでこの世界を守ってみせる。失われた魂を見つけてやる。魂を貸してくれ、カルダー。仲間が倒れたが俺は負けない。手を貸そうか。かなわない相手なんていない。仲間よ、力を貸してくれ。多勢に無勢だが俺にはかなわないぞ。ラプターフォースの真の力を見せつけろ。お前の攻撃は強いが俺の意志にかなわない。まだまだ仲間のために戦う。残ってるのは俺だけだ。最後の防衛。ブラルハラへようこそ。
Almost died from a broken heart, so I installed a new one. I'm also working on a moral compass. It's like I always say, necessity is the motherboard of invention. Someone's waking up. Good morning. Failure is not in my programming. When life gives you lemons, build a robot to throw them back. I never break a sweat, literally. You may be fast, but I'm overclocked. Your moves could use some debugging. I don't let power go to my head. I use it everywhere. All I need is a wrench, and a plan, and a power source. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
¡Esto es mi cuadrilátero! ¡El jaguar pone las reglas! ¿Quién sigue? ¿Te faltan pantalones? ¡No puedes detenerme! ¡No temo a nada! ¡Nada nos puede detener! ¡Somos
enjoyers, we're back, and guess what time it is? It's time to get into this topic. You're really rocking it, dude.
I thought,
you're rocking it, brother.
Listen, come on, you
that
can't.
felt kind of nice. Wait, oh, hey, look at the time. Oh, look at the time.
Oh my God! What is this? Oh my God! Make it go away! What is it?
Wait, no. Wait, is this a toast creation? No. Is this a toast creation again? Jesus Christ.
Oh, what is this?
Oh my, dude, it's the sound that's
I'm getting flashbang from this. This is insane.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
It is me and Walt's birthday, same day. I am 5 years older than him though, so but you know, yeah. Oh, look at that. It's like the color
Can we
of Zol.
flash that a couple more times, actually, for the people at home? I feel like
this is
they're
nice.
really enjoying this. It's like,
all right, I just want one of the Zol cakes. These are the.
oh wait, skilled it?
Skill. Oh,
hey,
thanks,
cheers.
brother.
So, thank you guys.
Man.
That was so nice.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Can I get a
Wait, so can we eat on stream? Are we allowed to do that? All right, cool.
Oh, well, that's a little crazy.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Yeah.
We're here. Sorry for that. I'm gonna just do this.
All right. It bangs?
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, hold on. Let me just. I can't believe my whole top fell off. My cupcake's tripping on me, bro.
Wait, no. Don't give me the eating cam, but now it's on him.
Banger.
Stop.
Banger. Okay.
All right, we're here. Let's do some business now.
Hold
That
on.
was. Thank you for the kind gesture. That really does mean a lot.
Chat, hold on. I'm gonna give you a real intro in a second.
Yeah. What was your rating on the cupcake, by the way?
Actually, it's a banger cupcake.
Yeah, I do like it. I'm gonna be having more of those.
All right. Are you ready? Hey, put the music back on.
Yeah, run it back.
Yeah.
Can we get the stinger again as well? We'll just start it from the beginning.
Yeah,
We're gonna move
start
that
from
out of
the
the way, and then we're good to go. All right, you ready? Let's go. Well, no, that's not the right one. All right, let's start over. Okay, we ready?
That's a crazy stinger almost. All right. All right, boys, we're back in Summer Championship. I feel, what the heck? Play Brawlhalla. We need to play Brawlhalla right now.
They want to one more time. We're sorry. All right. You need a second? You want me to knock in?
All right, bro, what's up, bro? It's time to get back in the building. Summer Championships. It's top 8. We got to get to the top 4. Play that guitar one more time. He's in it. Hell yeah. We got to, like, if I had a beer, boom. But, like, maybe not here.
I only have a metal water bottle. That wouldn't be a good look for me. I'm sorry.
Maybe not there. All right.
We got to stop. They don't like when we have fun. We're having too much fun. What's up? It's the birthday boys here. I'm Walt. This is TK. We're here for the Summer Doubles Championship. That was wholly unexpected. I don't think either of us knew that was happening. So that was super nice. Thank you guys again.
Yeah, well, I love being here. It's like, I don't know, like 8th, 9th year now here. This is your 2nd year, right?
Yeah.
Like that. And yeah, man, we've just been enjoying like hanging out with you guys, doing some Brawlhalla stuff. But we got to get a little further into this bracket as we can wrap it up to a top 4 and get through in a. What do we have coming up first?
Rise and Soul, and the names of their opponents escaped me for now because we got completely rushed with a bunch of cupcakes and things while I was trying to actually seriously figure out what we were doing today. So it's Rise and Soul versus Raven and Raid. Thank you, bottom of the screen, for letting us know. I'm still so shook by that, man. That was crazy.
No, this is. I will finish this one. It's gonna be over here for the time being.
But yeah, man, the matches have been totally insane so far too. Yeah. That last game 5 that we got right before we went to the break. I mean, I'm expecting to see as we get closer to this top 4, it's gonna get more and more competitive. Obviously, we're near the cream of the crop right now. Our elimination side, top 8, Rise and Soul up against Raven and Raid.
I still like to say just real quick though, now that we have a little bit of time before this match starts, that boy Raiders did, or Balloon Boy did 914 damage.
That was the number?
Yeah.
I didn't see the number at the end. I just saw that he was carrying.
Like, I don't really feel like we get to see those numbers. Like, I mean, like, as soon as we get past like 6 something, I'm like, that guy's doing damage. 900 is crazy.
You're like, that guy's doing damage for the next game as well. It's kind of crazy.
Residual damage being done here. But yeah, we're going to get to this next match. Rise, Soul, Raven, Raid. Oh, I actually very much remember watching Raid back, I don't think this was his teammate before, but I remember watching Raid back, and he kind of came out on my radar maybe like 2-3 events ago.
Right.
And so happy to see him yet here again. But yeah, we're in NA, and they picked up the classic Olgrim and someone strategy. Let's get it.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were saying for a long time it's Teros's world, but Olgrim's not doing half bad either. Lance has been making a comeback for sure. Even saw Hughes yesterday doing a real good job with it. Let's see how it fares in North America. This is our elimination side top 8.
All right, bro, there's going to be chopping. They have pointed out there's definitely 3 axes out here, so expect to hear a lot of chopping noises if we get to that point. Currently, nobody with the axe in hand just yet. We got all the weapons, but it is currently all the offhand weapons. And I've seen a lot of... Oh, wait.
Hang on, offstage. Let's see. Okay, that was a weapon throw, but yeah, Rise is still covering this incredibly well. Easy pickup right there for
Rise
first
is not
strike.
a fan of Raven at all right there.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
You know what? I don't like that you're doing this. Offstage once again, covers the 45, doesn't quite get there in time though. The weapon toss to cover his back. Again, and you had pointed this out yesterday, TK, right? Especially when the lance is equipped, watch out for those parallel lines, right? If you can get on the same kind of level area, that's really where the lance is going to shine here.
Oh, wait a minute. All right, Rise going to get back to the stage one more time. This is a very hot start here for the red team for sure, though. Rise has pretty much been unhit. Seems like the guy to beat right now. Soul has taken quite a bit of damage, but if you're looking at the blue team, they're both hurting. And yeah, Raven has got to watch out. Great sync.
He picked up both too. Okay, he
nice.
did get a disarm onto Rise, it looks like. Yeah, and then off the right side is going to be Soul going down. Nice pickup as well with the grapple hammer, picking up and confirming that stock. But they're still playing behind.
Yeah, very much like how we got all the way across that stage to really make that happen too. It was going to be a long recovery from Rise, so Raven knew. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
this is a problem. Oh, this is a problem.
Ground pound, ground pound. Oh, no! That wasn't the way I wanted it, but it still happened.
It was a bait and switch ground pound for sure. They both sent it, but somebody was going to get hit. Speaking of hit straight out of there, Raid getting sent out of there as well. Another solid lead here for the red team. How do we get back for them?
I don't think Rise is going to let them get back at all. This is GCD like ground pound. Misses it on the tap-in, though, but still keeping this going.
Is going to be able to make this back. He does barely make it back. He does hit the wall at the very least, but yeah, he's getting kind of thwarted by Raid. Raid finally missing that. Oh my God, what a combo.
This is over. Yeah, wrap it up, dude.
What a combo off the platforms. They went back and forth with it too. That was so sick, dude.
I'm going to take a bite for that one.
Yeah.
That was good.
Combo so good, made me hungry.
It was tasty.
Combo so good, made me hungry, bro. All right.
That was nuts. I mean, not even giving us a moment to breathe there.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I mean, I think there was maybe a couple of miscues on the blue side, right? I'm looking at the last interaction we might see where, look, Rise was going insane on edge cards. There's no doubt about it. I think Soul was doing an amazing job playing backup to that situation, right? Covering so many of the high angles on behalf of Rise. Raven and Raid have to decide if they want to combat that in the offstage or just completely disengage. And I think we need to see this in game 2.
I think Rise is doing one of those things where I think, obviously, as a Brawlhalla player, you definitely have to go off stage and make things happen, right? But I feel like if I watch one person or my teammate get bodied off stage like twice, I'm gonna be like, yo, bro,
let's not do that.
We gotta stay off. We gotta stay on stage. We have to do a better job of at least controlling center stage, and maybe we have to do the longer game of not going for edge guards because this Rise guy is going absolutely insane off here. Speaking of, even on stage, though, he doesn't like Raven.
Yep.
That's what I see. That's what I'm watching right now.
There feels like there's some type of hatred that exists here. There's the slide charge off stage. Rise way downtown. No coverage there from the blue side to really punish the miss there. Double pogo doesn't connect, but there's the sweat beads, and again a shark in the water. Rise, it doesn't matter who it is. Pogos for days, and Soul once again perfectly in position to pick up the second.
This is absolutely insane. Like, I'm sure that Soul is doing a bunch of work over there, but my eyes are just glued to Rise right now, the way that he is moving around both of the members of the blue team. Rise, though, is still getting involved. Is going to end up taking a hit right there. Look at that movement. I'm back. You thought I was going to go for a follow-up? No. Dash back neutral. He might actually turn this into a stock. Okay.
Dude, you know what's crazy too? It reminds me of so many of the aggressive players we see, like Bunny, for instance, who are just so good at going off stage. Doesn't care if they're unarmed or what. Oh my God, Rise with the pickup as well. Been going low. What is happening? There's frosting all over the desk. I don't know what's happening here.
Oh my God, he still finds it.
Stop! I'm covered in frosting. And I need a napkin. And I need an adult. I don't know what's going on,
bro. You gotta look. Rise goes off stage. If you get past him, we're not trying to make a reversal. Just get back on. Leave. Get out. Look, Raven was like, I got to get out of here.
Help your mans.
Yeah,
for
I
a
got to
second.
leave.
Okay, Soul trying to get the pickup with the Sair, not getting too much more after that. The half recovery from Raid will at least dissuade the red team member from coming back towards the stage. But look at the numbers. Rise is still on first stock, even with his reversal. That was a bit of a miscue, but it was only the first stock. Thank you so much.
He dropped his own stock. He's the only person that's defeating me is me right now. And that's because he was going mad deep for it. Almost gets a double. It might just still be a double. Raid does manage to get power. Oh, wait, great movement here from Raid. Oh, this is huge.
Wait, and Rise?
Oh, wow, he actually gets to stop off of that. You know what? That's a little payback. You kind of had to send a message there. Raid was willing to go super ham for it. Rise still comes back in and takes that stock regardless.
Listen, why did you put the cameras on? I'm trying to... I don't even know how this got here. You guys are throwing cupcakes all over the place. I'm completely at a loss right now. And now it's like part of the desk, and I have to just deal with that.
Oh, wait, what the?
There's just frosting all over the desk. I can't...
No, that's... Well, you're picking at the desk.
Okay, that's all right.
Well, they need, you know, we've had this desk for a while. It's time for a redo. Anyway... Let's get back into this match. Dude, I'm telling you, Rise is definitely the star player of this match.
Oh,
Not even taking anything away from what we're seeing from Soul. Soul is still, you know, playing a solid game. You know, he took a little more damage than he made, but I feel like this is because Rise not giving him a chance to get any damage.
Yeah, there's also like the big fat asterisk that exists of like Rise completely threw away 2 of their stocks and it didn't matter, right? Like they were just completely just off stage, no resources, let it all rock. Went down 2 final stocks on Rise, but that's just how much leeway they had going into that game. There needs to be some adjustments on the side of Raven and Raid.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, I mean, there's just got to be adjustments straight up for the red team or for the blue team. I do see at least, you know, some character swaps here, but is this going to matter? This is big, though. This is a hot start. Get the first stock off the Rise. Wait a minute.
So here's the thing. They loaded in, and my jaw has been on the floor from the start because why is there an Amugi on my screen? What's going on right now?
Listen, I mean, if we're talking about being able to cover a lot of space with a SIG and also do mad damage, Amugi is going to get that done.
It's working, which is kind of the crazier part to me as well. Tries to go for that signature. Again, super, super long buttons is Amugi's signature kit. So if you get caught in the vortex there, you're in big trouble. But Greatsword as a weapon isn't super great, and it's not super great in doubles.
It has this, oh wow, okay, we're gonna get right back. We're gonna get all that back immediately. I like that little combo too. There was like a stagger combo so they can get past each other and make sure their hitbox don't hit each other, but also keep that combo moving to the right side. As you were saying though, yeah, Greatsword can be a hard weapon to use in doubles, but if you're able to, you know, kind of isolate, get a couple 2 1v1s or just some very good team combos, could work out in your favor.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the big question, right? Because I think, like you had said before, Rise has just been putting in complete devastating amounts of work in the edge guard. So maybe this is their way of saying, well, we're going to keep it on stage. We're going to just use a Mugi signature kit like that to leverage some KOs, find them early if we can. The half recovery from Raven doesn't quite find its mark off the top last zone. Does finally get there, though, off the right.
I think Raid also, too, could just be the follow-up guy. He actually turns... Wait, wrong person.
Okay,
he doesn't manage to make it back to the stage, though. Yeah, but he could just be the follow-up guy. What the... Did he even get hit by anything?
I don't know.
Okay.
Things have been happening, TK. I'm a bit overwhelmed, but it is final stocks for both blue team members. Let's see if the resilience of this Amugi can get them at least 1 game on the board.
Okay. This is, yeah, I mean, so far, I will say, like, even if he's just a follow-up guy, I bet you he's doing mad damage.
Yeah.
There it is.
And
nice
that's enough. That's enough, yeah, right. I mean, like, if the Greatsword isn't great, then we're doing just fine with the axe. And let's see, it's both of these players on blue side, able to close that one out, finally get one on the board. I will eat the cupcake and my words, at least for now, because it looks like the Amugi was doing just fine.
They shut down Rise pretty hard, too. He did 354 damage while both of them did about 500.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Also, I think it's probably just less about the Greatsword definitely did his work too, but he wanted to keep an axe in his hand. He wanted probably a stronger legend that doesn't die nearly as fast. These are great things that you have from Amugi.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I see Amugi and it does look like they're sticking to it, I think it's all about the signature kit as well. Like, there is a suggestion that exists of like, well, I can gravity cancel signatures, sure. I can slide chart signatures. They're quite strong with Amugi. But I'm probably going to be keeping my feet on the stage for a majority of our games.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, okay, nice little pass right there, back over to Rise, but the stomp does work. I don't know what, I felt like he stepped on the one person and ended up shooting the other. Either way, they got the double knockout very quickly. This is how you get right back into establishing dominance, just like you did in those first 2 games. So the little swap over to Amugi did get him a game at the very least, but I'm not sure if it's going to get much more than that.
And Rise just gets to do exactly what Rise wants again. There's no movement, but does find the connection into the chase dodge towards the stage, so Raid does get to hang on for a little bit longer. This is where I get nervous, though, right? Because, look, the signatures were great. Like you said, Amugi was doing a good job at being the follow-up guy, confirming KOs, but how do you play this match from behind? Ooh. That's a good start, but you're still a full stock behind. You have to find the 2v1 onto Soul before Rise gets back in the mix, and he's been an absolute menace off stage.
Yeah, necessary weapon toss right there from Soul to make sure he didn't lose that stock in that time. But can he get over here and really help out Rise? They're definitely seeming to be focused on Rise, which is a smart thing to do. Soul, double breakdance, almost got the second one. My man's windmilling out here.
Boy's doing tricks on the dance floor.
Oh,
Hang on. Okay, whiff punish onto a Mugi again. Signature kit's great. Long buttons, though, for sure. So as long as you can find those openings. A Mugi finding the one. There's Raid. Can he get one? Dare off stage. Second one as well. Raven closing the book on that one. That's great communication from them, but they're both off stage.
Oh yeah, we got to make our way back sooner than later. Didn't do it fast enough though. Unfortunately, does end up still losing that stock. So I think it's still very important to get Rise out of this game though. I mean, Soul has been more the guy in the back, right? Like he's definitely still part of the team. But when you're talking about star power, it's clearly Rise when it comes to this team. And if you're able to shut him down, it feels like you're kind of shutting down the team in a major way, or you're forcing Soul to step it all the way up.
Okay, looks like Raid was able to get a couple connecting hits on the bridge with the Greatsword, but it's tough, right? There's such long strings that eventually you'll get interrupted. You have to really know how to pull back. Amazing interrupt right there on behalf of Raven. It's doable, right? They just have to survive on this last stock. Raven doesn't find the connecting hit they need to get off the top KO. Dare doesn't find its mark either, and that whip is going to cost them big. It's actually going to cost them massive, and it will cost them their tournament. A 3-1 for Soul and Rise.
Yeah, that was big. I mean, honestly, Rise, as I said, you know, he did have to. He was like the star player, but I feel like at this point in time, yeah, you got to look at the stats here. Soul definitely stepped it up in a major way, kept himself alive for much longer than Rise did this time around, but also made some very big plays here. I mean, he got 4 of the KOs. That's big. You know what I mean? Obviously, he's finding those final hits. That feels that's got to feel very good for him. The double breakdance, super nice. But still, though, I want to give it up to the blue team for making that swap.
Yeah.
Mookie came out. They did get a W, made the game a lot closer than those first 2 games for sure.
Yeah, totally agree. And I mean, like, it's very, like, they seem like very basic changes, right? Of like, oh, well, let's pick a legend that maybe thrives a little bit more on the ground game, can do a little bit more with the signature kits, maybe confirm us a little bit earlier KOs in some of these situations where we're struggling. Because, look, those first couple games, I feel like it was the Rise show, right? They were just getting completely outmatched in terms of just offstage and edgeguard and things along those lines. And Soul was doing an excellent job, by the way, at just playing backup to that game plan.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Rise was able to go like all over the place and just get absolutely crazy. He's got like the he's got the ball and ender. He was balling on him basically. That's the perfect ender for him for the way he was playing that first game. So either way, that doesn't mean he gets to move on. He has another chance to potentially get into this top 4. But we have to go to the other side of the loser side of things to see what happens on our next match. It's gonna be Hexo Guichibu versus Sweaty Meat and Aquatic. He's been getting hella sweaty over here in this.
Yeah, you gotta be, right? A little bit.
The sweatiest here in this bracket to get all the way to the top 8. Let's see what they can do. Sweaty Meat, Aquatic, Hexo, Guichibu. These are 2 names that you definitely know for a long time, but Sweaty Meat and Aquatic have definitely started to show up on the scene a little later, but they're starting to make waves.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. We got a Hexo set on stream earlier. I think it was like towards the start of the broadcast, actually, and one of our casters, PJ perhaps, was saying something like, oh, it feels like Hexo gets put in these spots because he's such like a damage carry that he like almost feels like he's 3v1ing. And I feel like when you pair yourself with a Queen Nai, it's like, oh, I have so much resilience and tankiness and ability to survive, but you need to rely on either the signature kit that exists from Queen Nai or your teammate to be able to secure the KOs.
And it's Guichibu too, so you know you have a Katara that you can trust.
Yeah.
Like Guichibu's going to get those hits, going to make things happen. That's what we're getting. Yeah, that's what we're getting. Hexo Guichibu should be a nice one. I remember Hexo first came on the scene with me for Hexo Halo Prince. That was a cool team to watch. And Halo Prince, pretty sure played Loki. So he was already kind of used to that type of game plan, and I think he just ends up finding another player that, you know, arguably is better in that game plan, and maybe she'll work out. We'll see what happens as we get into our first game between our competitors. Sweaty Meat in the building with the Taros, Aquatic coming in with the Bryn. Let's see what we got.
Let's get underway. I mean, some shades of the defensive meta that existed and long predated my entry into the competitive Brawlhalla scene, so always like seeing Queen Nai on the screen personally. I think it's fun to see. But let's see what Hexo can do here to kind of take initiative for the blue side.
Okay.
Guichibu can get the action started like that.
Guichibu now trying to find a way to keep putting that pressure there on to Sweaty, but couldn't do much more than that. Oh, scooped. Whoa, I'm getting that blast on off that one.
Guichibu from way downtown just throws that spear and so gracefully lands the hit right, bonking on top of the head for first strike. And there was another one to follow in response. But as the dust settles, blue team's actually behind in the stock count.
Yeah, that was actually that was a very long toss right there to try to make sure that stock was secured there from Guichibu. But unfortunately, Sweaty Meat being the only person still left on their first stock means the blue team is definitely down. A lot of pogos coming out. Guichibu just playing mad aerial right now.
Hang on,
real problem. Wait,
Great.
I thought that they got that. But looks like what? Did Hexo get in the way? Hexo probably recovered.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's see, though. I mean, resilience of Taros stocks, I mean, it cannot be understated how important keeping your Taros alive is in so many of these situations, because you can get so much more leverage, but it's not going to happen there. Sweaty Meat falls 2 stocks down before his teammate even loses his second, too. And this is going from bad to worse if you're the red team.
Yeah, that was a super nice combination to the neutral sig, too. You want to definitely get somebody off the stage when you're looking for that Blasters neutral sig. From Nyx as it does drag down. Perfect angle to do it. Speaking of, Sweaty Meat about to get dragged down again. Does end up getting saved by Aquatic.
Yeah, I like that Aquatic finally went for that. Sweaty was running out of movement, right?
Yeah.
So it was just very, very brutal position that Hexa was just kind of resetting over and over and over again. Gets in the mix there, but recovery with those blasters will confirm the stock, and just like that, it's a pretty tall order for Sweaty Meat. Wow. Not even gonna have the chance. Guichibu from way downtown at the start of the game and at the end of the game to secure it.
Some would say the meat's been dried off, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
It's not sweaty at all,
They've
bro.
been saying
taking
that.
A shower. The streets are saying.
Many have
people
have said this. Many have said this.
All right, we gotta see what they can bring to the table in the second game, but yeah, as of right now, I mean, the start. I feel like the whole game was really on the side of the blue team. They seem to always have like the momentum. I know at the very beginning there was a little bit of a lead for the red team, but it felt like they were almost always like playing like we have to give them space to actually play the game
for sure.
Create space.
Yeah, I think if you're in the driver's seat and are Hexo and Guichibu, right? Like, the great thing about this comp is that Queen Nai is just so remarkably tanky in so many of these situations that Guichibu can initiate in a lot of ways. He can be the ball passer and then say, Hexo, you know what? You've been reading jumps all day on the site. You can secure the stocks all day with the blaster recovery. I think you can close out these stocks as long as I get the ball rolling for you.
I didn't realize, yeah, so going into speed stance too makes a Hexo and a Guichi both have 7 defense. Which is, still quite a bit of defense, but these are just 2 tanky legends.
Yeah.
One, Hexo is just way faster when it comes to, like the speed between them, but then Guichibu is going to be able to like knock out people faster because they have more force. So it's just a very defensive team you have to work at, and because of that, you more often than not have to get a lot of 2v2s. They're just not getting those potential or like chances because they're getting beat up the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on the blue side too, they kind of like if they get into these 4-player scrambles, right? Because of the fact that they're so defensively slanted in their legend picks. But let's see, big swings off the right side, and again, look, Guichibu gets to hang on to that stock, still gets the follow-up hit on Hexo to get Sweaty Meat off for the first strike. Aquatic just desperately trying to recover back. You saw the sweat beads come online. Not a lot of movement left, but touching down. Does find the signature, but it's a traded stock that favors blue side.
Oh my God, he's still chasing him. Can he get it? Oh,
exactly the same.
I got the wall. However, Sweaty Meat is trying. Yeah, has to really maneuver his way back to the stage on that one. Hexo says it's fine. I'll get your teammate instead. Try to get a little coverage. Wait for the turnaround. It's just going back and forth right now.
Yeah, Aquatic's been doing a really, really good job at playing responsively to blue team. So if Hexo just starts going super insane off either side with these reads on the site, he knows to just find the opening, come in, secure the stock, make sure it just gets completely stopped right there. Stomps air hits the teammate. That's a little bit of a mishap. Oh, Hexo, the Sair secures the stock. And a recovery.
My man is doing it up. Definitely getting mad at Stocksy right here, right now. And I definitely like the fact that he went for the easier confirm of the downlight into the Sair instead of downlight recovery on the left side, so he can get back into the action quicker.
Absolutely.
Knowing that he's going to get that stock regardless. Whoa, could be a problem.
Hang on.
My man is getting a little crazy off here. I don't know if he's going to have the resources. Oh, I thought we were going to get a little more coverage. Wait, it's a turnaround again.
Oh, held it. Oh, Hexo even went for the dip down knowing, but that's a double for Aquatic. This is exactly what I'm saying, and it almost looked identical to the same situation from before, right? Hexo a little bit tunneled, trying to go get Sweaty Meat, get the edge guard, secure the stock early. Aquatic goes, boop, it hits him with the ground pounder or the dare, or just about anything with the axe to secure both stocks there.
Ooh, okay, looking for down air. Oh, down air gonna hit the wrong person. Sweaty Meat does manage to make it back to the stage though. And these downers are registering right now from Hexo.
Ooh, Guichi. Very nice. And I said before, right, the signature kit from Queen Nai is nothing to sneeze at, right? We really didn't see a lot of it in that first game. I doubt we even saw a lot of it in this second one as well. I'm looking at some of the stats, only 5, and that was the only one that hit. It got a stock.
Yeah, no, I mean, with that, I mean, he could have got it again too, but I think Guichi just went for the recovery instead, knowing that we're going to get the stock. But yeah, off of neutral light for blasters, that's the most like, come over here and hit this move.
Yeah.
Come over here and hit him after this if no one's interrupting it. 3 blasts takes a little bit for it to finish. Used to be way longer, actually, if you played some of the earlier versions. It used to be like boom, boom.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, it was like doom, doom, It was like a good 2 seconds of a move, bro.
Good. That's great. I love it.
Good times. Anyway.
Hey, blasters are in a great spot now. So, be thankful Here we go. Let's get into game number 3. Hexo and Guichibu are looking very, very strong. Not to diminish the efforts of the red team, though. I think Aquatic has been putting in a tremendous effort, just kind of playing defense and playing, again, responsively to what Guichi and Hexo are doing.
Cool. Up off the top. It's not enough, unfortunately, for them, but they at least got a lot of damage here on to Hexo. Hexo probably going to have to drop that stock here. Also, love the swaps.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of swaps lately into Zol, and that's been pretty cool. I mean, you want to go all the way to the top of Force, that's the guy to do it. Also bringing in the cannon. It seems to be kind of like mixing people up a little bit here, so yeah.
Yeah, functions pretty similarly to Hexo on the Scythe. I think once Aquatic starts getting a little bit more comfortable, we'll probably see some early KOs from this Zul. A lot of pressure, I would say, in terms of team composition on Sweaty Meat now to make sure they survive. They go cross-court, but already approaching deep red at this point, just dash jumping over. But look at that. That was, what, a nair from Guichibu, and it just hit on the other side, got the KO because Sweaty was too high of damage.
All right. Big damage. Oh, I like that. The down stage to go ahead and just get some damage there, but I probably didn't want to pop the neutral stage because they didn't want to actually rise into Hexo on accident, so better option. Goes for it that time, gets stopped over the pogo. Sweaty is trying his best here with the Wushang. Keep his teammate alive for sure.
Yeah, and Hexo you see immediately dash jumping all the way across the stage. If there's an opportunity for an edge guard, I feel like Hexo is the player to automatically take it. Little bit of a miscue on the side of Aquatic, ran out of movement, saw the sweat beads towards the bottom of the stage, so it is going to be double stocks down for the red side. Blue team in perfect position to potentially 3-0 here. And that will maybe just seal it.
Well, yeah, well, that was a taunt to get bodied for sure, and I'm not sure if that was like a... He knew the game was over, so he's like, let me just get this out real quick. Oh, misses the last part of that combination to get off the top, unfortunately. But,
yeah, it's a tough one. And it looks like, I was going to say only a matter of time, but as my man throws his hands up into the air, so do we, as it is a 3-0 for Guichibu and Hexo. I mean, what a showing from this team.
Russ said, yeah,
he said,
man.
I'm free!
Yeah.
Are we allowed to sing that?
I don't know. Yeah,
don't worry. It's all
anyway.
good. It's all good.
Dude, that was obviously, I don't know how you were going to be able to make that back. Look at the damage. Well, you guys can see it, but I can say right now, Sweaty Meat did 190 damage while taking 511.
It's rough.
Yeah. After your teammate's gone, I just couldn't imagine there's going to be much more to be done. Yeah, the Guichibu Hexo team just looked a little too strong.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I really like seeing Queen Nai in twos. I think just as a legend, very cool to have a very resilient legend that can hang in there, and the signature kit ain't too shabby either. I think Sweaty Meat and Aquatic did pretty fine for the most part. I don't think the set count is really indicative of how they performed. Maybe that last game wasn't too super great, but what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes you just get bodied, bro. Like, that's, like, you really can't take anything away from that outside of, this was just a bad set of 3 matches for us. Maybe the next set of 3 matches we get a chance, not in this tournament, but like, in the future, they'll get a chance to really show their things. It's just, I mean, they made it all the way to top 8.
That's right.
That's actually amazing. But before we get into our next game, obviously, we got to go ahead and get down into this top 4. We have to find out who those people are. And if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, you'll see it's going to be Marky Moo, Future Bubble. He's rocking out. You guys are rocking with us. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll be right back. Yeah!
What's up? My name's Flambo, and you're watching Brawlhalla Esports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Brawlhalla Summer Doubles Championship. We got TK rocking out on the guitar now. I'm Walt. You guys are going crazy in the chat. You guys stole my idea. First off, I just want to let the people at home know it was. Come here. Come over here.
Here we go.
Come here.
This one right here.
Give me the. Yeah, listen to this. So here's my idea. Are we ready? So what if we have Brawlhalla 2? But instead of the characters that we have, all the I'm not allowed to. I'm sorry. Okay, we're back. We're going into our first match of the day. It's Marky Moo Future Bubble versus Rise and Soul. You guys will never know how amazing my idea is because I'm not allowed.
Bro,
I'm sorry.
Can the chat hear? Because like that Walter came in so clearly.
That was a very stern talking to. I'm sorry. I apologize to the people in the production booth.
Shouts tells me that's my go.
Let's talk about our first match.
Let's get into this. Yeah, let's get into this match. Throw me a stinger or something. Don't they have like a little stinger? No, we don't have one of those. Like a little flat. Yeah, there we go. That's good. That works enough. Marky Moo Future Bubble. We'll take. Well, don't you have the full screen? You know what I meant.
Yeah, roll the stinger. Yeah, give us the transition. There it is.
Oh. Ooh, look at that. Boom. Marky Moo. Future Bubble. Rise and Soul. Gonna have a great time here this match. Now, again, Marky Moo Future Bubble. Great team to talk about because it's been a cool little success story between them. Marky Moo didn't really have a computer to play. Future Bubble said, "Hey, bro, I get your computer. Play the game with me. Let's win some money." And well, they have been doing that. They've been able to get a couple double things. Marky Moo has been very successful in singles.
For sure.
See what he can do here against Rise and Soul, though. Again, what I've seen from what I've been watching through this tournament, Future might have a problem with Rise. That's all I'm saying. That's my call out right now because Rise is going absolutely insane. In the last match I saw, Future looked a little lost. But maybe they had a little time to talk about it, and we'll be found again in this next game.
Yeah, let's get into our quarterfinals right now. This is the big thing that I bring up, especially in a doubles format, right? Is like synergy and like, you know, being one with your teammate versus just having like two really good players, right? And I think Marky Moo and Future Bubble are definitely a team of just like homies who are very, very synergistic, and I think that'll only get better with time. Meanwhile, Marky Moo is just completely clipping Rise at the moment. But he spent all of his cooldowns and he ran out of all of it and then got the SD at the end. That was almost an insane clip.
I mean, they're going to be the pinnacle.
Oh my God. Marky Moo might lose another stock.
Yeah, you got to get back. Oh! I'm ascending from downtown. That's what Marky Moo's going to do right there. Love to see it. But no, I think this is going to be the pinnacle of person playing in the front, person supporting, person allow person playing in the front to keep playing the game. That's all we're going to see right here between Marky Moo and Future. He's not really the type to get too far ahead of Marky, but that's because Marky is just an insanely aggressive player and is very good at guarding 1v1s, all that as well. I think he might have a little bit of a problem here against Rise. Again, he got one ground pound. I might be giving Rise too much credit though. I only saw one match, but in that match he went absolutely insane off stage. So it could just be two people going insane off stage.
Yeah, and I mean, as indicated by the very first attempted clip from Marky Moo, I really like the Onyx as well. You get so much leverage as long as you are correct on your dodge reads. Marky Moo's doing so much. That wasn't enough for a disarm. Rise still in position to try to shark the landing, but tries to interrupt. Onto Future Bubble, getting a little beat up there. Pushed off stage once again. Still hanging on to this weapon, importantly, is Marky Moo.
Ooh. Okay, no punish right there on Future Bubble landing, just like in the middle of them after that dare miss, but nobody home to actually stop him. He's going to lose that stock. I mean, we are still in a position right now where as long as we don't take a huge team combo or a huge edge guard, we should be able to get back into this game.
Hang on.
Marky Moo goes way down there. This is huge.
I think that was an insane overextension if you're Rise, but I don't blame you if you're Rise because your edge guards have just been so good throughout the whole day.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you got to remember who you're playing against, though. That's Mr. Moo. Okay.
That's one of the best out there right now, too, in the singles bracket. So, for sure, that just put Marky Moo and Future Bubble back into the game. But look at Future Bubble's damage right now. Already around 150 in the red. Has to play super careful, otherwise Marky Moo's fighting a 2v1.
Uh-oh. Real problem. Okay, you see him over here on the left side. I don't know how he got that ground pound to hit, but he does manage to make it work. I think they're going to turn their sights and look at Future Bubble. It was a little hard to get that stock off.
Wait, but Marky Moo's got space though. Oh, he caught the jump as well, but Rise fought his way out.
Yeah.
The weapon throw will potentially secure that, but it looked like Rise was giving an opportunity for Marky Moo to maybe catch a little bit more smoke. But look at that, Rise and Soul with the first game.
Yeah, Rise and Soul. I mean, as I want to believe that Marky and Future can overcome, but yeah, just that first part was a little unfortunate. For Marky, kind of gave that stock up immediately. Goes, he gets it back in blood right there for getting that super deep ground pound. But it would, if he had started that game off with getting the edge guard, I know that would have shifted the momentum heavily into the favor.
For sure, yeah. I think the last stock that they played to secure the stock onto Future Bubble was very like tactically sound as well. They were 2v1ing really heavy on top of Marky, and then it made Future Bubble feel a little bit awkward. Like, when do I enter to whiff punish here? Because I'm at such high damage, if I get hit away, I'll probably lose the stock.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, off stage again. I mean, like, I gotta be honest, Rise is poking the bear a little bit, right? You're kind of saying to Marky Moo, I want you to edge guard me. Let's see if you can do it.
Marky is looking for you. I mean, he definitely swaps his attention over to Rise for a quick second, and now they're back off stage again. It's a duel. Marky going for the, oh, that's big. That's going to be super huge.
Oh my gosh, and Rise unarmed. Oh, tries a GCD line, but now both blue team members way downtown. Rise confirms it with the ground pound unarmed as well. He might be outclassing Marky Moo in edge guards at the moment.
He absolutely did, and then Future tried to get down there and save him, which he kind of did, but it was right after the rest of that neutral layer hit that Marky couldn't even actually get a chance to like get his chase dodge out because he was already getting hit again. Future probably going to be off of that stock as well. They are out here one more time. Marky Moo getting himself a ground pound. And you know what's crazy? Soul showed so much respect. He's like, nah, I gotta let this play out.
I think you'll be fine.
I gotta let this play out, bro. There's a vendetta over here.
Yeah, he is. Soul and Future Bubble, it seems, have just signed
Oh
my God, relax!
Okay, no, Soul and Future Bubble have definitely...
They signed a contract. They're like, when this happens off stage, I think we stop. Like, we just watch.
I think we are spectators now. Yeah, we are definitely spectators right now.
Oh my gosh, there is a heated offstage battle that is going on. All the while, Future Bubble and Soul are holding it down. Future Bubble, actually, they're both about even in terms of damage right now. So, I mean, any real confirm can just get the KO on either of them. There's the first one. Future Bubble strikes first. Could potentially get a little bit more damage onto Rise, but Marky misses the follow-up. Recovery, still has the weapon in hand, is Future Bubble. Able to just get a little bit of damage before finally falling off the left side. Marky Moo gets disarmed there on the way down.
All right, Marky Moo is going to be able to make it back onto the stage real quick. Future Bubble finding some hits here on Rise. That's good. Marky is going to have to get back down to the stage one more time, but he is definitely super hurt, and you can see Soul just swinging for the fences right now. He definitely wants one of these stairs to hit something to push Marky Moo past that edge. Cannot find it yet. Great evasion for Marky, and a target switch catches him off guard.
That literally like made my neck crane to the left side. I was like so focused that like Marky Moo was gonna just lock onto Soul and just try to get the 2v1 and force Rise into a weird situation, like I explained before with Future Bubble playing on the outside. But Marky Moo just completely runs it over, gets the recovery onto Rise, and this is looking like a one game for the blue side.
Potentially. I mean, Rise is putting up a little bit of a fight here, but yeah, he's got a lot to make up for. He's got to get a lot going for him, you know, to go correctly. Future Bubble missing a punish there. He's actually everyone's missing
coming
a
back.
He's low key moving.
Soul was like, Rise, I gave you all the glory off stage. I think it's my time, but it will not happen in this game number 2. We're evened up at 1-1.
Bro. Yeah, okay. That was getting a little scary for a second for sure. My boy Soul was going absolutely foolish on them for a quick second until that final neutral light finally hit. But dang, he was moving for sure.
Dude, half of the highlights are just going to be like them edge guarding each other for so long. So crazy. Hey, look, good effort from Soul to try to win that one back. But I think Future Bubble and Marky just had a little bit too much runway just in terms of how low of damage they were at when the 2v1 started.
Yeah, if they were like both like an orange, I think that there was definitely a high possibility Soul could have, with that type of gameplay, he should have been able to take that, or at least get one of them off of their stock, right, and turn it to a 1v1. But with both of them being like just at yellow.
Oh my God, brother.
Oh, okay.
There is like a vendetta. Like, why is it always on to Rise when these clips are happening?
In comms, I know for a fact there was something that was, there was something that was said between both Marky's team and Rise's team where both of them said, don't worry, I'll handle this guy. Like, to each other, about each other, man.
And again, Marky and Future Bubble are friends, too. So that probably is a real conversation where he's like, I got this, don't worry. Marky Moo pushes Soul way downtown. No movement to spend there, so Soul just packs it up early on their first stock.
Okay. Marky definitely is starting to lock in. No, looks like Soul has been like, yo, let me get actually into this action myself. But no, Rise going to try to take front again. Future Bubble here on the other side.
Marky Moo staring down Danger. Says, you know what, I can space this perfectly. Somehow hangs onto that stock. That seemed like it should have been a double.
Ooh, okay. Just barely touching that small piece of wall, not letting his head poke past to get hit by that down sig. That's good. Future trying to maybe create a little space here for Marky Moo.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an awkward situation, right? We saw one time where Marky Moo gets pushed way off stage. That one secures the KO, but it just allows so much on their timer for them to do exactly that to Future Bubble. Now they're offset respawns as well. This is pretty problematic for blue side.
Uh-oh. Yeah, man, we got Future Bubble down to his last stock. Not a lot of damage here onto the red team. However, Soul almost going off the top. Marky Moo is going to try to make a big play out here. Oh, that could have been a real problem. He does manage to find at least the down sig, but it's still not enough to push him off the top. Still on this large top blast zone of Demon Island.
Okay, just a Sair from Marky Moo forces Soul out of the engagement. But Rise is just picking up both with these strings, so it doesn't even matter. Oh. Man. Signature from Marky gets whiff punish, loses the weapon as well.
The pogo. Oh, he actually kind of, it was like a delayed start, but it still worked out for him. Put him in the area of Marky, just kind of waited out. I like this idea. Maybe trying to get this stock off of Rise, too. Rise. Oh, my.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh, this is real bad.
Future, you got to get out of there, bro.
Future,
yeah, exactly.
He's still alive just for now, but
double chase dodge up from Rise as well. Really wanted to secure that one early. Okay, all Onus, focus your attention onto Future Bubble, right? Because it's just how does Future Bubble enter these engagements? Marky Moo says, you know what? Let's force the 2v1 situation. Couldn't find the extending hit after Future Bubble catches him out of the skies.
Oh, Future, yeah, he's definitely trying to play behind Marky the best that he can. But oh yeah, you saw Soul really marking the ground for a second, trying to get that probably sidelight Sair if he could. Wait a minute.
Exactly the same situation as before. Now Future Bubble in red, and as soon as he tries to enter the 4-man stack, he just gets swatted into the blast zone. Marky Moo forced to fight the 2v1.
All right. Oh, wait. Is he going to get him? He's like, hey, come down here. Come down here real quick. Like,
let me show you something.
Trying to potentially bait him off the stage. You know, Rise will definitely go down there and fight with him.
He said, Rise, we had an agreement.
Yeah, like, so what are you doing over here? Like,
let's see. Okay, and then again, yeah, trying to dissuade Marky from picking up the weapon because Marky knows he'll get hit if he tries to go in there.
Yeah.
Signature will find its mark. Weapon toss forces Marky Moo down, and it's only a matter of time potentially unless there's a mix-up to be had here.
Oh, okay. Gets his first hit. He's moving. He still can't grab a weapon, though.
Weapon spawn, and he couldn't pick it up. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, another chance. No, they're still starving him. My man has been, yeah, he's been famished.
Hang on. Okay.
He's moving, though.
Hit both, hit both. There's no whiff punish there. You cannot commit to it, and there it is. Rise and Soul, one game away from beating Future Bubble and Marky Moo.
Dude, I mean, straight up, he was definitely moving around, but, like, the numbers don't lie, man. Future Bubble has just been having a hard time really getting involved. I think he had, like, 368 or 98 damage, and while everybody else is doing 500 plus. Like, he's just having a hard time getting involved in a meaningful way.
Yeah, and we're seeing it in this last clip as well, at least in one of them, right? So Future Bubble is basically stuck playing perimeter once he's on last stock because he's usually highest damage on last stock.
Right.
And then it becomes a really awkward positioning question of like, okay, well, my friend is getting beat up here by 2 players. Do I go in there and force a whiff punish? But if I mess up, I lose the stock, and then my friend is still going to get beat up in the 2v1.
Right. And so, like, he really, he's kind of between a rock and a hard place. Like, really not much he can do outside. Like, the only thing you can really say at this point is just play better in, you know? And I'm not going to say he's playing bad, but, like, yeah, he has to play to the strengths of his team much better than he's doing right now.
We'll see. Maybe some more crazy offstage plays are in order if you're Marky Moo and Future Bubble, but you need to win 2 in a row now in order to claim this set.
Oh, okay, nice little step back. Does try to get him. You can see him now trying to fight it up with Rise there on the left side. Marky, though, caught between a rock and a hard place. However, I like the little breakup from Future Bubble. Also got to break up again, but that's going to get broken up by Soul. The down save, yeah. You're just standing too close to me. I don't care what side you're on.
Yeah, with the fierceness as well. Soul finally getting into the mix as well. That looked like a sidelight from Soul to secure that stock. And now finally he's saying, you know what? I think I want to get KOs here.
Uh-oh. Marky.
Off stage. Finds the reversal.
Down. Wait a minute. Is Soul going to try to do anything? I don't think he's going to get out there in time. Yeah. Marky tries to get another you know, neutral air in there to try to drag me the further down, but that's what I'm saying. I feel like in some of these team combinations, I would expect your teammate to go down there, but it seems like Future is just like, all right, I pushed him, and now it's time for you to do the Marky show, but he might have to get a little more involved than he actually is right now.
Let's see, Marky with the cannon online. We saw some crazy movement as well. Is there an edge guard for Soul? I think, again, just completely jumping over, going towards Rise, trying to force the issue. Future Bubble.
Okay,
healthiest of the bunch. Let's see if he can hang on to that for a little bit longer.
Nice. Ooh. Okay, wait, Future, I mean, unfortunately, that's going to be Marky Moo getting sent out.
Oh my. He's so far.
For so long.
There's no movement.
Yeah. Couldn't get past. The only way he's going to be able to try to get through that is if maybe he placed a perfectly placed neutral air in the middle of the ground pound where it's vulnerable, but that would have been way hard for him to try to line up where he was at. Oh, God.
Okay, Marky Moo.
Damage to him.
Yeah, how do you initiate now? You're playing from a stock behind. Soul loses his first stock, by the way.
Jeez. Oh,
work cut out for them. Future Bubble
can we turn this into something?
Yeah, really patrolling that space well. Just made that impossible for Rise to come back. Now you have to secure this.
Okay, yeah, they couldn't get him past the blast zone, but I still like the fact we were able to get some good damage while Rise was off that, you know, off of the stage, coming back.
Okay, Rise a chase dodge over. Nobody's home.
Still might be a problem though. Yeah, Marky does not have a weapon in hand. We are doing
magic.
I just heard nothing but damage. Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Marky Moo is in a worse position than he was in the previous game. He needs a Herculean effort to make this one back. The weapon spawn, or weapon throw, excuse me. Forces the dodge. Marky Moo still got a little bit of movement. Tries to reverse the situation. Hits it off stage. Gets the ground pound on one. Could he get one on Soul? This could change everything.
What is going on here, brother?
Look, it's a one-on-one. Marky Moo is way behind in damage, but it's not impossible.
It's definitely possible because that's who's on the screen. It is Marky Moo. Now, he has to play absolutely out of his mind. Weapon toss. Gonna go up. Gets him back to the stage freely. A weapon toss here from Soul.
I mean, a Sair could just do it at this point, too. It's really, really bad. Marky Moo has to play it so carefully, and he just does not have the damage left within him. Marky Moo and Future Bubble, unfortunately, falling this one out. But look at Soul and Rise taking this one.
That 707 damage. Soul and Rise going absolutely foolish. Got to give it up this time, actually, though, to Future. He did actually get more damage than Marky here, even though Marky lived the longest. And he was actually involved in most of the match this time around. But, yeah, unfortunately, I feel like Marky was probably like maybe 40 damage less. He might have been able to actually pull that 2v1 off,
yeah, it looked extremely close. I mean, even if you secure that stock in the double edge guard, I mean, totally different story potentially, but was not in the cards. That was elimination side as well, which means Marky Moo and Future Bubble, I believe, fall at 7th? 5th. Or 5th? If we're at,
we're moving into the top 4 now. So that does mean Rise and Soul have fought their way over to the first side of our elimination semis, but we do have to find out who fights them on our second side of elimination semis in our next match. Regardless, though, man, just very good gameplay from Soul and Rise. Loving to see what I was seeing. I definitely liked the little offstage battle that was developing between Rise and Marky Moo.
It felt like there was beef there. Like, I need to talk to both of them and be like, what's going on? Like, you guys want to talk about this? Is everything do you need a mediator for all
I don't know what was going over there, but they were definitely, there was that moment where I saw Soul just being like, yeah, it's going a little crazy out there. Yeah, it's going a little foolish over there. But either way, we got our next match coming up. It's going to be Experience and Fakey going up against Hexo and Guichibu. All these names you should know for sure. So we're going to get right back into the matches real soon. Excited to see this one too. You know, I think I'm more of a newer team for my eyes, at least, Hexo and Guichibu, and then Experience Fakey too. I'm used to seeing Experience Zen, but it looks like we got a new team on the horizon.
Yeah, we had said in the pre-show actually, it's such an interesting development that the breakup of Experience Zen kind of spawned all of these really, really good teams. So we have like Balloon Boy and Radish, Hideaway and Zen, and now of course Experience and Fakey as well. Their rap sheet consists of one doubles tournament, of which they won. It was the Spring Championships. They got the gold medal right there. Hexo and Guichibu have been doing consistently well, but is it enough to beat this new powerful team that exists?
Oh, potential mess up here. We're going to have to get that restart going. I like whoever's got the KO effect. That's my jam. That's the one I use. I like that one a lot. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to get this out the way real quick, and then we'll actually start this one up. I don't know if we're starting on Mishima Dojo actually, or if this was like a misclick and we're just going to get another stage going.
Yeah, looking at some of the results on Hexo and Guichibu side, because we didn't really get a lot of a chance to talk about them in their previous set that we were casting. 9th at CEO at the midseason, a 3rd place at the Spring Championships that Experience and Fakey won. And then for the most part, I would say average placement of around like 4th or 5th, which is pretty darn good. The other ones were a 7th at Max Mode and Winter Championship, and then a 4th at a Moose Wars is what I see on record, but that one was in 2024.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, look, we're seeing them already trying to get this 4th place spot now, but definitely want to see whoever can push it even further, potentially maybe even to a 1st here. Might be a crazy loser's run, but it is always possible. Let's see where we're actually going, because it seems like we were not. We are going to Mishima Dojo.
We are going there. Okay.
I don't know what the issue. Well, that doesn't matter. As long as this issue doesn't happen again, we're good. Let's get into our first game. Mishima Dojo will be the pick. Same teams, same everything. Let's go.
I'm interested in seeing how the triplats function for Guichibu and Hexo in particular. So that's where I'm going to be focusing at least the beginning portion of this game one on, just to see kind of how Queen Nai interacts with here, how Hexo with that interesting signature kit also interacts with the platforms underneath. Of course, a lot to say about Experience and Fakey, but let's get into this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually, I mean, that's a pretty good point too, especially with the SIGs that we are using. There's definitely a lot of I'm going to harass you while you're on those platform SIGs from both of the Qatar sides of things, or of the Guichibu and Hexo side of things. So we'll see how that goes. A lot of down airs coming out from Hexo. Yet again, he's also harassing with that neutral air. Love to see that being done as well.
Oh, gets launched way off the left side, though. Guichibu caught in no man's land. Experience just trying to play the perimeter, denying Guichibu back towards the stage, but Hexo keeps getting batted away. Swings it again, loses the first stock as a result of that rinse and repeat for about 3 times.
Okay. Fakey. My man ends up getting back to the stage for sure, but As of right now, everyone's hurt and still on their first stock, so we're about to start seeing some stocks drop. It's going to be Guichibu going to be losing that stock, unfortunately. Wait, a second stock could have been taken by Hexo for real quick. Luckily, he's able to get out of that situation, but he's still getting put right back into it. Experience. This Teros getting a little scary.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the existence of these static platforms that exist just mean that some of these confirms that we're finding specifically off the top could happen even earlier. Fakey just says, actually, I prefer the bottom blast zone. I think I'll just get an edge guard. Experience says, why don't I get one too, actually? Let me go in the mix. Fakey secures it finally, but it feels like the two of them are just trading who gets to get the glory on either of these stocks.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What, like, the blue team looks so disheveled right now. Nothing really seems to be, like, going their way. They finally get the stock here onto Experience and getting that first stock on Fakey as well. But yeah, I mean, they're only down to their last. I know these are high defense legends, but it may not matter with big Teros on the screen. So, oh, big damage. Hold on. Tries to get a little extra. I like that little break up there from Guichibu.
Yeah, and you did see Experience was winding up for the Sair, which would have certainly pushed off stage at that damage threshold. So very good on blue team to at least interrupt. But again, the question remains, they're running out of time at this point. Guichibu way downtown, bounced off the top of the stage, and Hexo goes off the left blast zone as well. It's going to be 1-0 for Fakey and Experience.
That's what I mean by, like, the game is just not going in their favor, because even getting that bounce off the ground like that or off the stage, worst position to ever get hit by a recovery. One position you don't want to be in, and that just happened exactly to be where you are. And then on top of that, like, just overall, I feel like there were just not a lot of chances for them to really start to establish any dominance with how great Fakey and Experience were playing.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like we're loading in immediately, so I wonder if it's a run back or maybe we change the scenery a bit. And I was going to say, I think Mishima Dojo maybe was not it. You were giving a lot of opportunities for the red side to just get KO confirms early, and it didn't even matter because they were mostly getting edge guards in that first game.
Okay, here we are. Getting into our second game, Demon Island, see if we can get a little more fighting going on. Maybe a little more edge guarding going on as we can kind of see. Oh, that
is real rough. Guichibu has to save. But it was just delaying the inevitable. Guichibu trying to just salvage what happened off the left side there. Experience out of movement, so it will be a traded stock, but that was a disaster situation to start us off for the blue side.
Listen, man. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm glad that they're able to get it back into the mix, but if I was a betting man and I just saw what happened in this blue team, I would just believe that money is gone already. Like, I believe my points are gone because, yeah, they're just not looking as polished as they did in the set before this, while Experience and Fakey are definitely looking super polished.
Hey, look, all told, though, Fakey's at a very high damage threshold at the moment. Guichibu is looking for the confirm with the Qatar recoveries earlier to push to around like 170 in the red, approaching deep red as well. See if they can get this one onto Fakey, maybe force a 2v1 towards Experience. Oh, but the save came through and he actually flipped it onto Guichibu. Experience, what are you on, man?
Bro, now Hexo trying to create a little space right now, getting these down airs involved. Very good move to be thrown out for sure as a Blasters player, but couldn't even get the follow-up there on the neutral sig. They're just not in sync like they were a set ago. Meanwhile, I feel like the sync meter is just going up and up for Fakey and Experience.
Oh, yeah. Okay, double hit comes through. Hexo, not a weapon in sight, tries to fight this one unarmed, at least try to secure the edge guard. But look at the damage. I mean, the bravery of this man to go in those positions. It's going to be the stomp comes through onto Hexo. Okay. Off stage now.
2 1v1s. This is big. That's going to be a they got both. Okay, maybe it's the 2 1v1 strategy. If we're not in sync, but we could just be better than our opponent, let's just split them up.
Yeah, very, very possible. I mean, like you said, I think the sync meter for Experience and Fakey is just off the charts right now, and you need some way to provide a disruption to that. Guichibu tries to extend towards Experience, a bit of a tunnel right there, as Fakey breaks that one up. Off stage, expecting Guichibu to pass the ball over, but Fakey, big punish in response, makes this a one-stock situation onto Hexo. Guichi needs to hang on, but it's not going to be for long.
I feel like Guichi almost lived that, but maybe just didn't try to come back because they were off the stage, so it didn't really matter. Just want to get back to stage as quick as possible. There's a lot of damage here onto Experience, almost losing that stock. Does manage to get back to the stage, but only for a little bit, push right back off. Fakey is trying to create some space here for Experience. Another
I love
just
that.
2 picks clean.
I love that. Yeah, secure
up.
The stock, right? Yeah. It doesn't even matter if you hit your teammate at this point, but Hexo is definitely the one to look out for. Gonna secure it. Guichibu did not even need Hexo to close that one out, and they evened it up 1-1.
Wow. That was a great turnaround, because at the beginning of this game, I was scared. I was like, what's going on here? Hexo was having a hard time making anything happen, but then Guichibu and Hexo just kind of one, I think them getting those 2 stocks in the 2 1v1s definitely kind of brought the momentum way back on their side. And then they actually cleaned up that team combo as well. Not sure if anybody needed to get hit after the neutral Sig, but regardless, they got a team combo to finish this thing off. Let's get back into it. Third game.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think at the end of the last game, I got a little scared. Hexo, what are you doing? Dog, brother, you don't have a weapon. He did all that unarmed. He's not stopping either. He was trying to go towards experience, and Fakey was just denying him. Crazy start. I mean, look, it seems like some momentum has certainly been regained if you're Hexo and Guichibu.
Absolutely. All right. I think that's one of the other things, too, that's always, I kind of said about like experience, too. Sometimes, like, when you're able to break his confidence, like, you can definitely tell it in his gameplay, but I don't think it's broken just yet, but you do. It's a very big, stark, like, difference in his gameplay,
sure.
And you'll see it, you know?
Yeah, mental game's so important when it comes to these long, extended runs, especially in the elimination side where it all counts. Guichibu off stage, fights his way back.
Down Sig. Gonna send way over to the right side. Unfortunate for experience for sit straight up. Might have actually got that stock now. He's got to try to find the stock here. No neutral air, no side air gonna hit. Guichibu right back into it with the Katars. The Katars been going actually pretty insane so far too. So
yeah, I really like that evasion from Guichibu as well. He does lose this stock off the top here, but Fakey's pretty hurt, so they can get one in response. And experience is already on too, so blue team's still kind of in the lead for the most part.
Yeah. I was talking about how insane Katars went. I had to look at the last game. He did 500 damage on them alone, and then 70 on the spear, which is probably just that sidelight neutral sig that he hit for the stock. So, bro, it's definitely, if you see the Katars in hand, just know he's going to start cooking.
Okay, and Fakey crashing on with the spear nair. Just says, get off me. Hexo presenting the signature, which was something we really didn't see in previous games as well. I think there were only a handful used on his side as well. Yeah, 2 from the last game. So that could be a difference maker. Tries to go with the propeller if you're Fakey. Ground pound, but Hexo is there to pick up the pieces.
Oh, okay. Quick toss. What a punish, though.
I think you need to save if you're Guichibu. I mean, look, they're doing okay for the most part, but that evened the game right back up for Fakey and experience.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a crazy interaction altogether, man. Getting that toss like there, or that chase dodge into the recovery to get off the stage and then immediately getting punished, but not going out to get your teammate after that, I don't know, bro. I don't know. We'll see if that ends up coming back to bite him, as we do have an even game, but a lot of damage here on Guichibu. Fakey hurting a little bit, but not enough to really threaten the stock just yet.
Yeah, Guichibu crashing down with the dive kick, gets wrapped up in the signature and does lose the stock, so now blue team has fallen behind. Fakey has been hanging on to this stock for what seems like a very long time at this point.
Oh, okay. Couple of extra hits here from experience as well, too. Big Taros, Sayers, and Nairs coming through.
Oh, okay. Guichibu was positioning for a follow-up hit, but he didn't have a weapon in hand, so it was a little bit awkward what kind of string they were going to go for after Hexo initiates.
Right. Bro, Hexo is throwing out some downers right now. He wants one of these to hit for sure. Guichibu ends up finding that stock on to Fakey. Oh, this could be a problem. That's going to be the stock, and they still could make it happen. It's going to be a team combo. Yeah, don't get in the middle of him. He's got to find his way of fighting it from this side, and if he does cross over, has to turn that into a stock immediately. Side air.
I think this is tough, though, especially with Fakey on bow. You have to get something like that, but you'd rather hit Hexo, right? You don't want to hit the tank Queen Nai.
Oh, yeah. I just don't think it matters at this point in time. They're all kind of heavy. So, unless we get a well-placed sig. Oh, wait. This could be big. Oh, my God. The down air.
The zigzags, and it was enough to just take Guichibu out. Hexo's really, really hurt. This could be a 2v1 turnaround, especially with the spear. He gets the weapon toss into the unarmed recovery, and Fakey converts the 1v2. Unbelievable.
I mean, right there, I like what Hexo was trying to do, because in that situation, you knew that that we were going to get attack out from Fakey. So he tried to, like, maybe I can get in there in time, hit this slide charge neutral sig, but was just off the mark, ends up getting split up. Yeah, unfortunately. I almost got both of them with that down air, too. But clean with it.
Oh, yeah.
2-1 experience Fakey. Are they going to go ahead and take it right here as you swap over to Small Fortress Alliance?
Yeah, and this is a tough one, right? You brought up the mental side of the game, especially as it pertains to a player like experience. But, like, for most of that game 3, Hexo and Guichibu were in the lead. So it's just a really, really tough game to lose if you're these two players. Let's see if they can pull it back together to make a game 5 happen.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Off the top, not enough to go ahead and push anybody past that blast zone just yet. However, Hexo has taken a lot of damage. He's going to have to play this one a little closer to the chest. Might not get a chance to. Oh, the interrupt, I think.
Experience messed that up, I think,
yeah,
but it doesn't matter.
Sure, it was side air time. Still got the hit regardless, but yeah.
Guichibu off stage, tries to cover the horizontal, gets bounced off the stage. Guichibu back up top. Hexo fully committing as well, but no one can seem to find it until Experience just falls into the blast zone on his own.
Hexo, I think, actually end up pushing Guichibu too far away from the stage, trying to get that hit onto Fakey. And now big damage, tries to finish it at the top, just in case. Speaking of getting pushed right back up to the top with that neutral sig, Guichibu is always ready to try to get that punish.
Okay. Guichibu tries to make the string happen, maybe get a couple dodge reads in there. Hexo, the Nair City. Uh-oh, reversal hit, but yeah, no weapon in sight, so Fakey, it's a little bit awkward to position. I think you wait for Guichi to come back towards the stage. You saw the ground pound try to happen on arm, but now they get the 2v1 for at least a moment.
Oh. Off to the other side. Another one. Unfortunately, that's going to be onto your teammate, and now they got a little split up here because of experience. He sends it again. He's like, you know what? I'm sorry if I keep sending you over there, but I'm at least getting some damage on somebody, and even a stock with that last Sair.
That's right. The Taros effect is in full swing. That Sair does confirm the stock. Look at how much damage Fakey is at, already approaching deep red. That's nearly 250 at this point. Hexo trying to get in the mix there. Guichibu finally just pokes that one off the left side, gets Fakey off his first stock, but they are so far behind, TK.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And now... Oh, yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to get this one back without making some crazy team.
This might be a crazy play, though. It might be a second one to go. Guichibu just absolutely putting Hexo in the backpack for that edge guard. Hexo wanted to get in the mix. He said, no, this is my play.
That's exactly what I was saying. I need to see a team combo for sure. And now Hexo is starting to get this little 1v1 win here on Fakey. Fakey does manage to make it back. Whoa, too much team damage here from Guichibu, though.
Look, and those guitars are absolutely lethal. You're one dodge read away, and Experience knew it. He panic dodged to get out of there. Does not want to interact with Guichibu off stage after the madness he just saw. Hexo reignites the situation. Experience a get off me option, but Guichibu loses the stock off the left side. Hexo in trouble. Experience no movement.
Oh my god, the movement was so sick from Guichibu and Experience, but you saw him trying to line up that ground pound. Couldn't do it in time, not before the recovery comes out. Guess where you're going? Bottom blast flown, and guess where you're not going? To top 3 or top 4. That's unfortunate, brother. It is unfortunate, but what a way to play the game here for Experience and Fakey.
That was so scary. I feel like Experience and Fakey probably should have lost game 3 also, or game, whichever one it was. And then, you know, we could have been talking a game 5 situation, but man, that was a crazy set for it to only be a 3-1.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
I almost thought we were going to see a game 5 with the way that they were able to play that last. I mean, as soon as I said, man, they got to make something big happen, they did make something big happen. 2 quality, or like a full team wipe edge guard, and then, yeah, just unfortunately, they weren't able to turn that into the W. A lot of damage coming out after that, but if you're looking at the damage numbers right now, which I can see, yeah, there was quite a bit of damage on the side of the red squad. They got 569 and 507, whilst the blue side got 342 and 375. That just means that obviously the reason why that game is so close because they managed to find those early stats. Right. But when it came to damage per engagement, they clearly were not keeping up.
Yeah, look, I mean, Experience and Fakey marching their way into the top 4 of this bracket, probably meeting the expectations of a lot of people's predictions coming in here. But Hexo and Guichibu really impressed me today. I was very, very happy with that set.
Yeah, so with that, we have our top 4 all lined up, which means up next, you're probably going to see, well, you're going to be seeing the winners finals because we got to get our top 4 going. Zen, Hideaway, at the break. Guys, thanks for hanging out with us for our birthday. We very much appreciate y'all. I'm going to give you one more outro pose. We'll be right back.
I'm Sparky878, and you're watching Brawlhalla Esports. And you better keep watching.
Boy, it's hot in here. It's almost like we're in the middle of a heat wave, PJ. Those new colors, so, see, they set me up for failure every time. How am I supposed to work in these conditions?
I don't know.
I have a thought, like I have like smart words coming out of my mouth, and then they just jump scare me.
See, that's why you're bald, right? So the thoughts are like really close for us, and they're trying to visualize that. And you don't have any hair to block it, so it works out perfectly.
I am never commentating again without a hat.
Nah, don't come on, man.
Never happening.
Bold and beautiful.
There we go. All right. All right, they can't get me any more. They can't get me any more. We are locked in for this top 4. Oh my goodness, somebody get him off the camera. Okay, take a look at our... Take a look at what we got going on here. Yes, it's going to be Zen Hideaway versus Balloon Boy and Radish. And you guys already know my thoughts on this, so I want to check in with PJ and see what you think about this matchup.
This is the one that I kind of predicted to be happening in Elimination Side Finals, if I'm being honest with you. But it makes sense that the top 3 of my predictions are all here in the top 3, and I think everybody kind of expected this. We have Zen, Hideaway, Balloon Boy, and Radish, some of the top teams in North America. And I feel like right now, this is the moment for teams to start pulling ahead in the conversation on what the GOAT team is right now. We talked a lot about the breakup between Zen and Experience and the aftermath of it. And 3 teams were created of the breaking of 1, and now we're here, and we're going to see who's going to be taking Summers as we're in the top 4 things.
Man, I need a Radish to get that 2's dub.
Yeah.
He has just been on that podium, just like he just needs one more step up. And today could be the day. They have this huge hurdle that is Zen and Hideaway that is in the way, and see if they can knock them down to elimination. But this could be a Radish's day when it comes to 2v2s.
I mean, I'm definitely hoping to see that, especially after Balloon Boy had a 900 damage game earlier on in the stream. We're here in Winners Final, ladies and gentlemen. We are in to decide who will be making it to the Grand Finals through the winner side of things. We got Hideaway and Zen on the Ulgrim and Kaya on the other side. The Red Raptor, the Devil Jin, very high-octane team comp. We got the Battle Boots and the Bow to start off that ground game for the blue team. But Hideaway, with the Rocket Lance, has shown to be a very, very strong pick in this meta, especially versus teams like this.
Yes, his Ulgrim is a very, very good indeed. Interested to see how he decides to utilize that kit here in this set. All right, Radish, running across the stage here, trying to get Zen in his grasp. He's just kind of being left out of all of the commotion over on the left side. Hideaway's going to go get the Sarah in, clear blue team off the stage. Going to catch the landing on Radish. Balloon Boy's going to get caught in the 2v1.
Oh my goodness.
Wait a second, they chomped him up and spit him out, bro.
Red team seeing through the immediate strategy from the blue team. You see GC Ensig from Zariel to try to create some space, and then Radish will land right in front of it to try to get some room back on the stage. The red team see right through it and punish with a 3-piece on Balloon Boy, having no dodge. And the red team kind of already showing since the midseason they've been practicing, but Balloon Boy has been practicing his dunks as well. The Ensig takes it off the side there, and Balloon Boy and Radish with a slight, very fragile stock leader recovery on the Zen for some extra credit. But Hideaway knowing he's in that stock tank position. Balloon Boy trying to scoop up there with a GC sidelight. The ground pound comes out. Hideaway flips it with a downer, though, and that's going to be a stock traded away. The Nair takes it off the top, and Hideaway holds on to his first stock. Everyone else on their second.
I don't know what Balloon Boy was cooking there, but he went awfully low and got punished for it. All right, he's going to set back up. We got the bow in hand. Going to try and go do 1v1 with Hideaway here. Hideaway catching the D-Light. Going to swap back over to Radish. Going to interrupt his attack against his teammate. Zen going to lift him up in the air with the recovery. Hideaway chasing down. Misses with the dare. Radish is going to punish it. He's going to take Zen and his teammate for a little bit of a ride there with the sidelights there.
Zen, really, really smart, very evasive, especially versus this blue team comp that can easily find a 2v1 combo. We see the 2v1 combo there onto Balloon Boy, but gets interrupted by Radish. Radish on the orb has proven to be a little bit complicated for the red team to really pinpoint. We find an end like there, but Balloon Boy interrupts it, punishes the downsig with a ground pound. A side air comes out on the Hideaway as well. Radish going high to try to KO Zen off the top. Doesn't find it there. Zen with sweat beads lands back down with a side air. Balloon Boy getting juggled by Hideaway. Radish fighting back with a downer off the wall. The recovery comes in. The ground pound from Balloon Boy takes the stock off of Zen, and Hideaway is scrambling and trying to find some safety versus this blue team, because when these games go to chaos, the blue team come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Balloon Boy and Radish are just more of a methodical team, in my opinion. And then we see the Sarah is going to send Radish onto his final stock. Balloon Boy in this 2v1 situation, he's avoided all damage thus far. Could not get the D-Light in on Hideaway. Hideaway is able to continue racking up damage against his blue team, swapping back and forth at will. Ooh, nice Sarah against Balloon Boy. That's going to send him out of here on his final stock, and is starting to dissolve underneath blue team right now as they are watching this lead get taken away from them. Balloon Boy unarmed back on stage. Breakdance is going to be easily punished. Zen kind of broke up his own teammate's combo there for a second.
Hideaway fighting unarmed with that extra stock. He doesn't even want to give a moment for his teammate to be alone, even forfeiting, picking up a weapon for it. The blue team get right back on their business, though, with the battle boots. Hideaway avoiding that recovery. He gets a sidelight, sending Radish away. The 1v1 from Zen and Balloon Boy as a Nair comes out again from the Rocket Lance, and Hideaway holds on to this stock. The blue team are scrambling. They get the recovery there. He still holds on, and now the blue team getting a sidelight there. Radish looking for a big reader recovery onto Zen. The red team are trying to keep Zen in this game. Hideaway tries to interrupt with a downer. The team combo. Hideaway with the sider with was so clean.
That was exactly what they needed too. They needed that to connect and did not fall for him. Okay, Balloon Boy again trying to let that signature fly and he can't find it. Radish, he's gonna be up there menacing on the soft platform, trying to catch a Sayer in the air. Hideaway, the Nair's gonna go ahead and whiff. Radish punishes him for that. The Sayer right in his face. Zen jumping around, trying to stay out of this 2v1 situation, and he does. Hideaway's back on the field. Okay, can he find a weapon? There it is, axe in hand, whiff on the Sayer, and catches Radish with a neutral sig, and not enough to knock out PJ.
Radish needs this orb. Sidelight Cider will KO anywhere except center stage. That Cider will find it, and we go to a 2v1 Hideaway with very, very low damage here. Not even really hit at all, but a 2v1 combo could easily be the end of this clutch attempt. But Hideaway looking to hold on, facing down Radish and his former teammate with a recovery. He takes out his former teammate first, and now it comes down to a 1v1 Radish looking to prove to Balloon Boy that this pickup was worthwhile. He finds the Cider there, gets punished by the Endlight, and Hideaway in the 2v1 takes out his former teammate, takes out Radish, and takes game number 1.
That's okay. We got a set, PJ. This one is going to be this one's going to be good. Sorry, I can't talk sometimes. That happens. We see Hideaway and Zen go ahead and take a game number 1, but it came down to that last interaction. It was so close. Radish, though, got in that 2v1. He didn't quite have what it took. I really was wanting to see that 2v1 situation, and once Hideaway shut that down, it became a lot more difficult for them to get that dub. If they would have been able to set up a team combo, get rid of that healthy stock very, very quickly, it could have ended up a lot different. But fortunately for Brawlhalla, we play best of 5s here, PJ.
Absolutely.
Which means that we have a lot more of this set to play, and we're going to get right back in to game number 2 and see if Radish and Balloon Boy can tie this thing up.
I call back to the midseason interview where Zen said, I've been wanting to play with Hideaway since he 2v1 me in experience, and Hideaway showing the 2v1 prowess on this Ulgrim. As the blue team scramble to find their momentum. Once again, the Battle Boots and Gauntlet players, they're looking for something big. The N-Sig is a great way to get some damage. Then we immediately target swap over to Zen. The N-Sig almost KOing off the side. Radish is pushing forward. He is not happy with the result of the last game, but he gets knocked away, and the red team sees control of the stage. A GC down Sig trying to catch something high. The recovery comes out as well, but nowhere near KOing Zen. Getting sent away. Hideaway off the stage. The red team are split right now, but Zen taking so much space, and he fights back, and he works out, but Radish gets the big ground pound there.
See a blue team so far, I mean, they need to shut down Hideaway. Hideaway was allowed to do almost 800 damage last game. 791 to be exact. They need to figure out a way to neutralize Hideaway on this Ulgrim and take him out of commission. And it seems like they're trying to get the pass over. That Neutralite is going to rack up some more damage. Balloon Boy being sent over to the right side. Can he get back up on stage? He does. His teammate falls, catches the D-Light into Neutralite on Hideaway. Hideaway, though, getting the best interaction, going to send Balloon Boy out of here.
I mean, we saw the Terros pick from Hideaway earlier, but this Rocket Land seems to be the weapon of choice for him so far. Fighting those stray hits, getting the interruption with that sidelight there, literally interrupting a Zariel N-Sig to keep your teammate alive. Radish finding the side air there. It wouldn't have KO'd, but it would set up a crazy team combo like the one you're seeing there. The down Sig sends Zen into the red now, approaching the red, at least Radish with an orb online, looking to find some control for Balloon Boy to burst in with those gauntlets. He finds a whiff punish there, but Hideaway immediately reversals. The defensive game from Hideaway has been so clutch versus this blue team. It's why he's holding on to these stocks for so long. D-like side air, Radish with an interruption. The red team swap over to Balloon Boy, now picking it over to Radish, but the blue team members, they're getting out of these big strings, but they're taking a lot of poke damage in the process.
Absolutely, it is racking up. I mean, we talked about it earlier, death by 1,000 cuts, and it's coming into fruition right here. Ooh, that side sig is gonna take a Balloon Boy off of that second stock. Radish being the healthiest on the blue team right here. Okay, see if he can get back up on stage. He does. Zen's gonna go ahead and whip the side light, but Hideaway there to clean it up, gets a stock on Radish. All right, Hideaway and Zen are both on their second stock, still have that advantage. See if they're gonna be able to get any extra credit off of it. Balloon Boy left completely unarmed. Okay, there's the weapon drop, gauntlets in hand. Ooh, nice recovery off that orb from Radish to send Zen out of the equation there.
The blue team, they're down to their last stocks. They know how much this red team could pump out damage, and they're trying to avoid it as much as possible. Little team damage there, but Zen doesn't even follow up. Radish getting the side air center stage, finds the KO. Zen in the 2v1 now, but the blue team with so much damage racked up, they're playing so respectively around that Zen, and now Zen goes off stage. He puts himself off stage, recovers high, punishes Balloon Boy, but Red Raptor is able to take it off the top. Radish now chasing Hideaway, going for the chase dodge up, exhausted recovery. Hideaway dodges right through that, though. Those tricks will not be working out here in Winners Finals.
No, but he definitely gave chase. Hideaway, I mean, there was no chance for an offensive play there at all. He had to stay out of the way of Radish's onslaught. Okay, Zen with the Sayer comes back up, tries to catch a piece of Radish, does slap him away with the Sayer one time. Oh, that neutral
nice
sig is going to ring true, and it's up to the Bloom Boy this time. 1v1 situation. Nope, getting shut down and sent out off the left blast zone, and that is going to put Zen and Hideaway up 2-0 in this winners finals.
Hey, I'll give it up. You know, I put them at third place in my predictions. I didn't think Zen and Hideaway were really that good in terms of they're in the PR number 1, number 2, the seed. I thought it was going to be very, very close, but as I get informed, we got to look at the damage. What was the damage?
611.
611 from Hideaway. Jeez, man. The Olgrim pick was so smart. I mean, swapping off of the Taros, picking up a Rocket Lance, and it is absolutely steamrolling. He has equipped 39% of the time there, but the amount of interruptions he's getting, the amount of utility you're getting in the space department as well, it looks like a really, really good team comp for them.
It's really interesting because I'm taking a look at the team damage as well on red team, and they won, but there was also like 220 damage shared between the two of them on team damage. They definitely were not afraid to put hands on each other, that is for sure. But we were going to settle into Demon Island as Bloom Boy and Radish try to turn the tides of this very difficult winners final set for them.
Yeah, team damage can be a good thing too if you're hitting your teammate out of combos. See that there with the side light into down air. Hideaway looking to create the space with no soft platforms, realizing that that immediate jump height is going to be very important for this team comp. Side light down air sends off stage. Balloon Boy isolates the 1v1 on Zen. And they actually handshake to go for 2 1v1s. Balloon Boy going for a big edge guard. Zen looking to flip it there with the weapon toss, doesn't get it. Another sidelight, and Hideaway with the Rocket Lance is just so problematic. Every time the blue team try to get something started on Zen, there's a Rocket Lance player right there to immediately punish. Zen gets the punish there, hits his own teammate. Zen rides the momentum, gets an unarmed sider, and KOs off of it. This Rocket Lance is a problem for the blue team.
Problematic is a very nice way of putting it because he is literally everywhere all at once, punishing everything. The blue team tries to spit out. Okay, the dare is going to knock him back that time. Bloom Boy trying to get in there unarmed. Get him from the weapon drop. There we go. He got caught with another Sair, though. He cannot move.
It's incredible. Every jump, every dash, you're put on notice versus this Rocket Lance. And Hideaway knows it too. He's holding on to this one. GC sidelight Nair, another sidelight there. Chase dodge forward. Radish with a nice whip punish with that orb side air. Looks for the down air there. Gets put off stage. And now the blue team struggling to get back onto the stage. Hideaway, even with all this damage racked up, he loses that stock, though. I was going to say he was playing so confident, but that side air into Ensig, into the orb recovery over onto Zen. And Balloon Boy and Radish make this game quite a close one. The damage very much so built up on Radish, so he doesn't have the most amount of defense stat to work out for, but Balloon Boy, little edge guard on Hideaway there.
Yeah, he was getting a little spicy there off stage. Blue team's doing a really good job at not letting that lead get out of hand. They've got the stock count back where they want it to be. Now it's time to work on that damage deficit. And it looks pretty much even except for Radish being a bit of a wild card here as he is getting deep into that red on second stock here. 179 damage against him at the moment. Bloom Boy reaching up, whiffing on the dare. Nobody's going to punish it. Hideaway slides into position, but he was not where he wanted to be. Zen trying to chuckle. Oh no, he slapped away his teammate as he was fishing out that second recovery. Bloom Boy unarmed again, catches a Nair. There we go, finished up with recovery. Not quite enough to knock out though.
Radish looking for this orb to really start paying these dividends. You need to find the KO option. Sidelight, side air, recoveries off the top. Any of your KO options, we're seeing very deep side airs, and the sidelight side air gets interrupted by Zen. Zen on that supportive role on the Kaya, showing through once again, keeping it impossible for his teammate to get KO'd. They get back to the ground, they get back, and they both find a KO. D-light recovery, unarmed D-light recovery, and the red team once again stifling the blue team. You can't even get away with it. Sidelight, side air on orb without it getting interrupted, and Radish getting put in a really bad spot. Zen smelling blood in the water, goes for the down air there. Hideaway forfeits his stock in the attempt to get a very early gimp on Radish, but you still have that extra stock to work with, and Zen starts playing defensively.
Sair kind of tapping Radish back out of the sky. The orb recovery is going to come up and catch Zen, though. Not enough to knock out. Bloom Boy misses on the grab to cancel D-Light. That recovery is going to be good. See if they can get a quick 2v1 engagement against Hideaway, but no, he does the incredibly smart thing, and he runs.
And with no soft platforms, it's hard to refresh resources and really put up a lethal threat for Hideaway, stalling up in the air, the product of this Demon Island pick. Balloon Boy getting juggled there. The down air catches Radish. The nice D-light into chase dodge downward, realizing Zen was ready to interrupt. The respect that the blue team has to give the red team, as they're so good at jumping in and interrupting these team combos. It's so hard to match the damage of this team comp.
Radish trying to figure out a safe way to get into the engagement without being knocked off his last stock. He is so close to being knocked out. There's a good neutral stick against Zen. But a second, Bloom Boy gonna find his way back up. Can he get it? Can he get it? He does, back on stage. Nair against Hideaway. He read for the Sair, wasn't there. Hideaway with the break dance. There's Radish, and unfortunately, I think Bloom Boy is gonna be very close to follow. Unless he can get something to break loose here, he can get rid of one of these stocks. That break dance was his chance, and it got stifled.
And a quick 3-0 from Hideaway and Zen as they get their run back from the mid-season championship. This time, the result will go to them, and they confirm their spot into the grand finals through the winner's side. I was very skeptical of this team coming into it. I didn't think they showed enough to be considered the top dogs in North America. But after that game, after Hideaway put up another 773 damage game on that Ogrim pick, I can easily see the argument for it now. We see that game, 473 damage dealt just on Rocket Lance, more than Radish did on any weapon, on both weapons, on all the weapons. They ran away with that game.
What if Bloom Boy and Radish had an axe?
You think they need an axe?
I think it might have helped a little bit. We had a moment in that last game. Everybody was at 2 stocks, and everybody was completely ready. Guys, see it right there. 773 damage is crazy. He did over 650 every single game.
I've never put that many light attacks out. And I played some very mashy legends, I'll be honest. I mash a lot. That's a lot of buttons to hit with a 44% accuracy as well, hitting around 46, 47 hits, and it's just enough to do it. And oh my goodness. I mean, his teammate had a 30% accuracy on 77 hits. It was really the Hideaway show. No. He was hitting buttons and they were connecting.
No, absolutely. Every button he pushed connected. That was an incredible display from Hideaway and Zen. Hideaway definitely, I don't want to say carrying to get back up. We have Rise and Soul going up against Experience and Fakey. We got Seed 6 and Seed 3. We got Seed 6 and Seed 3, respectively. What do you think, PJ?
You know, obviously, I had I had Experience and Fakey winning the tournament here. So if you had to ask me, I definitely think that they have what it takes to do so. But I want to remind everybody, Winter Championship, they got second place Ryzen. So this is a team that, although they're PR 10 and 13, they have a second place and a fourth place finish in the bracket. This is a team that, if you're not ready for, they are going to come at you with tournament winning force. But the blue team starting off very well here. You see the traditional Kaya Teros pick, the best team in North America in this team composition. Hideaway swapping off the Teros as well for the Ogrim pick. Experience the only one to do it on the hammer, still this deep in the bracket.
Indeed. Soldo trying to thread in a dare there on Experience. Caught the gravity cancel, neutral light on Fakey, but both red team members being sent over to the right side. Experience whiffing on that Sayer, getting a little unarmed recovery punish on it. Rise coming back on stage, whiffing with the Sayer. Experience though, gonna try and got half a Mafia there, couldn't quite get the whole thing.
Nice GC downlight into recovery, but somehow Fakey holding on, avoiding that big down sig though, getting that Rayman side sig punish and catching Fakey landing with the side sig. Maybe this is the grand elaborate plan versus the Kaya Teros, is just have a disjoint like that side signature. We see another one there, find its mark, the unlight from Rise to interrupt and get that KO off the side. And now the red team with this very fragile stock advantage, as I can't even finish my sentence, as that Sider is able to close it out. And the blue team looking for that team combo Experience, going for that deep recovery.
Couldn't quite get in the position where he wanted to be. Gonna send Soul up into the air. Gonna swap over to Rise. Ooh, a nice little pivot stomp there. Couldn't quite get anything after it though. Rise gonna come back down the stage. Gets caught with a nair from a Fakey. Soul gonna get right in there and break that up. Try and keep the damage off his teammate. Fakey gonna shut him down with the D-Light. Caught him with the gravity cancel, neutral sig, and what a team combo from blue team.
Yeah, this is a very nice lead for them now. The red team had a slight lead early on, but this is definitely a much bigger one for the blue team as we go off the top, looking to find that KO off the top onto Soul. Soul getting sent off stage. Experience chase dodging downwards towards the wall, putting himself in that win opportunity, as he likes to say with that hammer. Looking for those ways to get those stocks early. The recovery does find its mark onto Experience. Experience getting hit by the D-Light, but Rise couldn't find the side air as Jakey's able to put that spear in there between him, but that side air will close out that stock. We go down to last stock in Experience. Fakey trying to hold on, avoiding the ground pound. Pogo downwards. He gets his jump back. He gets his chase dodge. The down air as well. Another ground pound. Experience is just watching. He said, you got this, bro. You take the edge guard and you take the game. Oh my goodness. Experience literally walked up and said, I got to use the restroom. I'm going to let you handle this one. And he won the game.
Fakey went and got the belt, bro. He went and got the belt.
Crazy.
Oh no. Oh no. We're going to watch this again in super slow motion.
You think you can edge guard me? Are you kidding me?
Let's see it, Fakey.
Oh.
Fakey.
Oh. We see the ground pound. We see like Soul's like, all right, we got to save you now. GC sidelight very smart to
higher set ahead of us, PJ. We're going to get back in here to Demon Island, a game number 2, and see if Soul and Rise maybe have something to say about that.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be taking their attempt here to Demon Island as You see the immediate start of the pogos come out, but Fakey comes out on top, hits his own teammate in the process. The red team able to split up the blue team members. We even see a weapon toss from the side of Soul, but he picks up some gauntlet sidelight into recovery, disarms Fakey, the N-Sig. Nice whiff punish. Experience not quite on time to find that punish, but that will be on time. The side sig is able to find the whiff punish onto Experience, and now, once again, the blue team down a stock early in this game number 2.
Yeah, they are down early. This is actually a really good start for red team here if they can try and extend this, but we see blue team go ahead and take sits up and clearly stocks out real quick, evens everything back up. That's going to be the stock off of Soul, and just like that, blue team has carved their lead back out.
Absolutely, and you have to be so on top of it versus Fakey, because this is exactly the position Fakey wants to be in that stock tank role, letting Experience take a lot of that aggro, but continuing like leads to nothing. Experience with the 1v1 versus Soul, though the red team takes some time to get that nair onto Fakey to close out that first stock, but Experience's movement right now on the right side is so tricky. Fainting going back to center stage, ends up putting himself off stage, and the red team don't get any damage in that 2v1 scenario. A big
red team in their clutches trying to set up that team combo rather. Weapon throw down. Soul left with nothing. Sweat beads out. He got the dare to get his options back. Back up on stage with Axe. Misses the dare against Experience. Okay, Fakey gonna get back up on the weapon. He's gonna go over the side with the spear, try to get some work done. He caught one pogo, whipped on the dare, and now red team gonna set up the team combo. Soul missed the Sair.
On a side sig on your own teammate, the blue team take the time to hold that center stage. Experience is hitting the N-Light button as much as he can. That's 5 in a row now as we see Fakey send Soul very far away. Rise getting sent downward. Double downer is going to put an end to that stock, and now the 2v1. And this looks no better than the previous game as they're up 3 stocks to 2. But most importantly, in a 2v1, as Soul has one more stock here, but it is going to be quite difficult. I know we didn't mention it. He's swapping over to this Rayman pick, hoping to compete with this team comp by using some gauntlets to break the mold, break through the walling strategy this blue team can make for sure. But it ends up not really paying the dividends you want to see. The recovery does close it out off the top. If Soul can get this side air onto Experience now, and the down sick, he sets up a 1v1. Wait a minute, we changed the format. Singles was last weekend, but we get it right now in game number 2. The nair comes out from Fakey. The spear has been causing problems for the gauntlets, and Soul knows that. He swaps over to the axe here. And they are currently playing that very parry play style as they're trying to avoid each other. They really don't want to throw out any whiffs because these weapons are very good at whiff punishing. Now the stacked game plan, down air into the end, like sends Fakey off stage once again, and he's looking for something big. Soul gets the down air into the nair, into the weapon toss, goes for the down air as well. Fakey, he gets a side air, he tries to get tricky off stage, but he can't get much. Soul swapping over to a different weapon. No, Fakey with the stock, with the weapon advantage, but the damage build is so big. And going for the exit, covering the cross of the right read, the wrong time, down like into side air. It's not over for Soul yet, but he just needs one straight hit, and there it is, the side sig. And Soul, he doesn't do it with a quickness, but does it at the end of the day, clutching out that 2v1, forces the 1v1 fresh stocks, and wins it out.
813 damage. 813 damage.
Rayman, by the way.
Did everybody hear that? Rayman coming out absolutely swinging. Clutch a 2v1.
Yep.
I mean, he got him separated. He got rid of the one stock, set up the 1v1 engagement. Perfect clutch from Soul.
And that is going to be a big way to bring yourself back into this set. I mean, it could have very easily been Experience and Fakey getting a swift 2-0, moving over into game number 3. But off the back of Soul literally carrying that game, changing the format back to the 1v1, and winning out that 1v1. That must feel great, by the way. Like, clutching like that on a stage like this. You didn't win the set, but you definitely put yourself in much better chances to do so. And
I wonder how that feels.
I know, right? It literally could never be me. And I'm sure that's going to motivate Rise a lot as well, as he gets a lot of activation on this Kaya right now. He goes for the nair into the recovery. The red team, and Rise specifically, playing pinpoint accurate on this spear. He's not whiffing moves. He's hitting everything on the blue team. The nair comes out from Soul into the recovery. Experience scrambling to find the stage because he can't find anything on this hammer pick. And we see a big pickup from the red team. Double D-Light into recovery. It KOs off the top. The red team are unstoppable. That's another one. If you can close out this edge guard on Experience, they don't go for it, but they are looking so good. The momentum fully swinging to the red team.
Look, Soul inspired his teammate last game. Rise has come out in game number 3, and he is absolutely swinging for the fences with his bow. Another D-Sig is going to connect.
Goodness,
they set him up off the top 45. 6 stocks to 3. They are absolutely cruising. Finally, a stop to the offense as they secure the stock on Soul. Rise with the reversal. Can he get it against Experience?
Wow.
Experience goes low, hits a Sair. Can he get back on stage? He does. Everybody lives.
So clutch from Experience to live there after getting hit by that very deep pogo. We see the red team getting right back to where they started with these team combos. The Cider sends Experience off stage. The red team honing in on Experience. Fakey looking for his opportunity to break in. Now is the time. The GC D-Light into recovery sends the red team off stage. The Cider is big. The GC side light to try to refresh. Soul off stage, and the red team are somewhat struggling now. The blue team seem to take control of this game as they have so much stage control, and Fakey keeps running into the corner, realizing that he's on his last stock. He's putting Experience to task on that point position. The Cider works out for the blue team, and this swap Experience Cider of
it has, I mean, they really came out swinging. They had blue team kind of a little bit confused at the beginning of the game, but blue team has adapted very quickly, and they've picked it apart and they've shut it down. Okay, the 2v1 is going to be good for blue team, but Rise is able to get back up on stage. He went for the D-Light. He would recognize that the threat was there. He jumped right back down and hit the neutral sig.
The stock's even up here. Soul getting him the 2v1 combo. We go for a nair there from Fakey. Maybe he just wasn't in the position he wanted to find himself in. Experience getting KO'd with that end light. Now the 2v1 Fakey holding on to the very narrow wall that this Demon Island left side can be. The down stick comes out as well. You see Experience walking forward, once again taking that point position, trying to take a lot of the aggro away from Fakey, because if the red team can hone in and make this a 2v1, it will be over.
Oh, they are still continuing to rack up a very good damage against this blue team Rise. Gonna go ahead and interrupt Experience there. Save his teammate a little bit more damage. The Nair is gonna whiff, and Experience is gonna get a two-piece on it. Comes back to the stage, we see the Dare connect. Tried to thread in the down sig, got punished for it, and then caught his teammate with the signature. That's gonna send Rise all the way out. Fakey gets back up on stage. Red team, it does have the advantage here. Rise is going to be your wild card as he is very healthy on the stock. Blue team is going to try and focus on Soul, get him out of here so they can force a 2v1 situation. That is going to get Fakey out of here, and now here we go. They can go to work.
Yeah, I mean, Rise is so healthy, but it won't even come down to that, as the sidelight into recovery is enough to take it off the top, and we see a 645 damage game coming out of the side of Rise. It is they're just taking turns, like putting on exhibitions.
My man was inspired.
Yeah, he was.
He was
came out of the gate swinging,
inspired.
man. He picked up a bow, and he was unstoppable. He wasn't whiffing moves. 56 at the time on the spear, 421 damage to 259 taken. He was flawless on the spear. Easy to whiff punish that weapon if you're not on. He was on for sure.
Oh yeah, that was so cool to see. I mean, Soul got that great clutch, and his teammate was like, you know what, hold my apple juice, I got this.
Absolutely.
And stepped right in and got the job done. We're going to settle into Demon Island for this game at number 4. Oh, and Soul and Rise going straight to work. We have seen this before, BJ.
Yep.
We have seen this before.
Nothing to empower a team like a big 1v1 clutch, and it really shows as the red team have so much momentum. We even see a fully charged side stick coming out of the side of Soul, and the blue team weren't even in position to really punish it. Experience a lot of respect avoiding that. We see a swap over to the Olgrim, and then point that out as we were talking a little bit about something else earlier, but it's been working out for Experience this axe. He wasn't finding anything on the hammer, so now a rocket lance will be swapped to very shortly here as that Cider sends Experience off stage. The red team swarming over to Fakey. The down air does catch Experience. He loses his stock. Experience, or Fakey in a bad spot now as he goes for the GC downlight, doesn't find it. The nair covers the ground pound as well. Fakey, can you make it back? No, you cannot. Experience cannot risk going off stage to save him, and Fakey is on his last stock within the minute.
The belt. It just keeps going back and forth, bro. I'm telling you, D-Light in the sidelight from Rise. What is the guy? What else is the guy? Oh, I thought he was going to go after Fakey. He was almost in range with the D-Light. Back on stage, Sweat Beads out. Okay, Sarah from Experience is going to send him over and out. Soul, Sweat Beads. Fakey got a hold of him, but they did not follow through with the combo. It dropped. Soul is left to come back unarmed. Sarah's going to slap him off the stage. He decides to go next. He wants to go ahead and get the fresh stock, get back in here and help his teammate. Very smart.
Yeah, the downer sends Experience low as well, and it gives Rise another opportunity to get back on the stage and cause problems. The NSIG actually catches his own teammate in the process, but with Experience without a weapon and Fakey on his last stock, it's dire straits for the blue team. The D-Light into Cider sends Fakey off stage. Experience getting hit by the Cider there, getting sent to the left side. The recovery, Fakey getting put back in the corner over and over again. The side air from Rise, it's not enough to KO, but the blue team are only just holding on. They're not even trying to win. They're just trying not to lose right now. They need to find their footing, and that NSIG will make it very, very difficult to do so. The charge up with the GC NSIG, it's an air, it's a sidelight, it's an NSIG. It hits his own teammate, but that pogo will connect onto Fakey. The ground pound once again, it's a clinic, and Rise and Soul take the set 3-1.
Wow.
They did that.
They did that right in front of us.
It just happened. That was crazy. It didn't even look close. At the end, it didn't even look close. The last 2 games, it was Ryzen Soul. After Soul was able to clutch that 1v1, it just all changed everything for them. The Rayman pick worked. A lot of people in the, were question marking, is this Rayman pick going to work? We haven't seen it yet. It worked out there.
Ryzen Soul, you have single-handedly made my predictions today so wrong.
So wrong.
So wrong. We're going to take a look at these stats.
166 damage on Fakey.
Fakey didn't even show up.
He couldn't play the game. They couldn't play the game. It's an unplayable comp there. It's a comp diff. It could be whatever diff it is. It doesn't matter. Shout out to diff. We got Ryzen Soul, though, 508 damage on the Kaya. Soul won the 1 game. He's like, bro, it's your turn now. And he turned up the last 2 game Ryze, doing clearly the most damage in the entire set. That was an absolute pleasure to watch as they move forward there with, I believe, an upset.
Oh, yeah, that was an upset.
That's another top 3 for them. We cannot deny them anymore.
Man, I have been so pleasantly surprised so many times this weekend. Like, the tournaments are so good. I know I keep saying it, but I really do mean it. We see right there, Ryzen Soul, the 3-1 victory against Experience and Fakey. They are gone. That means, let's take a look. Before we go to break, I do want to take a look here because that means Ryzen Soul have moved up to take on 2nd seed Bloom Boy and Radish that we just saw get absolutely demolished in winners finals and sent down there. So who is going to get the opportunity? Who is going to get the privilege to go back up top to try and win this thing? We're going to find out right after this break with Balloon Boy Radish versus Ryzen Soul. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, hey, I'm CK, and you're watching Brawlhalla Esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summer Championships. We're here in the top 3 of North America, and with Ryzen Soul beating Experience and Fakey, we will be crowning a new champion team here for the Summer Championship. We're in the top 3. I'm PJ, joined by Slow Motion. You were talking about this being one of the most exciting weekends of twos, and I have to agree with you, man. This is crazy.
I'll be honest, I love Brawlhalla all the time, but I enjoy ones more.
Yeah.
And I enjoy commentating ones more. But I think this is honestly one of the first events where this is twos has been the shine out for me. This has been great.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, like I'm kind of in a similar boat with you, but recently twos has definitely taken a very special place in my heart, and these 2 teams for sure have taken a very special place in the upper echelon of North America twos. We got Balloon Boy and Radish, 2nd place at midseason, a team that came out after Max Vote, a product of the Zen and Experience breakup. But now showing, hey, you know what? The other side of it's like we don't even care about any of that. We've been a partner for a long time. We got Ryzen Soul as well, who have once again made their way into a top 3.
Yeah, neither one of them. I mean, you see Soul just barely hitting the top 10 PR. I think Radish and Bloom Boy should be very nervous. Ryzen Soul are on such a boost of momentum right now. They're literally knocking Goliath out of this bracket.
Who sent them to elimination side?
Let me have a look.
I know somebody knows that. I don't remember.
It was Experience and Fakey.
It was Experience and Fakey. Okay, so that was their run. They just won the run back then.
Yeah. They sent them down in upper quarterfinals.
Okay.
They beat them 3-1. And sent them down, and then Ryzen Soul took out Marky Moo in Future Bubble, and then we saw them just take out Experience and Fakey, and now they're going up against Radish and Bloom Boy. This has been a hell of a run for them.
So they should just win the tournament is what I'm hearing.
Bro,
they haven't lost, and then they just beat the team
cooking.
that won them. They are absolutely on a crazy elimination side run. Of course, in the grand finals, we have the #1 seed in there. But before we get to that, we're going to be seeing who is going to be fighting them from the elimination side of things. We got the Red Raptor and Devil Jin Team Com versus the Kaya and the Olgrim. Should be a very fun and exciting matchup. And regardless, we're going to be seeing Kaya and Ogrim for the rest of the stream here. Both of the team comps in the top grand finals and eliminations finals will be playing it. Of course, welcome to North America. We got Devil Jin and Red Raptor to kick us off here on Demon Island. Game number 1 of elimination side finals.
Not going to complain one bit. I think we're going to get a lot of information from this opening game. I'm very interested to see what the game plan is from Radish and Bloom Boy here to try and stifle this blue team of Soul and Rise.
And lights come out there. Balloon Boy interrupting, hit his teammate a little bit too much there. So able to follow up with the Rocket Lance. Naren, wait, okay, how did Radish get KO'd? He just got side-aired. I don't even know where the damage build was. We were just kind of talking, getting settled into the match, but there is no time. Soul with the side-air that just completely KO'd Radish. That was ridiculous.
No, that's crazy. Full disclosure, I looked at my laptop to look at the bracket for literally a half a second, and he was gone.
Yeah, I was just exposition. We're just getting in the game. That was under 20 seconds, and he loses his stock. You find a stock immediately get traded out, though, as the sidelight side air into the side stick does connect. Rise holds onto a stock. I was going to say for not much longer, but that high defense on that Kaya is the reason this Kaya pick, one of the many reasons it's so strong that Cider will find the stock from Radish, who finds 2 KOs there, essentially 2 KOs after getting KO'd very, very early. But now the red team having a slight lead with the lead going over to Balloon Boy. And with the Balloon Boy numbers he's been putting up recently, definitely the person you want to have those extra stocks on.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, it was unfortunate the Radish fell so early, but it seems like they have got control back on it now as they do have the stock advantage. Balloon Boy trying to add another one to it. Rise, are you coming back? Sweatbeats came out, but he was able to grab that very, very small ledge of Demon Island.
Balloon Boy dash jumping there, trying to get underneath Soul and find a way to scoop and continue to put a juggle on, but Soul getting a big side air there, hitting his own teammate, going high with the high ground pound, and Rise punishes Balloon Boy, who tries to fast fall to his teammate's side. GC down like ground pound, taps it in unarmed, and that was really, really clean from the blue team as they have a slight stock advantage, but Balloon Boy puts an end to that right quick. We see the ground pound there, and we see the caw come out there off the top with that N6. Shout out to Walt. Happy birthday.
Yeah, giving him the beak for sure, and getting things a little more manageable for red team here. This has definitely been a back and forth game so far, as both teams have had a taste of the lead here. Raiders coming over the top, gets caught with a Sayer off the spear, gonna come down with a falling side air. Okay, so he's being very careful. He's trying. He realizes he's on that final stock. He's trying to extend it as far as he can. Bloom Boy's getting tossed all the way to the left side. See if he can get back up on stage. He does. Feed back up on the ground. Tries to go up unarmed recovery. Can't find anything. The side light's going to clear out Soul. He gets the weapon. Gauntlets back in hand. And he goes to work on Rise. He misses on the grab to cancel neutral sig. And gets pogoed back down the left side of Demon Island.
The red team with Balloon Boy having that extra stock, and you see Balloon Boy definitely playing that point row double side light off the gravity cancel into the recovery, punishing the read, and now Balloon Boy and Radish having the 2v1. And even if Radish loses this, I'm hard pressed to believe that Rise is able to find the clutch here. And then Light sends off saves Radish and Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy holding forward, but puts the side stick out to force Rise to take another repetition on the wall. The ground pound comes out, nice dodge, gets baited off the side air from Balloon Boy, avoids the breakdance. D-Light into the side air, into the down sig, letting his teammate get involved as well as Radish and Balloon Boy take that game with a 3 stock. We talked about momentum. We talked about how great of a run Rise and Soul are on, but Radish and Balloon Boy put an end to that really, really quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Balloon Boy favoring the gauntlets that game, 251. Okay, so this is interesting. He had the gauntlets about 11% more of what he did on the bow, but did more damage off the bow.
Yep.
So he was definitely working both parts of his kit. There was only an 8 damage differential between his 2 weapons.
That's crazy.
So he was using his entire kit that game, and that got it done. There was 88 team damage coming off of Balloon Boy that game. So he did put a little bit of damage on Radish, but it worked out well for him just the same as we get ready, and we're taking it to the dome. We have not seen this stage very often today.
Yeah, this is a very volatile stage, being a biplat, and one that has very high soft platforms as well. It makes it very scary to go here if your team isn't taking advantage of those high juggles. We see Rise getting onto his business there. The Nair sends upwards, and we see the big recovery. The Nair continues for Rise there, and Soul gets in there as well, and that's a lot of damage. I was talking about those juggle states, and the blue team will definitely take advantage. Nice interruption. Oh, not a great interruption, actually, but Radish looking right his wrongs there. GC side stick, the motorcycle comes out. Balloon Boy looking for that GC N light. No stocks get traded, but Pandemonium so far, and the N-Stick comes out again as well. Little power up there with that N-Sig. The side light sider doesn't KO, but Rise in a bad spot. Soul having to bail him out there, even unarmed. He forfeits the weapon away, though. He has yet to pick up a weapon on his second stock.
Oh, pandemonium's a good word. This has just been a straight scrap here at the beginning of game number 2. We see Balloon Boy going to go ahead and clear that stock off of Rise. Radish still holding on to his first stock. This is different than we've seen so far. He was the healthiest on the map. Now him and Blue Boy are sharing a very even stock. Soul being the most damaged on the map with 54 damage against his second stock. Balloon Boy's going to get a 2-piece on him. Come back up with on the Sair. Soul, oh, wrong direction on the neutral light. And now Balloon Boy's gonna be able to push him over to Radish. Radish kind of hovering over on that right side, trying to rack up any damage he can. Side light, but Rise said no on the Sair.
Big cider from Balloon Boy there on the bone. He flips it over to Rise. Radish able to follow up as well to the ground pound from off the stage. When you think Balloon Boy is out of it, when you think he just has to recover, he is still able to find those team combos, and that's what makes this red team comp work out so well. Any hit leads to something big. Radish going for that GC N-Sig there. Doesn't find it, but Rise getting put in a bad spot. Finds the ground pound. Balloon Boy in a bad spot as well. Rise just throws out 2 ground pounds, taps it in. GC D-Light into ground pound unarmed, and the blue team have a stock lead once again. It's a fragile one at that as the N-Sig comes out. That's 2 stocks from the Radish N-Sig in this game alone, and we go down to last stock for everybody.
It's actually an interesting stat because the Radish is known for not really using those signatures very often. You know, he'll pull them out from time to time, but he's very conservative on that signature usage, and being able to connect 2 of those very effectively here in this game is nice to see. He's kind of floating over, looking for a good opener. The side area is going to be a good option. Reaches up with recovery, takes him in the opposite direction of the action. Balloon Boy going low. Ground pound that low on Miami Dome. Oh,
he misses it. No! That's a big deal. And I see that from Rise. He goes for the weapon toss.
No pressure.
He doesn't hit the weapon toss. He wanted to pick up a bow there. He forfeits the edge guard. That could have been big. The recovery does hit Balloon Boy. The blue team getting some return on investment to Rise's weapon there. He picks up another spear. The recovery gets dodged there. Balloon Boy taking the unarmed to the rocket lance and winning that out. The N-Sig gets punished by the blue team in a big way, though. Radish, without a weapon, has to pick up a pair battle with Soul, getting right back into this with the weapon toss. The cider to try to close out a stock. Balloon Boy holding onto the wall. Radish stuck in the air as well. And that recovery, is it enough? No, it's not.
Oh, no. He used an option with that dare. Rise did not go down to punish, though. That's going to send Rise up. Can he get anything unarmed? The side light is going to come out. That's going to be the stock off of Radish, and it's all up to the Triple B right now. Can he get one of these blue members out of here and convert this into a win? Or is Soul going to shut those dreams down? Great dodge. Okay, that's going to be a stock. No, it's not. That side air might be good, though.
We can play this. It's team damage. It's a team KO. It sets up a 1v1. Balloon Boy now having the stage to Rise. Rise without a weapon, and the blue team could have fumbled it all. The side light there doesn't go for the recovery. He knows that if he misses a recovery and Rise is able to act, he's able to get a recovery in retaliation. It often does come down to this 1v1, and Rise, after taking out his teammate, then takes out Balloon Boy with a D-Light into recovery. Would have been one of the most generational fumbles of all time, but instead Rise clutches up when he needed the most. The vibes would have been so bad.
Oh, we're going to take a look at it right here. This was an amazing interaction. The Sair is going to send him over. Oh, and he's like, what do I do? Where do I go? Where do I go? And then just literally blessed from Brawlhalla. The weapon throw falls out of the air and knocks his competition out of the way. Unfortunately, he could not convert that into a dub, but man, they tried to give him a blessing there at the end.
I wonder if Balloon Boy, he hit the sidelight off stage, if he could have just went for recovery. But I think Balloon Boy hesitated. He knew that Rise had a dodge. He didn't want to get reversal because he was unarmed. It's an easy reversal for unarmed when Gauntlet whiffs recovery. But I think there it was chaos. There were nerves. That's the time you go for the non-true sidelight recovery. We didn't see the action from Balloon Boy, and that's something that Balloon Boy often goes for. He likes to live his life on the edge, but I think he felt the pressure of the moment too, especially when you're in that 2v1 clutch. And we go to game 3 with a very different storyline. What could have been, what is now, is it's 1-1.
Yeah, I know. I think you and I both, after game number 1, we kind of gave up on Rise and Soul a little bit. And they definitely made us pay attention yet again as they are taking stage control here in game number 3. And Soul's going to go ahead and just brush Radish out of the way without Rocket Lance. Send him all the way to the left side. Radish comes back over, tries to get the engagement. But Soul keeps him off of Rise as Rise is able to put pressure on Balloon Boy. The sweat beats out, but he makes it back. But his partner cannot say the same.
What a punish.
Balloon Boy's getting dumped too. Weapon throw comes out. Gravity canceled, down light in the ground pound. And oh my goodness, they have got themselves a lead.
He taps it in once again. Rise always somehow ready to get that GC downlight recovery, no matter what the edgeguard sequence is. And the red team, after taking very big positional mistakes in the first stock, now have to pay the consequences of it. They are struggling to find these stocks onto Rise and Soul, who are constantly throwing out this damage. The red team, without a weapon on Balloon Boy, puts their lethality much down. Balloon Boy finally picking up a pair of gauntlets, gets the side air off of Radish's orb side air. Soul getting sent low. Rise throwing that weapon toss up, trying to create some space for his teammate. They both make it back, but Soul loses his weapon in the process. But still, once again, they're on their first stocks. The Endlight will KO one, doesn't KO the other. Rise getting a big down air there. Balloon Boy off stage. Radish looking to weapon starve here, cycling over to a fresh orb. And Rise is playing so well right now, not getting KO'd. As I say that, D-Light into N-Light, but the red team
and worked out those stocks. So we're going to see if they're going to be able to continue that. Rise, though, with the sidelight, going to take Balloon Boy off the left side of the stage. Radish up with the Nair, can't get anything. Sidelight off of the soft platform is going to get punished, sent back over to the left side. Radish going to get a piece of Rise, but Soul immediately interrupts it and sends Radish back out of the play.
D-Light into side air, that will find the KO. Now the blue team, they go over to Balloon Boy here, who's stuck on the left side of the stage. We give a lot of respect, though. He wants to weapon star Radish here. Gets a side light there. His teammate hitting him out of his own combo. The down stick gives him some space into a recovery. Nice damage onto Rise. Rise with the weapon pickup, though, after the weapon toss down. Picks it up off the soft platform. Gets the Nair. The recovery almost off the top for Radish, who's looking to find this KO on Rise with a quickness. The sider sent Balloon Boy off stage, though, and he gets the follow-up as well. The blue team and red team members are split up, but the red team is able to come out on top of the positioning. They're looking for that KO option, but they can't pinpoint the blue team just yet.
Radish is doing such a good job. He's not taking any damage. Well, he's taking 2 damage. He's ate 2 weapon throws on this last stock, as he is trying to be a great support for Balloon Boy as he's holding on to the stock. You look at the score line, you look at the stat line, It is a very, very even right now between these two teams. That Sair is going to be huge for red team, though. Rise takes him a couple seconds to get back into the game here, but he gets a Sair on Balloon Boy.
Radish.
And a big extended combo on Radish, but the ground pound cannot meet up. Radish with recovery, get back up on stage. That's going to take the stock, and now there's a 2v1 situation. Radish, Balloon Boy, but Soul's going to run.
Radish.
And a big can't cover, get stock. He's gonna stay. Confirms the stock, gets a hold of Radish. Soul dipping down. Can they get him? He's being elusive as well, waiting on Balloon Boy to get back into the game.
And Radish with the orb now looking for the whiff punishes. We see the side light there. Balloon Boy picks up a pair of gauntlets, and the blue team are running towards Balloon Boy. They're looking to hold the center stage control. Balloon Boy breaking through with the side lights, but he doesn't get the follow-ups after. And the blue team's lead is slowly dwindling as the red team look for some big moves in the air. The recovery comes out from Radish. It gets whiff punished, but an air comes out, punishing Rise's recovery. The side light there, side light from Radish. It's scrambling. It's pandemonium. Soul getting the side air there. Radish getting sent off stage without a weapon for the blue team. They're in their crosshairs, but he fights back with the gauntlets.
Here we go. Radish, interrupt that, brother. He went over to go help his teammate, but then just stopped dead in his tracks. Balloon Boy able to stay relevant, be able to stay in the game. Gets a hold of the side light. It's going to catch both the blue team members, but Rise is going to reverse it, get the Balloon Boy out of the way. Ooh, dropping the washing machine, but Balloon Boy did not fall for it. Chases Soul up in the air, catches a signature. It's not going to be enough to knock out, but Balloon Boy might be in trouble. We see some downward pressure coming from blue team. Maybe a pogo. Sair doesn't catch. Can Balloon Boy get it done? We saw him falter in the first time, but he's pretty much in the exact same position we saw last game. Okay, recovery, good.
2 recoveries, but it won't KO, and the blue team having the weapon advantage. Another little bit of blunder there as the blue team hits his own teammate. That's Soul's rocket lance hitting Rise on the head. Another bow hits Soul's back there, and it's so unfortunate because they definitely want to close this one out, but they also don't want to give Balloon Boy a chance, and they won't give it there. The down air into side air closes it out as the weapon starve is exactly what the blue team needed to go up in the set. They're 1 game away from moving over into grand finals with another upset under their belts. And that, I mean, that game, very, very close, very, very back and forth. But I feel like when the blue team get control of the stage and the red team members are separated, the amount of threat and the amount of safety they have, because the red team need to be so on top of each other to actually KO you, they're just so happy to constantly split up. Even if they're taking trades that are losing in damage, as long as they're together and the red team are apart, you can't stop the blue team.
No, you can't. You absolutely cannot. I know I did not have this Rise and Soul elimination run on my bingo card for this weekend, but I am definitely here for it. They are now 1 game away from sending Balloon Boy and Radish out of Summer Championship and getting the opportunity to go back up top and battle in Grand Finals. We are going to settle in here right now and see if they can get it done right here in game number 4, or if Balloon Boy and Radish can dig deep, find something, and take us to a game number 5.
I definitely want to see it for sure. The closest set we've seen
Yeah.
In both the scoreline and also in vibes. I feel like this is so back and forth here. Balloon Boy fighting back down with the gauntlets once again, somehow always finding activation without a disjoint versus this spear and this axe. Nice little team combo there. Ensing and Decider, the pickup with the end light there, but it gets interrupted by Soul, so we don't get the down tick from Balloon Boy. But that type of damage swing is exactly what the red team needs to get back in this set. The spear and this axe. Nice little team combo there. Ensing and Decider, the pickup with the end light there, but it gets interrupted by Soul, so we don't get the down tick from Balloon Boy. But that type of from Rise is signature of that team, the blue team, holding onto the soft platform for dear life. They're struggling to find some spacing here.
They are, but Radish is going to go ahead and get that neutral sig in there. We see the team combo. Is able just to barely get him in that neutral sig, and that is going to go ahead and send him out. And this is about the best start we've seen for this red team since the set has started. That's going to be a stock off the top, though. Radish is going to go ahead and lose his. Balloon Boy well into knockout range here as Rise getting all of that. Gonna send Balloon Boy all the way out and see if he can get a good finish up on the landing here. Still cannot get this knockout on Balloon Boy's first stock, though.
Oh, and I mean, I don't even know how he's able to do that. Balloon Boy able to find a team combo in the middle of juggling another team member on the blue team. They finally trade out that stock on Balloon Boy, but the extra credit cannot be understated, and that's exactly what Balloon Boy brings to the table. The clutch factor to hold on in these games and put out so much damage. The Cider hits Rise there. The down sig does clip both of the blue team members as the ground pound gets interrupted barely. Radish sidelight Cider doesn't KO. Another sidelight Cider won't KO, but this hits up perfectly for the red team who look for these Ciders, look for these KOs. Soul makes it back, though.
That is the biggest burst of damage Radish has had this entire set.
Yeah.
He is absolutely letting the orb fly right now and is getting a very good leave card out for his team. Now they've got Soul and Rise in a position where they can get a full stock advantage here. Balloon Boy with the ground pound. That's going to end that one. Soul, though, going to get the reversal on Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy, though, with the Sarah coming back down the stage. Okay, Soul's going to be allowed to come back up on stage. The dares are going to fly. Balloon Boy gets the recovery. That stock is gone. 4 stocks to 2. Balloon Boy and Radish in the best position they have been in this set to take a game.
They need to snowball this lead. They need to get that extra credit. They need a big team combo to swing this stock advantage into something big with this damage. 2 Ciders from Balloon Boy won't be all that you could desire. The recovery comes out from Rise off that side like Nair combo from Soul. And we see another KO attempt off Balloon Boy. Doesn't find the right timing on that Lance recovery. Quite a difficult one to find, especially when you're crossing through your own teammate. Cider hits Balloon Boy off stage. Radish in a 2v1 now, stuck on his last stock. The blue team immediately try to take his stock out off the top.
And 2, so I'm gonna tack a little bit more on there while you're in stun. There we go. Ooh, the ground pound's gonna whip. The D-Light is not, though. Stays out of the way of the ground pound.
Oh, he beats the motorcycle with the ground pound. Radish cannot make it back, but Balloon Boy with the assistance so crucial. Side air comes out. Balloon Boy in a 2v1 once again, and Radish is unable to make it back on the wheels, and it's gonna be up to Balloon Boy to ride off into a game number 5. If he can take this 2v1, and Balloon Boy is taking his time. 2 exclamation points come out of Pogo as well, taking the damage. He has to pay the price for putting himself in the corner, but he knows that as long as damage doesn't lead to KOs, if he can force this 1v1, his chances come right back into his favor. But Soul with the weapon starve, not weapon starve, but cycling over to an axe now, looking for really any hit to convert to some team damage. Balloon Boy playing so elusively, he knows that all he has is time. He doesn't have much more than that.
The respect the blue team is giving Balloon Boy right now. Okay, Soul, though, he was left with a pretty...
Oh, he misses a side air. That's such a big drop. The end light comes out as well. The weapon toss. Soul in the 1v1. Balloon Boy having to go low, but the weapon toss works out in Balloon Boy's favor. The recovery comes out. Soul risking it all with the GC side light, putting himself off stage with no dodge, and it's shades of what happened in the last official that Balloon Boy was able to take. It comes down to a 1v1 versus the Ogrim, and Balloon Boy with another vintage moment clutches it out versus the Ogrim. We gotta stop throwing our weapon away. That's exactly what happened in Winters. It happens again now to force game 5.
Oh, wow. I was a little concerned. The respect the blue team was giving Balloon Boy in that situation. They did not want to get caught in any of his shenanigans, and somehow they did anyway. Balloon Boy able to barely scrape through and push him.
Or that's the second time at an official that it comes down to that 1v1, and the blue team hopefully are saying, you know what, we're not even going to let it go to a 1v1 this game. We're going to take this game We're going to make it count the D-Light into Cider. Instead, going for the down air onto Balloon Boy. Nice target swap there from Rise, who's... We go back to Miami Dome. We're taking a breath here. There's nothing crazy going on, but Balloon Boy, in all of this action, taking so much damage.
He is. He got racked up on him pretty hard there. But we're going to see if maybe he can take it out a little bit. He is known for being able to extend this. Okay, though, the Nair from Rise, he's going to push Radish off to the side as well. We see the neutral stick come out, whiffs, but it keeps Red Team at bay. A nice pass and...
Easy going on, but Balloon Boy, and we finally see Balloon Boy's first stock get extinguished, and the blue team now swarm over to Radish, who hugs this soft platform for dear life. The N-Sig is a great way to catch that cross-up. Now will KO. That should be a nice and easy confirmation as well. Now another 2v1 on the side of Soul. Balloon Boy seeing that they're going for the recovery into GC sidelight, doesn't find it. Rise coming back down though should make it a little bit more difficult for the red team to get started here, but the blue team taking out a lot of damage there because of the desync spawns.
Oh my goodness, this you can cut the tension with a knife right now. Radish dancing around with those boots. Okay, a little friendly fire from Soul, passed on to Rise. Balloon Boy trying to stay out of harm's way here, reaches up with the recovery, stays out of the way. Ooh, the D-Light whiffs.
Wow.
This is just absolute chaos here in game number 5, PJ. I do not know which way it's gonna fall. Radish whiffing the Nair, gets punished. Rise swaps over to Balloon Boy, trying to get the fadeaway, turnaround recovery, and caught nothing but air.
The downer comes out from Soul, and Balloon Boy going off the top, trying to find it with the GC down signature, but the GC N-Sig won't KO Radish. The ground pound sends Balloon Boy off stage. Both the red team members stuck. The down sig disarmed. D-Light Cider, but a recovery from Radish keeps his teammate in this game. That would have KO'd off the side, but the unarmed recovery will not be enough. Balloon Boy finding back there. Radish picking up a pair of battle boots, and the red team members are so fragile here. One hit away, but that Radish recovery might have been a big deal. That will KO off the top. That boots recovery will not, and Balloon Boy in a 2v1 once again for a moment as Radish lands back down. The recovery won't KO Ogrim with so much defense. The signature comes through for Rise, and now both Balloon Boy and Radish on their tournament stocks.
All right, it is very important for blue team right now to channel in and get this extra credit. They need this bonus damage. They need to put themselves in the best position as possible when they inevitably do lose these stocks. Nair against Balloon Boy, sidelight punish. Balloon Boy looking for more, misses the Sair. He gets caught with the neutral light. Can he get back up on stage? He does. He catches a D-Light onto his own teammate, goes down for the ground pound, but he's gonna get pogoed to absolute eternity. The ground pound whiffs. Can he get back up? He does. Okay, Rise trying to get back up on a weapon, but nothing to be found so far.
They have such a big stock lead. The red team are swinging with their KO options. We see Radish with a desperation recovery. Another one there trying to whiff punish. That unarmed recovery will not KO the high defense Kaio. That boots recovery doesn't KO, but that will send off the stage with that side air. And now Soul in this 2v1. He's looking to get active here. He's looking to take as much damage onto Radish as he can. The side air into ground pound. Radish doesn't hit his dodge. Balloon Boy goes for it all, but it does not matter as Soul takes it there and redeems himself from that 1v1 disaster. Game 5, it goes to him with a double KO. Oh my goodness.
I apologize, Rise and Soul. I was not aware of your game. I was not aware. This has been an elimination run for the ages today. The teams they have knocked out, the people they have sent packing, and we just saw Balloon Boy and Radish being shut down at 3rd place. They are not going to get the chance to go back up top and take on Zen and Hideaway and try to redeem that loss they took in Winners Finals. No, 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 no. It's Rise and Soul. They're going to be moving up, a chance to get back up on winner's side and take this event. That would be an amazing upset and an amazing run for them to remember forever.
I mean, it's such a big storyline for the side of Rise and Soul, especially after Balloon Boy clutches that game 4, forces game number 5. Rise and Soul got 2nd place at Winters, losing to Balloon Boy and Hideaway, right? And it came down to a 1v1, Ogrim versus Zariel. He threw his lance away. He lost the game. We saw that exactly happen again in game number 4, but game 5, no other way to do it than Rise with a very big side air, waits for Radish to walk through into the ground pound, then gets the reversal ground pound on Balloon Boy. And Rise and Soul, I feel like for Rise specifically, beating his demons in that game, there's nothing stopping them. They beat the team that sent them to elimination side. They beat one of the players that won the official over them, and now they face down the other side of that equation in Hideaway versus Zen.
This is such a cool run.
It's crazy.
This is such a cool run. Oh my goodness. Before we get to grand finals though, as we're getting these players together, I do do want to explain something in case you are not familiar with our format and how things work here. You see some W's, you see some E's next to names down there. That stands for winner side and elimination side. Rise and Soul are coming back up from elimination side, which means they will need to win 2 best-of-5 sets to be declared Summer 2v2 champions.
Yep.
Zen and Hideaway, they are already on winner side. They just need to win the first best-of-5.
Yeah, this is going to really come down to the wire here as we see the Rayman pick once again make a return here versus the Ulgrim and the Kaya. We see no more Rocket Lance on the side of Rise, and I'm really curious on how they're able to make these calls so quickly. Swapping between comps, it's been 3 sets we've watched them, and the comp has been flip-flopped again. We got the Rayman, we got the Kaya versus the Ulgrim and the Kaya. Kaya, the MVP of this bracket maybe so far as we get into grand finals. Hideaway and Zen on the winner side. The elimination side though, red team has fire behind them. GC side stick trying to get some extra damage. The down stick comes out from Soul.
They had great vision. I am interested to see what's going to happen in terms of how are they going to deal with Hideaway in this situation. My man was putting out 700-800 damage a game in winners finals. Are they going to be able to stifle that, or is Hideaway going to be allowed to continue this offensive onslaught? There we go. That's going to take him out. First stock to fall is Hideaway. So maybe that's the plan. Get rid of Hideaway.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with the Ulgrim, you're able to tank on a lot of that stocks, but on the other side of it, Zen is so good at holding on to these stocks. And we see a little bit of a red team skirmish there as we get the pogo onto Zen. Zen unable to make it back. We see Hideaway dash jump immediately putting himself off stage, inviting the red team to try to edge guard him because Hideaway controls the left side of the stage, and the red team throwing away a stock there as Hideaway is able to get it with a side air off the wall.
Literally thrown away to the hands of Hideaway. See if we can get in. He's trying to get in on Rise. He was trying to save his teammate there, but Zen got the reversal on his own. Sayre is going to send Rise all the way off and out. He's trying to come back over and get back in. There we go. Ooh, and Fisher came back for a round for another Sayre. I thought he might let the ground pound fly. Okay, Hideaway's going to catch out landing again. He is so good at that.
The Unlight comes out there. Nice from Soul to avoid that situation. The D-Light into the ground pound, though, hits his own teammate Soul, taking the worst end of that interaction. And Ensign comes out, almost KOs off the top. The damage is slowly building, though, onto Zen and Hideaway. We see the side stick immediately come out, but it doesn't find its connection, and the blue team now, they have a lot of damage built up on both of them. The side air comes out, doesn't KO Soul. We see another N-Sig attempt from Rise, but the signatures have not found the mark. Soul flips it there with the down air. Hideaway once again inviting them off stage versus him, but this time the red team will come out on top. The spear recovery will send them high and disarm.
Oh, the breakdance is going to connect, but Rise with a perfect punish going to send Hideaway out of here as well. A very brief 1v1 interaction between Rise and Zen. Weapon throw is going to knock Zen back down to ground. Ooh, gravity cancel break dance in the ground pound, but the pogo and the weapon throw.
Not this, not like this. Hideaway, where are we going? The GC down stick comes out as well. Rise getting the double downer onto Zen, who has to save his teammates. The ground pound comes in again. Hideaway has nowhere to go, and the red team take it there on that coin flip interaction. Hideaway it was just overheat, bro. He just went for too much.
Production, give it back. I just want the last one. You already know. I just want the last one. That's all I need in my life. Oh my goodness.
He literally coin flips. I mean, it's such a big risk and gamble, and I can respect it a lot, but the red team were just so on top of it here. Wonder if we're getting, yeah, I mean, this is just the latter half of it, and Hideaway just gets put away. We saw like a big open up with the unarmed, and he started the stock unarmed and ended it that way too. Rise and Soul, 549 damage on the side of that Kaya. They are looking very good. Zen, with a question mark there, under 300 damage. He obviously did pretty well in that game, but if the red team can get away with this, they're going to win this tournament.
I can't take the smile off my face right now. This is so cool to watch. This is one heck of an elimination run. What a redemption for this team. Breaking the seed, getting it done, and they are 1 game away. They need 5 more, though, PJ.
I mean, you have to, it's very easy to look at it that way, like the stretch goal is to win this tournament, but they have to take it 1 game at a time because, I mean, once this blue team gets going, they are the #1 seed of this tournament for a reason. The best team in the PR number 1 and 2, 3rd place at midseason. As Rise and Soul once again finding themselves in a familiar spot here, fighting for that 1st place. Sider comes in onto Hideaway. Hideaway having to avoid that downer. The downer from Rise hasn't really been doing all that much on this bow, but that's a big bow extension. As I say that, a 3-piece sends Hideaway off stage, and we see the down stick come out. Hideaway getting sent far away.
He's feeling confident. He's hanging out over there off stage, staying right in between both members of the blue team. Recovery's going to be good. He charged the side sig with everything he had, but it put Zen out of position, and then he had to take a punish from Rise.
Zen, okay, I like that from Hideaway, landing with the side air there, feinting that he's going to go to his teammate. Instead, goes on the offensive, forcing Soul to respect Hideaway on the wall, and that recovery from Zen is going to be able to KO off the top. They have Zen with a stock advantage once again, but as you were talking about, if the red team's goal is to take out Hideaway, it's been working so far. Hideaway on his second stock already.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a pro player, but if I'm looking at the stats from what I saw in Winners Finals, I'm gonna be like, no, we got to get that man's out of here. We got to get him gone. And Zen being taken off his first stock finally makes the scoreline look a little more even now.
Side light there, looking for the second one, but they can't find it so easily. The blue team with the defensive game are going to make this look a lot harder than these other teams Rise has ran through the elimination side, but they are able to do a lot of their game plan here, especially with Soul on these gauntlets. Rise going for the 1v1 in the Kaya mirror there. He gets the worst of the situation, but gets right back to assist his teammate, who doesn't have a weapon right now. Side air comes out from Hideaway, and then once this rocket lance goes online, it becomes very hard to stop. We see a swap over to the axe.
We're looking at Soul and Rise. We're looking at their health, and I see why he swapped. He wants the axe in hand. A little more knockout power there, and we see a trade being done between red and blue team. The stat line and the stock line being very, very even right now. We see Zen coming up at the top, recoveries coming out. Rise is going to go ahead and break it up, trying to get a piece on Hideaway with the Nair. He does it. Hideaway hits a Sair, sends Rise all the way off the right side. Soul coming over to relieve the pressure. Catches Hideaway 2v1 opportunity, but Rise is going to catch Zen, send him up to the blast zone. Hideaway, though, peeling Rise off that soft platform and bring his feet back down stage.
Rise with the only one on their second stock, everyone else on their last. Hideaway getting caught in a pogo there, but the recovery off the top from Zen, and Zen getting the big shutdown onto the other Kaya in this equation. Soul getting disarmed. The side air comes out, and we immediately see the target swap over to Rise there, who takes a lot of damage. That side air will KO from center stage, and Hideaway and Zen. This is what we expect from the #1 seed, from the winner side grand finals player. They have a clean 2v1 here. Rise, I mean, yeah, this would be one of the greatest comebacks if we could win this game here, because this is going to be almost impossible to deal with versus this team. The side air punishes. Every whiff gets punished ×2. And anything really that you make a mistake on, as the exclamation points come out, the end light sends him back off stage, and it's all but a formality as we go into game #2 with the red team falling there. The blue team even it up 1 game apiece.
Trying to 1v2 against that Kaya and Algrim, you're literally staring at a double thick brick wall.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what do you do? What can you do? There's nothing to do. So we see that is going to go ahead and put Zen and Hideaway tied back up. The adaptation was a little scary if you're Soul and Rise, because Zen and Hideaway, they did what champions do, and they adapted and they adjusted. It kind of started to get away from Rise and Soul. They lost that edge. They were losing that aggressive spark that they had to get that unanswered damage. And literally, blue team took it away from him in game #2. So we're going to see if who is going to be able to steal the momentum back, or if this is just a situation where blue team is just taking over at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the seed #1 of the bracket for a reason. Third at midseason. The adaptation, the top player adaptation at that, as Rise and Soul here. They start off very, very well in this aggression. Zen taking quite a bit of damage, so does Hideaway, but both the red team members equally damaged here. The weapons are going to start flying off very shortly here, unless we start seeing a cycle. Side air sends Rise off stage. On the other side, Soul's able to get the side air onto, and then immediately punishes by swarming over to Zen, giving his teammate time to get back on the stage and pick up another weapon. Hideaway without a weapon now. Soul forfeiting his weapon as we are seeing the weapons get thrown. They're throwing out all the punches. They want to close out these first stocks. They're so important that recovery won't KO, but it's coming very close to that point. The recovery does find that mark, but that's going to be a KO onto the blue team now. The red team with a slight stock advantage, looking to confirm that stock onto Zen, but nice interruption from his teammate Hideaway, getting right back into this game with this axe.
Okay, an arm recovery is going to go ahead and connect against Rise. Zen fighting with everything he has on arm. Hideaway is going to go ahead and clear the stage with the down sig. That is going to send Zen down and out from that bottom 45. The Dare is going to connect on Rise. Fadeaway Nair, he's going to focus himself on Hideaway. But Hideaway passes him over to Zen, gets the confirmation, but Hideaway drops a Sair, cannot continue the team combo, and that allows red team to get back in, step back up, and try and turn things around here.
Honestly, though, even though the team combo didn't drop and all of the chaos, so Soul taking a lot of damage there. Rise going deep with that bow. Ground pound on the other side. D-Light into recovery from Zen onto Soul, as Soul's put in a really bad spot there. The ground pound interrupts that end light, and Soul taking so much damage, getting sent so far away. Rise very healthy in this stock, all things considered. That side air, that stray hit will be able to take it. The recovery comes out as well, and you are now holding on to the stock, using the down air to mix up your drift, stall in the air a little bit longer, hold on for your teammate, because this could easily be a last stock situation for this red team.
Oh, it absolutely could. You remember, Red Team does not have that extra set as a comfort, but there we go. The signature is going to take care of Hideaway, and there goes in. And Rise and Soul have a 3 stock to 2 advantage, but Soul has 93 damage against him, and Rise is well into knockout range. So are they going to be able to extend this? Hideaway is going to go ahead and clear that one off with the Sayer.
We come down all to last stocks. Rise healthy, Hideaway fresh stock as well with the rocket lance online, looking for that landing downer, trying to get something started. An end light from Zen onto Rise. Rise avoiding that nair. Zen is trying to get these juggle states going for those pogos to interrupt the grounded state from the red team. But the red team, once they find their footing with these gauntlets, it gets very scary. They stack on top of each other, taking a bit of team damage in the process. The side air comes out as well, but the blue team haven't let anything really stick. The red team continuing with the weapon toss there, but both red team members get sent off stage. The downer comes out, Hideaway with a chase dodge up. Both the red team members have to hold on. Rise makes it back to the stage first, but can he find anything here? The recovery comes through. It KOs Hideaway. Now the 2v1. Can Zen clutch this out, or the red team going to take this game?
Ooh, I don't know. That neutral sig is going to be enough. That's going to send him up, and somehow Rise and Soul scraping out another win of a 2-1. 1 game away from resetting this Grands against the #1 seeded team, Zen and Hideaway. What an amazing run. We take a look at these replays, see how it all worked out for him. Ooh, great signature usage from Rise there, and we see the team combo send them up, and away. We are gonna get ready for a game number 4 here. No legend swaps. I don't really think we'll see any this late in the game. And we are gonna bring it back in and see what happens here. This is absolutely insane. Just the focus from this red team is unmatched right now.
I mean, the question starts to arise where if the red team have enough in the tank to make this reset a success, the red team comp is that Soul is taking too much damage in these situations. The side light comes through from Hideaway there, an end light as well, and the red team sending Zen into a really bad spot. The weapon toss as well.
Oh yeah, Zen somehow, some way threading the needle and getting back up on stage there. Rise, a turnaround, a neutral sig, could not get it. Hideaway's gonna go to work on him with the lance though. One nair's gonna connect, the Sayer's gonna connect, the stock is gone, and they're going to work. There we go. A little trade gonna take place there as Hideaway is also punished. Sent off a stock. There goes Zen. Are they gonna get Soul now? Hideaway's in a 2v1 situation. He's getting absolutely juggled by Rise. Soul with the nair. The D-light is gonna miss. He swaps back over to Zen just to have Zen get a hold of him. Rise reaching up with the recovery, can't find anything. Sweat beats coming out, and we still see the nairs flying.
Rise getting sent off.
D-light in and of him. Can't find anything. See the
Rise getting on that downlight, unarmed as Hideaway has the axe and he's racking up that extra damage. But I feel like Zen in the driver's seat in a lot of these situations. I want to see Hideaway start taking some control here, but he's playing very supportive on this Ogrim. The side air comes in, sends Hideaway off stage. Rise swarming over to try to assist his teammate in that edge guard, but he don't get much more. A side air as well. The ground pound comes in, it disarms Hideaway. The recovery sends low. Both the blue team members stuck off stage, but some team damage on the DC. Downlight punishes, and the red team lose all their momentum. The blue team thanking their lucky stars, holding the center stage. The downer comes out, but a side stick from Soul makes up for all of that mistake. Strong position for the red team with that down stick, sending Zen too far to recover. No, he touches and gets a side reversal, a double-sided reversal. The ground pound comes out, and the blue team fall there. The red team fall there, and now a 2v1 ensues as Soul dips low there, trying to hold on to this game, but it's not going to be so easy as the team combo comes in. We see a drop from Hideaway, very uncharacteristic, but it doesn't matter.
Have you ever tried to help out and just make things worse?
Yeah.
That's exactly what just happened there. Rise came over to the side of the stage. He tried to help out his teammate, and all he did was make things worse. Cost the stock, and there at the end, cost them the game. We are all tied up 2-2. A lot riding on this for both of these teams, because the last thing Zen and Hideaway want is for this to get reset and have to do this all over again. But Rise and Soul have come so far. They have fought so hard, and they are 1 game away from resetting grand finals against the #1 seeded team in North America.
They got to get it done right now, and we see 263 damage on the side of Rise, just not finding the activation needed. But the blue team doing very even damage here, 467, 439 respectively for Zen and Hideaway, as Zen is taking a very aggressive position on the Kaya. You expect to see the rocket lance, the one to create that space, but as we go into game number 5 on Miami Dome, we look to see if we have another set waiting for us, if this will crown the champion The team that caused so much drama, that caused so many other teams. Can they make it happen here? Can they cash in the victory? It's going to come down to this game, at least for them right now.
What a fun stage for game number 5 in this situation. I cannot think of
to the stock. Nice movement from Rise, getting the side like there into the recovery, unarmed, but it doesn't KO. The pogo comes out. The very deep recovery. Zen in that pseudo 2v1 as Hideaway took a long time to make it back to the stage, but no punishment there. The recovery finally does confirm that stock, but Zen confirming the stock onto Rise. And we're even in the stock count here. Both of the red team members having very deep red legends to hold on to their stock. There it is, the recovery to close that one out.
There's the lead. Now can they hold on to it? They have it carved out. They just have to keep extending it.
Uh-oh, Hideaway's in a
bad position. Wait. Oh, Soul kind of dropped it over there, but Zen right there to stare him right back off stage. Sweat beads out, but he touches the soft platform. Ooh, the side sig gets the extension and the hit and the stock. Soul finally being taken off that first stock, but he's completely healthy still on that second one, obviously.
Okay, the N-Light into double N-Light, and interruption from Zen immediately taking that supportive role now as Hideaway takes a lot of the aggro from the red team. Nice little two-piece from the ping-ponging of the blue team. Downlight into side air, avoids the side air. Soul just trying not to take as much damage as he can. The Nair, the recovery, he misses the recovery, but a GC sidelight. Hideaway is hitting buttons on the axe right now, but they're getting stuffed out by Rise, who hits 2 sidelights and a side air, but he hits his own teammate, and it closes out the stock. Unfortunate team KO there, but a side air punishes the side 6. Soul holding on.
Not the moment of the set where you want that to happen. You needed to hold on to the lead, and you somehow just lost it. Okay, Rise, spear in hand, Soul unarmed. Ooh, Zen catches him, not enough to go ahead and confirm, not enough force, but Soul still left without a weapon. He's just gonna let the breakdance fly, hope for the best, and the best is going to be the loss of his stock, as Hideaway and Zen are in a very, very good position here. Ooh, but that works. Rise hits a neutral sig, go ahead and take Hideaway on his final stock. It was looking like it was starting to fall away from him, but that puts him in a much better position.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet. Zen having that extra stock, but that side air almost enough to KO. The red team swarming over to the side of the Hideaway. The weapon into the Nair there. They immediately try to target swap. The side air catches Hideaway trying to dash center stage. A nice sidelight from Zenda, who holds onto the stock and plays very aggressively here, picking up on that sidelight with that recovery. Zen still in this game on his second stock, playing like he has no worry in the world, but that recovery will meet it there. And we try to go off the top with the recovery. A recovery from Hideaway there. The weapon toss saves him, and he avoids that 2v1 scramble with Soul and Rise with the damage deficit, as Zen is in a great spot here, picks up a spear, sidelight into recovery, doesn't hit the recovery there, and the blue team know they're a couple hits away from taking this tournament. The sider sends both of the red team members off stage.
Zen needs to be very careful though. He needs to make sure Hideaway stays safe, and just like that, Zen and Hideaway are your summer championship 2v2 champions. If I can get the words out, sorry, I get excited. It kind of, you know, we're emotional up here, you know what I'm saying? Man, game 5 situation, Soul and Rise almost got the reset. I could taste it. It was right there, but unfortunately could not get the job done. Your number 1 seeded team, Zen and Hideaway, get the dub.
And they make it happen in a big way. You know, I'll be honest, I was a doubter of this team comp as well. Zen and Hideaway, they're the number 1 seed, they're PR number 1 and 2, but do they have what it takes to actually win a tournament? Not get second, not get third, but actually take one in there. It all pays off as Zen and Hideaway prove to all the doubters that said that Hideaway was throwing, leaving Balloon Boy, that Zen was throwing, leaving Experience. It worked out here, and they cash in a championship, because at the end of the day, all that matters is getting those W's, and they are your summer champs. Congratulations to them. What an amazing tournament that gets ended there with Zen and Hideaway taking it all.
Man, I mean, I hate to say we could have predicted it, you know what I mean? But a great accomplishment for them. But man, Rise and Soul impressed me today.
Absolutely.
That was one of the best elimination runs I have seen in a long time, but unfortunately just fell a little short and could not get that reset. But you see it right there on the screen, Hideaway and Zen, your 2025 North American Summer Double Champions.
Yeah, we see the storyline here as Zen and Hideaway beating a lot of great teams in the process, getting the run back win on Balloon Boy and Radish after Balloon Boy and Radish were able to take it over them at midseason, bowing out at 3rd place at that tournament, at second, getting 2nd place in the previous one. But Experience and Fakey didn't even have a shot at the top, as Zen and Hideaway were just coasting in that grand finals. And in that very close game 5 set, they were able to close it out versus Rise and Soul, who took a crazy elimination side run, beating the people that sent them into elimination side 3-1, then beating Balloon Boy and Radish game number 5, and it came down to the wire once again. But now the argument, or now the conversation shifting, obviously Zen and Hideaway, your best team in North America, but are we going to start respecting Rise and Soul and putting them in the top 3?
I will.
Because this is their second time, like this is their 3rd time, I believe, this year, if I'm not mistaken, making it into the top 4, 2nd at Winter Championship, 4th at Spring Championship, another 2nd place under their belt, quickly solidifying themselves as one of the most consistent teams in North America.
Got my respect today for sure. They played absolutely out of their minds a bit. We have the saying in Brawlhalla that all these events lead a one place, and that is BCX, PJ. Take a look at the ticket prices. $15. We figured out that is half the price of one the boo-boo. So you guys can get your event access all weekend long, $15. Competitor sign up is going to be $55, and then $80 get you that VIP access, including private lounges, snacks and drinks, and that wonderful behind the scenes tour on Tournament Sunday.
Yeah, it's definitely an event that is going to be really cool. Obviously, we're at the new venue as well, so make sure that you are getting your accommodations set. We're not at the same place we were last year. You're not going to be able to rent out that same Airbnb or hotel reservation. Make sure you are up to date on where it is. But $15 for a 3-day event, it's just a ridiculously great deal. BCX, so much more than just a tournament. It's a celebration of Brawlhalla, and you know it's about to go crazy with year number 10, as well as the competitors. And if you got that extra money to spend, I think the VIP experience is going to be an absolute banger. You'll be backstage, able to see how everything runs, the machine that it takes to run these Brawlhalla productions, as well as dedicated line. I know you're going to be able to get some keepsakes from the event, a title in game, and a really great experience, all things considered. A really, really great deal and bargain for BCX. Make sure to check that out there, brawlhalla.com/BCX. Get signed up. We're going to be there, and we hope to see you there.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we wind down, I do want to remind you guys, make sure you join us tomorrow for the post show. It will be PJ and I. We're going to be breaking down the weekend, going over all the top moments, all the top highlights, breaking down the winners, talking about everything with you guys. So make sure you join us tomorrow for that. I believe we're trying to get an interview set up.
Yes,
is what we're kind of stalling on. If anybody out in chat's kind of wondering, like, why are they just yapping? This is why. We're trying to get an interview set up with your guys' winners today, and get them in here and maybe pick their brain a little bit. I really want to know how they felt going up against Rise and Soul in that grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of great storylines that come from the team in Zen and Hideaway, but at the end of the day, they prove that they are the best, and they had that energy going into midseason. We saw the interviews there. Zen clearly giving his praises and flowers to Hideaway, saying, I've always wanted a team with you since you were 1v2ing me in experience. He's put a lot of respect on Hideaway's name, and it finally pays out here, getting a win. Nothing else matters but getting that W sometimes, and they get it there. Really big shout out once again to Zen and Hideaway. Rise and Soul, once again, another top 4 placement for an official, the second place. Now, personally, I'm like, well, when is it Rise and Soul's time to get in the spotlight? When are they gonna punch home their ticket? With Zen and Hideaway looking this good, it may never come.
I don't know. I mean, Zen and Hideaway looked fantastic, but it came down to the wire there. It could have gone either way. We almost got the reset. They proved they could get the job done. They took 2 games in that set. It literally could have gone either way, but I think Hideaway and Zen just dug a little deeper in that game number 5. Were able to get it done, and the 608 damage coming off of Zen in that game did not hurt.
Yep, absolutely. We are currently waiting for the North American champions to see if we're going to be getting them on the interview here. And it's been a really great event, all things considered. And once again, we're going to be on the pre-show on Monday, getting the recap. Sorry, pre-show, post-show. Yeah. We're going to be recapping both Southeast Asia MENA as well as the Royale. I know there's a Royale coming up here, Summer Royale at that. We got a lot of qualifiers from that week. So if you missed it, or you need a couple extra points on your viewership rewards, trying to get that Craving Ramen title, I know we all are here as well. You're going to be wanting to tune in for that tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, this has been a weekend of twos that I've been extremely happy with. I mean, I feel like the level and quality of the twos matches has been incredibly exciting.
Oh, it's been so much fun indeed. While we're trying to get this interview together, do want to invite you guys, if you're looking for something to do to fill your time in between now and the Royale, wanting to keep things going, I encourage you to head over to beardedbrawls.com, check out our active ranking queues, where it's a private matchmaking queue. We have leaderboards, everything going on over there. So if you're looking for a new way to compete, get over to beardedbrawls.com and check that out. kind of fills in a little time between now and the Royale.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also a lot of great community events that happen between the time of the officials. So it's going to be very important to link your Challenger Mode account. Make sure to hit !bracket there. But it looks like we're going to be getting an interview with Hideaway. Welcome to the show, Hideaway. I don't know if you're there right now, but Hideaway just won the tournament if you guys weren't watching. So what's up, Hideaway?
Hey, what's going on?
It's hot, bro. These lights be hot, homie. No, congratulations on your dub, and man, the damage that was coming out of you today.
Yeah, man, I was going hard. Me and John have played, I don't know, 2 tournaments now, Springs and CEO, and we haven't won one. And today, I decided today was the day that we win one.
Oh, you decided? That's how you just have to wake up and decide.
Nah, yeah, I did decide it.
I love that. I love that. So, you know, we've kind of been talking about, obviously, you guys winning, and we talked a lot about Rise and Soul and their elimination run. How did that grand finals feel? Were you guys getting a little nervous there in Game 5?
It was definitely nerve-wracking on my end because they figured out how to get a bunch of damage on me at the start and middle of the game, and then at the end, John was able to control it, or Zen was able to control it, and kind of keep them at a single pace to where we're able to bring it back every single time.
Very nice. And that live adaptation that we talk about all the time on the desk, I mean, you're hearing the thought process behind that and how they were able to overcome that obstacle. Very cool.
Yeah, I want to talk to you, Hideaway, quickly about your Ogrim pick here. I believe you were on the Taros last officials, if I'm not mistaken, also at midseason. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we swap over to the Ogrim. What about the Ogrim was attractive to you? I mean, it clearly worked. Like you said, you decided to win today. Was the big decision factor the Ogrim pick?
Yeah, it was definitely the Ogrim. Taros was never really my pick, and Taros was really good at the moment, so I decided to stay with him doing 25 damage almost every single attack. And so I picked Taros, but I wasn't able to move fast like I was with Lance, and I'm able to go harder on people and move quicker and bait for my teammate to do something.
No, you are definitely very efficient with your Lance. I think everybody can agree with that. The you and Zen matchup is just so interesting to me. You guys are just so dominating. Congratulations again on your dub, and you were an absolute powerhouse of damage output today. That is for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was incredible watching your run, and I'll be honest, you know, I had you guys hitting 3rd place. I didn't know what to believe, but you really said, like, I locked in, we're gonna win today. Keep playing like that, man, because I'm happy to put you guys at the 1st place in my predictions if you're gonna keep putting up numbers like that, because in games and sets where you were unlocked, it felt like you were able to take over. But I want you to quickly speak on, I mean, how do you feel teaming with Zen, one of the best Choose players to ever do it? I want to most notably note, a lot of sets you're doing the most damage, but in grand finals, he steps up, he does 608 damage in that game 5. What does it mean to have the backbone of a teammate like Zen to carry you through games when you need him most?
John is a GOAT. I mean, Zen is just
nice,
amazing. He's an amazing player. I mean, he didn't play the best after or like before grand finals, and that's fine. I was doing 700, 800, but that was me. Like when he got into grand finals, when it was time to win, he brought it back and he did 600. He did what he needed to do.
Very cool, very cool. I personally am out of questions. You guys were so impressive today, so dominating, and what a clutch to be able to not deny that reset from a team that had so much momentum behind them in that grand finals.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure watching you, Hideaway. Hideaway, before we let you sign or let you go here, anything you want to say to your fans at home, maybe your teammate? Where can we find you?
X.com/HideawayBH or Twitch.tv/Hideaway with 4 Ys.
Awesome, man.
Make sure you guys go over, drop him a follow on both those platforms. Stay in the know with everything Hideaway. Congratulations again on being 2v2 North American Summer Champion. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, brother. Well deserved.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, and with that being said, I always love to get the insight from Hideaway there too, especially with the way that everything kind of changed, the story changed, Zen stepping up in that grand finals. What a pleasure, and what a great win for Hideaway and Zen, who finally punched their first place there. They started playing in Winters and finally get that big official win. That's going to do it for our coverage of the Summer Championships for the 2v2s. It's been a pleasure of a weekend, slow motion. Before I go, I want to just say quickly, thank you all so much for watching. Shout out to my sponsor, Land Hero. Also, shout out to Walton TK for the birthday, man. That was awesome. I haven't been a part of a birthday like that with cupcakes in a while. Shout out to them. Some of my inspirations to get into casting. I want to give my love over to TK and Walt. Being the best at what they do for this long is a very, very hard job. Big shout out to you guys. Much love from me.
For sure. Man, you guys, it's been a great summer championship. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to sit here and talk about my favorite video game with you guys. That is going to do it. That is another one in the books, as they say. Summer championship is a wrap. We will see you guys at the Royale. You guys enjoy the rest of your night. Good night.
All right then. Okay. Looks like it's over. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate it. Apologies for the technical issue. I don't know what causes it. Yeah, I wasn't really doing much on this computer. I was using another computer for work, but yeah, for some reason it was getting some disconnection issues. So apologies for that. Yeah, in any case, I will be streaming in a couple of hours the regular time for my usual gameplay stream. So thanks everyone for watching. Have a great rest of the day or evening or good night. Take care and see you soon. Thanks everyone and bye.